Shout out to everyone that is already in here waiting for the live stream. Super stoked to have you guys all in here once again today for more NBA trade deadline coverage here leading up to the 2025 NBA trade deadline. I am stoked. Shout out to Josh Hives, who was in here ready and waiting already this morning. Shout out to Second Breakfast, as well as Fred the Jig, who also says, make sure to get the likes up on the way in. Let's do better than yesterday. You guys did a fantastic job yesterday with over 500 likes on the stream. But I'm with Fred. I think we can do even better, so let's try and get there today. Wake Up says, I'll be on from beginning to end. Thank you very much, Wake Up, for being in here once again. Nemanja says, hi, y'all. Appreciate you being back in the stream here today. Kyle here says, Jericho Sims needs to go. Funny story, my very last ever high school basketball game was actually against Jericho Sims. We went to overtime, but then ultimately lost. Jericho Sims dunked on us like 4 times in overtime. Fred the Jig says we need at least 7 more likes. And here's my first comment of the day. Going live soon, now obviously live currently. Good morning, everyone. Super excited for today's stream. Let's get some W's in the chat. I'm going to try and throw in some confetti here too, to celebrate another day of NBA live streaming. Appreciate you guys a ton. Fred the Jig throws in the first W, and he says, great day, utility. Akram here says, go Warriors. Troy says, let's do this. Brandon and Brian both throw in some W's. Jeremy says, good morning. Kane, welcome. Remember, I'm not going to forget about that birthday coming up on Thursday. Says, Warriors trade on the way, hopefully. Hopefully today has some more action. Of course, we did get a trade last night, which I will talk about here very, very soon. Lofo says blockbuster trade between the Hornets and Thunder. Yes, we will talk about that in just a minute. Nick Press says, Sheldon, the NBA guru. Appreciate you, Nick, for being in here again this morning. Eric says, any update today? We did have a trade last night that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. Brian Mahaney, one of the members on the channel. Brian, thank you so much for your continued and constant support of Utility Sports. He says, hey there, looking forward to it. Looking forward to having you in the chat today, Brian. Looking forward to having everyone in here as well. Ace here says, who do you think the Rockets should trade for? We'll talk about Houston in just a second. NTB Sav says, Suns. We'll talk about the Suns here soon too. Eric wants an update on the Hawks. We're going to go through every single team's draft picks here in just a minute, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. NTB Sav says, you know that. Ace says KD and Butler most likely trade destinations. I do not think Kevin Durant will get traded, Ace, ultimately. Stephen Ritter says, been at work since 4 a.m. Please help me stay awake. Hopefully I can serve the purpose of helping you guys stay awake. We got Troy and Fred throwing W's in here, as well as Nick. Henry Rojas says, utility sports and coffee. We like to hear that. That's a great way to start your morning, huh? We got to love that. Light of Wisdom says, day 2. Let's go. Crazy. We are just about 52 hours, 54 hours away from the NBA trade deadline, roughly. So crazy. It's coming up very soon. Nemanja says, Bronny's going to be a GOAT in 2 years. Hopefully. I mean, we'll see. Henry here is talking about his breakfast. He got some eggs, bacon, and coffee going on. Ace says, is Luka still a Mav? I can't move on. He is not. Luka Doncic is not a Dallas Maverick anymore. Light of Wisdom says, thanks for yesterday. Thank you guys all for yesterday. Awesome support. Bulls Fanatic says, Lonzo to Charlotte seems like a real possibility. LeVar would be lit. Never lost. Yeah, they'll have Lonzo and LaMelo on the court, and they'll have LiAngelo pumping the beat in the arena too. So a lot of fun. Fred the Jig says, let's go Orlando Magic. We need a smart trade. I think Orlando is very well lined up. Nemanja says, who should the Nuggets trade for? We'll talk about the Denver Nuggets in a second here with their draft picks. They don't have a lot of flexibility, so I'm not sure how big of a trade they can actually pull off. But Damien here is a Heat fan. NTB Sav says, facts, been up all night for this. Appreciate you, Sav, for being in here today. Again, Nick Perez says, hardest working man in sports. Utility sports, appreciate you, Nick. Obviously working extremely hard for these streams. Also going to adjust my camera just a little bit here. I think that should work decently well. Taterhead says, we trade you for Tom Grassi. Regal here says, I would like CP3 to go to the Wolves. He would be fun there. Obviously, the contracts would be a little interesting to work out, though. Matthew says, good morning, Sheldon. You look amazing today. Let's get it. Appreciate you. I'm actually feeling quite tired today, but I'm very, very excited nonetheless. Charlie here says, only thing keeping the spirits up at my government job today. You think Cavs do anything this week? Cleveland's interesting. So they're super close to the luxury tax. Now they're so good that you would think, okay, well, paying the luxury tax should be a no-brainer. But when you're this close to the luxury tax, there might be a creative way for them to dip below the tax. So that's something I want to watch for with Cleveland specifically. I don't know if they have any big buy moves or anything like super mesmerizing to watch for. You never know, right? Luka Doncic got traded on Saturday night. So you never know. But I think just with how the season's played out, I think they're going to be a team that is more likely to maybe consider dipping below the tax this year. Jay Swaggy says, just hypothetically, what are some Julius Randle trade ideas for the Wolves? Just curious to see what you could cook up on Fanspo for fun. We will be talking more about Julius Randle today. Of course, talked about him a little bit yesterday, but we will cover him more today for sure. I just want to welcome everyone here into the stream for the first few minutes. Nick says, spread the stream. You guys heard him. Best way to do that, leave a like so that way YouTube knows and I know that I'm doing a pretty good job here. And then also, if you want to share it with anyone else that you know who's a big basketball fan, that would be fantastic. Thing here says, what do you think about the Thunder and Hornets trade? We will get to that in just a second. Yep, Myles Garrett did request a trade yesterday from the Cleveland Browns. Talked about it a little bit yesterday. Not going to spend too much time on that, of course, with an NBA stream. Rod Love here says Pistons need Lonzo Ball. Christina says, any new news over the night? Thank you for the early streams the last few days. Of course, Christina, very glad to have you in here. Appreciate all of the support from all of you. Over 200 people watching live just 7 minutes into the streams, which is absolutely sweet. Lewis here says, do you have any idea who will hit the buyout market, though? I think the most important name will probably be Ben Simmons. And I know some people will roll their eyes at that, and I totally get it. He hasn't been healthy. He's been, a player that I think is quite polarizing at this point in time because he hasn't had real playoff success or anything like that. But I think on the right team, the right destination, he could be a really impactful minimum contract. And that's exactly what you're talking about when it comes to the buyout market. So remember, he would have restrictions because of the apron rules and teams that can't afford to or can't legally sign him as a buyout player. But there are some teams he would make a ton of sense for still nonetheless. Damo says, morning, happy Max Christie debut day. Unfortunately, Anthony Davis will not debut tonight. And according to Nico Harrison, conditioning is what causes injuries. So I'm not sure if I'm doing this right or not, but if Anthony Davis is already missing his Dallas Mavericks debut game, well, maybe we should be concerned and trade him for pennies on the dollar. Am I right? Just kind of being a little sour here. Glenn Miller says, I want to see Zion in Detroit. We'll talk more about Zion Williamson today as well. I see Demp says, we here 2 days in a row. Y'all keep showing Sheldon love. I appreciate you guys a ton. Let's get some lasers in here right away, too. I really appreciate y'all a ton for your continued support. Vexatia says, waiting for the Wizards front office to wake up. We'll see when they make a move. They obviously have a trade exception from the Daniel Gafford trade last year, $12.4 million to work with. Matthew says, top 5 untradeable guys. Luka Doncic is at the top of that list. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Victor Wembanyama, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic. Those are the top 5. Very, very clearly. And I know it's ironic to have Luka at the top of the list, but the Lakers are feeling very, very good about how the internet reacted to that trade. Kieran says, where is Jimmy Buckets going, or will Miami keep him hostage for a good while yet? Kieran, great question. I think he ultimately lands in Phoenix. The reason he wants to be a Phoenix Sun, not only do they have players who, in theory, could help them contend for a title this year, I'm a little bit lower on their hopes in the playoffs, but the biggest reason is he wants to get extended and paid a ton of money, and Phoenix will be willing to do that. Rigel here says Zion to the Warriors. I talked about that yesterday quite a bit. I do think that's a very realistic possibility. Austin Reeves, Rui for Suggs, KCP, Goga. I don't think Orlando is willing to trade Suggs. And honestly, they might not even be willing to trade Goga. Goga Batadze, if the Lakers could get Goga Batadze, that would be awesome. Goga's really good at basketball. Tariq Billing says, do you think the Lakers would make a trade today? I think they're going to strongly consider that. This is important news here, too. Something that we didn't talk about a ton yesterday on the stream, but should have. The Bulls waived Torrey Craig and Chris Duarte to finalize the LaVine trade. Torrey Craig, couple landing spots that make sense to the Los Angeles Lakers, and a reunion with the Phoenix Suns. He's a player. He's shooting the 3-ball pretty well this season. He's a guy who, as your 8th or 9th man, could play 10, 15 minutes a game and be a positive help for your team. Jay Swaggy says, fire Nico Harrison and hire Dirk as GM. Brandon Adams here says Rockets need to shoot for Lonzo Ball. Totally agree. Mark Ty says, who do you think the Kings need to target the trade deadline? I think they would love to get Cam Johnson, but otherwise someone like Caleb Martin in Philadelphia can make some sense. Cody Martin from Charlotte, Kelly Oubre from Philly. Those are a few names that come to mind. Terrence Mann from the Clippers could also be a possible name to watch. Porzingis said in a story by The Athletic, I was like, what happened? Did I get traded? And he was like, no, Luka to the Lakers. I was like, yo, no way. And then I got my phone back and ready. Interesting. I did not see anything about that. So if that's true, thanks for sharing that in there. Nico's presser was hard to watch. Not going to lie, Mavs fans are entering the dark timeline. Yes, it's going to be rough. Clifford here wants to know anything on Orlando. First of all, welcome everyone to the stream. Really excited to have you guys in here. Almost 300 people watching live on YouTube right now. And we're just 10 minutes into the live stream, which is absolutely crazy. Shout out to all of you for showing up and, of course, giving your support, your time, and your passion and energy toward basketball to utility sports. Really do appreciate you guys and all the comments in here. For Orlando, nothing substantive yet, Clifford. Thank you for asking, though. And when it comes to what I expect them to do, I think looking for shot creation and ball handling is at the top of the list. They have Cole Anthony's contract to work with as kind of a beginning starting point for salary in a trade. Kieran wants to know if the Celtics will do anything at the trade deadline. I think Jaden Springer's contract is probably their most movable asset at $4 million. They have their own first-round pick in 2025 as well, which I expect them to trade. Dalton Hamilton says, my boy, welcome to the stream, Dalton. Glad to have you in here. Lionheart Fitness says, what's good, bro? Glad to have you in here, Lionheart Fitness. Look at him getting swole in the gym here in his profile picture. Keep up the good work, Lionheart Fitness. Appreciate you. Big J, welcome to the stream. Salute to you. Brandon S says, Pistons need Draymond. We want to be the very best like no one ever was at drawing technicals. Could you imagine the amount of flagrant fouls with him and Isaiah Stewart? Oh, my goodness. What a time, though. Let's get over to the super chat, and then we'll come back to Chris's comment right here. John Lewis, thank you so much for the 5. John's been a big-time supporter of the channel for a while. Has been tuning into live streams for years now at this point. And, of course, I believe he's a big-time Minnesota Timberwolves fan, if I'm not mistaken. So, John, thank you so much for the continued support. Let's get some W's in the chat for John, first donor of the day. Let's get W John in the chat. Make sure you guys spell it right. No H in here. W for John. Let's get the hype going here early for him. Appreciate him a ton for that. Lionheart Fitness with the salute. All Gravy says, I have. Marcus Jones says, what's up, Sheldon? Dalton wants to know about his Pacers. If Indiana needs to move off of Miles, no. I think they need to keep Miles Turner. I think trading him would be a mistake. Unless they got like a lot for him. Mr. Awesome says, Jonathan Isaac, Wendell Carter, and picks for Austin Reeves. That would be an interesting kind of framework, honestly. They have picks this year. They have that Denver first. They could offer the Lakers a little bit of flexibility. And Isaac and Wendell Carter could be really good defensive front court additions for sure for Los Angeles. Jordan here says, do you think Luka going to the Lakers will finally attract young talent now? Yes. Specifically, Day'Ron Sharpe of the Brooklyn Nets seemed very interested in the Lakers. Was asked by Eric Slater of Clutch Points the other day. And he was pretty much saying he would be sad to be a Mavericks fan right now. So John Lewis with another 5. Thank you, John. He says, can the T-Wolves dump Julius Randle so we keep Nas and Na next year? I'm not sure if they can just flat out dump him, but they could find ways to get some kind of deal done. And again, like I said, John, we will talk about Julius Randle trades here very, very soon. I think they're going to either way keep Nas and Nikhil going into next season. Now, the Wolves front office, specifically Tim Connolly, is always working the phones looking for trades. You think about the Karl Anthony Towns trade. One of the first things he did in Minnesota in his tenure was kind of blow up the team. Trade Patrick Beverley, trade Malik Beasley, trade that core nucleus, trade the pick that was Walker Kessler, and go after Rudy Gobert. So he's been aggressive in the past. I think anything is really possible with Tim Connolly as your GM. And I love to see the W's flying in here for John as well. Rod Love wants to know, are the Bulls trading Lonzo and Kobe? For sure, Lonzo. I think Lonzo for sure gets traded this trade deadline. Either to Charlotte or Detroit would be the two lead bets for me, in my opinion. Now, there are a few other teams that I think would be interested. Maybe Milwaukee as an example. But I think Lonzo to Detroit or Charlotte should be the leader in the clubhouse. Jordan here says, do you think Luka going to the Lakers will finally attract young talent? I do. Nick Price says YouTube has Sheldon as the most untradeable talent in the web. Appreciate you guys all so much. Love seeing the W's come in for John. Do the Right Thing says, I'm seeing that the Bucks are interested in Kuzma. What are your thoughts on that? I'm not a huge Kuzma guy. I don't think he would help the Bucks a ton. Now, he is a long, lengthy forward with athleticism, which is something that Milwaukee does kind of lack in a lot of ways outside of just Giannis Antetokounmpo. But I think outside of just the athleticism profile, I think there's other players who would be better fits there. Scotto, welcome back to the stream. He says, good morning, all. Glad to have you guys all in here once again. Bulls Fanatic says, I wish the Bulls could trade Patrick Williams, but no market. Yeah, I just don't really know if there's going to be a real way that the Bulls get value for trading him. Victor Smith says, I'd take Miles on the Spurs. Miles Turner would be super, super good in the upcoming future. Brian here says, Sheldon, please check your YouTube email when you have time later. Okay, I will be sure to do that, Brian. Thank you for reaching out here again. I appreciate you a ton, Brian. So thank you again. Glad to have you in the stream again today. Brian King here says, we meet again, basketball fanatics. Good morning, depending on your time zone. Yes, we have people watching from all over the world, which is super sweet. But let's get over to some of the important business now. Like I promised, we are going to talk about the trade last night. This one specifically, Oklahoma City trading a second-round pick. So let me make sure I get the overall trade correct here before we actually update our spreadsheet. But here's the deal, essentially. The Oklahoma City Thunder, who had this pick right here, they had this 2029 Suns second-round pick. This is now gone. This went to the Charlotte Hornets, okay? So the 2029 second-round pick now belongs to the Hornets. This just got traded here, okay? And what happened was this Nuggets pick in 2030 just got traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And if you guys were watching the stream yesterday, you will remember that I talked about Oklahoma City looking to push picks back backward. And by backward, I mean getting picks that would be later from years. And, you know, I think still there's possibility that they use some of these picks in this kind of range. But what they're looking to do, and if you look at their 2030 and 2031 draft capital right now, it's less strong than it is in other years. So with that in mind, I really see this team being a team that will look to continue pushing assets back. Remember, this is Nuggets right here now. So they have a bunch of second-round picks now in 2030. And I think asset accumulation for 2031 is probably the next thing on their agenda. So keep that in mind. I need to take this off. Whoops. Appreciate you guys all the time. OKC is a smart franchise. Again, what they're trying to do here is extend their window. This is extending their flexibility. If they push their picks back, it gives them the options to make trades at a later date as they kind of have more information, have a little bit more knowledge about what they need, what they're looking to do, and everything like that. So I really hope you guys are enjoying so far. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm going to set the banner here to black for a little while. I think that actually looks a little bit cleaner than the Utility Sports blue. So Mike here says Sam Presti probably identified the next Jokic and is positioning himself to get in. Nick Perez says rumor has it Spurs submitted offer for Cam Johnson. The Spurs are definitely a good landing spot. So what I want to do here is I want to spend a little bit of time with the Utility Sports draft pick tracker. And for those of you who were here yesterday or maybe over the weekend as well when the Luka or Fox trades went down, you'll know that I put a ton of work into this to set this up for the live streams this week. This is every single draft pick in the NBA. You just got to see me update it live with the trade from last night for the Hornets and the Thunder. I didn't think it was bad for the Hornets. They get a Suns pick. In 2029, the Suns might be bad. So I think that was a kind of clever move for the Hornets. And for the Thunder, again, in 2029, one second-round pick is not going to make or break their team. They're just pushing assets back. They get an extra year of flexibility, extra year of trade optionality by pushing it back a season. So, again, I thought it was a win-win trade. Pretty smart for both teams. Charlotte kind of betting against Phoenix a little bit, it felt like to me. And OKC saying, we don't really need this 2029 second-round pick. Let's just push it back a year. Keep our flexibility open. I think both are very smart. Buckets, prods, we'll get to Milwaukee here in a second, but let's start on Philly. Remember, if you see this Utility Sports blue right here, where my mouse is hovering over, that means that pick cannot be traded. So when you look at the overall draft pick flexibility of teams, Philadelphia, who already owes this pick out the door, only in the top 6 do they own it. So it's out the door to Oklahoma City. With that in mind, they only have one real tradable first-round pick right now of their own. Now, they do have this 2026 first-round pick, which is tradable, which is the least favorable of Clippers, Rockets, Thunder. It's not that great of a pick. They have this 2028 Clippers pick, so they do have a couple tradable firsts that are not their own, but from their own collection, they only have one. So their trade flexibility is okay. They have a few tradable firsts, but not elite tradable firsts at this point in time. The Bucks have almost no trade flexibility. So buckets, this is why a trade for Milwaukee might be hard to come by. They don't have any picks this year. They only have a swap option that they owe to the Pelicans next year. They don't have any picks in 27. They only have a swap option owed to Portland from the Dame trade in 28 and 2030. No second round picks at all until 2031. And then finally, their one tradable first round pick is this 2031 first, which is really, really rough. Oh yeah, OKC's loaded up. Appreciate you guys a ton. Make sure not to spam, because I'm going to get to your comments. So give yourself a little bit of time in between comments so that I can make sure to get through all of them. Mike says Wemby is very much ready, but not as a shot creating first option yet. He'll get the most shots on the team, but at this point in his development, he has to be set up for them. So he does a little bit of both. And I think, like we've seen strides from him as a shot creator. And I think part of the idea with De'Aaron Fox is now you have a guy who's a high volume ball handler who can also create for himself and a little bit for others. He's not the best creator for others in the NBA by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a good player. He's a very good player. So he instantly has the second most gravity on the team for San Antonio, which I think is a big deal. Lewis Virgil here says, hot take, OKC is going to get the Golden State Warriors 2029 first round pick. I don't think that's crazy at all. Muhammad here says, I do think that won't work. And the reason for that is if we go down to the Golden State Warriors, the Warriors can't trade this 2029 first. So because of this top 20 protection to the Wizards. So this won't work, but I could see them getting involved with 2028 or 2026, for example. The Warriors trading their even years, 26 and 28, is probably the most likely outcome, honestly, for their trade flexibility. Adam here says, hello, good sir. Welcome to the stream, Adam. Glad to have you in here. Scotto says, wow, Bucks have no picks. And Jared wants to know if the Bucks get any picks for their young guys. Probably not, to be completely honest. If they're young guys that would maybe be worth draft capital, like Andre Jackson Jr., they're not going to want to trade. So I just don't really think that's going to happen. Finesse says, I'm still shocked my team landed Luka Doncic. Finesse should be Rob Pelinka's new nickname because he finessed the hell out of Nico Harrison. Finesse, glad to have you in here, my man. Appreciate everyone stopping in. Almost 500 people live, which is absolutely insane. It's not even 9 a.m. Eastern time yet. You guys are showing up in a big way, which I really appreciate. Jimmy James says Fox was a mistake for the Spurs. I don't really think so. They kept a lot of their draft capital. We'll get to that in a second. The Bulls, part of their trade with San Antonio and Sacramento, they got their own first-round pick back. They have this Blazers lottery-protected pick, which spans through 2028. And now they have all of their own future first-round flexibility. I'm telling you, before that trade with the Spurs, this looked messy here for Chicago. They did not – there was a top 10 protection this year, and it was top 8 protected in 26 and 27. So they couldn't even trade their 2028 first. Now, I'm not suggesting the Bulls will go do that now, but I'm saying they have flexibility now. They have their own draft picks. They have their own draft control. They can responsibly tank their team a little bit without being afraid of finding upgrades along the way. And I think for Chicago, the long-term goal needs to be getting to a spot where you're better than mediocre. And that's something they've struggled to do over the last 10, 15 years, especially post Derrick Rose, obviously. The Bulls have had some good teams. I don't want to be a hater, but I think, Bulls fans specifically are looking for a way to be better than average, and that's what the goal should be. Cleveland's very limited draft pick-wise. They do have this 2031 first-round pick to trade, though, of course. That's about it, though. Remember, those light blue boxes denote that they cannot trade them due to the Stepien rule. The Celtics, they have some of this flexibility right here. Whether it be 2025 or 2027, they could realistically trade 2 picks in a deal if they wanted to. But I'm not sure if one of those if a deal like that actually comes to fruition or not. But I really hope you guys do enjoy the video a ton. Hopefully you all are enjoying. So I was just trying to make sure I had one thing figured out for the stream today. The Clippers, a little bit limited as well. They do have this 2031 first. They could also offer like kind of a swap option in 2030, they could go with these two picks together in a deal with one of them being an actual pick and then 2031 maybe being a swap option. Something like that could, in theory, make some sense. The Grizzlies, this is why I think the Grizzlies should be considered the favorite for a Cam Johnson sweepstakes. They have all of their own first-round picks. See no Utility Sports blue boxes in there. So they're set up. Atlanta, surprisingly, even though they owe so much stuff to San Antonio, they have other picks in return, and that's part of the idea that they had behind the DeJounte Murray trade when they traded him to New Orleans. They reopened all of their own flexibility by getting picks in 2025, which is this Lakers first, and then also in 2027. So they're actually working at a pick advantage here, surprisingly. Despite the DeJounte Murray trade with San Antonio, the Hawks have recovered pretty nicely, I would say. Miami here's at a spot where, with all their backup protections, like they only owe this pick in the top 14, and because of that, there's all these backup protections, which limits all of their other potential trades. Charlotte's in a pretty good spot. The Jazz are in a great spot, obviously draft pick wise. We all know that. Danny Ainge, he knows how to get down. He's been extremely active and has been super aggressive. Picked up these draft picks in the trade with the Lakers and Mavericks. The Kings here have okay flexibility. Now, this pick that they owe to Chicago, or to Atlanta, excuse me, does limit some of their flexibility, but for the most part, they still have a lot of draft picks. Remember, they picked up some other picks in this too. The Hornets second rounder specifically puts them in a pretty good spot to make some things happen. The Knicks here have pretty much no trade flexibility. We all know that after the trade of Mikal Bridges. The Lakers, very limited trade flexibility, but what they can do here is they can offer their 2031 first, and they can offer swap options in 2030, 2028, 2026 if they want to. So they do have some ways to improve their team pretty significantly if they want to go that way. Alex here says what Ingram to the Raptors would look like for you. We will talk about some specific trades. We'll hop over to Fanspo in just a minute here and start playing with the trade machine a bit. Eric here says, heard the Hawks are pursuing point guard. I hope it's not true. Pursuing PG. I don't think that's true. I don't think they'll do that, Eric. I would be pretty shocked. Kevin Condra says if Hawks need a guard, maybe Austin Reeves for Larry Nance. I don't see the Lakers doing that. I think if they're trading Larry Nance, they're going to trade him either for a collection of players or they'll trade him in a trade for a star. Edward here, thank you for the 2, says, should the Rockets try to get KD or wait? I'm very much in the boat that the Rockets should not trade for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's an all-time great player. He is an absolutely tremendous offensive megastar. The Rockets do not need Kevin Durant at this point. Could he help them a ton this playoffs? 100%. Does he help them long-term with their overall team construction and draft pick accumulation and long-term window? The answer is really no. Even though I think KD might be a really great player for 2-3 years yet, there's also things like Kevin Durant, the media doesn't pay attention to when he doesn't rotate on defense. You know, I sat there for an entire playoff series, watched him in person against the Minnesota Timberwolves a ton in that first-round playoff series last year. He was the low man a ton. Minnesota would make him guard the corner, and he wouldn't rotate. If he was weak side, he would never help in. And if he was strong side, he wouldn't gap help. He wouldn't fill in, even though if he was guarding Jaden McDaniels or Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Walker's a good corner three-point shooter. McDaniels a little bit less so. But overall, I just think the Kevin Durant thing, I would stay away from Durant at this point, given his name value, who he is as a player, and how much it'll cost to trade for him. I would not make a trade for him at all. Buckets Prod said here, can the Bucks trade their core guys like Middleton, Connaughton, Lopez, and Portis? So Buckets, I think that they'll have to trade a second-round pick to get off of Patrick Connaughton, but they'll do that, get below the second apron, and then open up a lot of flexibility to maybe make other trades if one becomes dependent. Muhammad here says the Butler trade is solely dependent on Bradley Beal. This is why no trade clauses are like death in the NBA. You don't want to give a no trade clause to someone who you would ever consider trading. And Bradley Beal definitely fits in the category of tradable contracts. So keep that in mind for sure. Cody, I don't really go in a particular order. I kind of click around just a little bit. It's hard because there's so many comments flowing in. And sometimes the order I see might not be the exact order you guys have in the comment section too. So just keep that in mind, Cody. But keep sending in comments. I do appreciate you. a ton. Judith here says, hi, I'm a Blazers fan. What do you think we do? Something around DeAndre Ayton would be sweet. I think trading DeAndre Ayton would be really good for the Portland Trail Blazers, especially if they can get anything of significant value or real value at this point in time. Mike says Fox is a fit. His only mistake is if the Spurs pay him $60 million and his athleticism dwindles away. He's a smallish, speedy guard. Some of them don't age well. Well, the nice thing is he's 27. So, when you're thinking about not aging well, you're thinking about when he's 33, 34, he'll sign an extension for his age 29 season. That'll probably span 4 years. So it'll kind of take him into the very back end of his prime. And then from there, San Antonio still has a ton of draft picks if we go down to them. Also, shout out to Brooklyn. Look at how full their draft pick chart is. Oh, my goodness. Look at San Antonio here, though. We get to the Spurs. This is after their trade, okay? Let me move this Jazz pick over because it's bothering me. But the Spurs collection of assets is very deep. So even if De'Aaron Fox ages and regresses a little bit in the next 5 to 6 years, they'll still be okay. So they've got a lot of draft picks. And the thing is, they don't just have their own. They have the Hawks picks. They have a most favorable of Spurs, Mavericks, Timberwolves in 2030, which could be extremely valuable, especially now post-Luka Doncic trade. They have the more favorable of Spurs and Kings in 2031. Who knows how the NBA will look then. They have a more favorable of Spurs or Celtics in a few years. I'm not super optimistic that this pick will be super good, but having the more favorable choice, if there's injuries in a season, that can definitely help the team too. So we get to Phoenix. They actually have more trade flexibility than you would think, and it's because they made a interesting trade with the Utah Jazz. I almost called it a smart trade, but I don't know. It's a creative trade, but they gave up this 2031 first to do it, and that's really risky. If you're looking at the Utah Jazz, honestly, my favorite draft asset that Utah has, you look at all of these things, all the stuff that they have. This Lakers top 4 protected pick just got a lot worse because the Lakers landed Luka Doncic, so you'd think in 2027 they're probably still going to be good. More favorable of Jazz and Cavaliers. Might be okay, but that's only if the Jazz are not a good team. They have the 2 most favorable of Jazz, Wolves, Cavs in 29. That might be okay. But the best one that they own here is this Phoenix Suns 2031 first. This pick is super, super valuable and one that I think is a really, really good asset to own. So there's a lot to be excited about there in that position. Nemanja says, could the Nuggets trade for Jimmy Butler? No, not really. The aprons make it really hard. They would have to trade probably Jamal Murray, and I just don't really see them doing that, honestly. Jimmy James here says, morning, Dwayne. I think I recognize you from somewhere. Nick Perez says, Castle Rookie of the Year, right? He'll be in the conversation. I also think Jalen Wells from Memphis, second-round pick. I think would be the first second-round pick to win it since Malcolm Brogdon. Quite a while ago, almost a decade ago now, a decade plus. Galici says, Western Conference is insane. You almost need 3 All-Stars to make the play-in. Well, part of that is because the teams that have 3 All-Stars in the West aren't well built. You look at Phoenix. The team was starting Yusuf Nurkic at center for 30 games this year. So part of that is they're not very good in a lot of ways. Mike says, as far as impact, Castle's probably Rookie of the Year. The counting stats and efficiency might cost him votes, though. I think impact too, Jalen Wells is an impact player too. So keep that in mind as well for voting. I mean, if Castle doesn't win Rookie of the Year, I don't think he got robbed, but I do think he's someone who would be in consideration. Let's get some hype in the chat here too. I'm going to throw in some balloons on the stream here now. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying. Jimmy James said, that must be it. I used to be until I moved to South America. Appreciate you a ton, Jimmy, for being in here. Maurice Drake says, I have a feeling Pat Riley's not going to trade Butler. Pat Riley would not shock me if he does something if he does something a little petty like that. We've been live for a half hour now. 540 people watching live, which is just incredible. Shout out to all of you guys. We're already at 99 likes. So one more like and we're at 100. Go be that 100th like right now. Everyone go smash that like button. We're going to try and beat yesterday's like goal, which was 524 total likes. If everyone in the stream right now hit that like button, we could beat it immediately, which would be insane. But nonetheless, make sure you guys do just continue commenting, continue leaving your thoughts. I appreciate everyone in here. It's awesome having a lot of awesome people in here watching. Luka K wants to know about CP3 to Detroit. I think the Spurs are going to keep Chris Paul. obviously people are thinking about the possibilities post De'Aaron Fox trade, and I understand that, but I think they've really liked Chris Paul's impact and his presence on that team. So the Spurs already have a lot of draft picks. I don't think that they're going to get super great value for Chris Paul. So I think just valuing his leadership and his mentorship is probably something that's more likely here. The one says Lakers ain't getting Time Lord. I mean, I wouldn't put it past the Lakers. I think here's the list of possible Lakers bigs. It's Nick Claxton, Day'Ron Sharpe as a secondary option, Wendell Carter, Goga Bitadze from Orlando. One of those two could make some sense. Obviously, Robert Williams would make a lot of sense. I'm throwing likes on here. You have a variety of different options. Jonas Valanciunas, obviously Clint Capella from Atlanta, in a 3-team kind of trade makes some sense. You think about some sort of deal with Dallas if another one materialized for Daniel Gafford. If the Mavericks were looking to move him. Now, I know I'm going to get pushback from Mavs fans on that. I get it too. But like Whoopo's saying here, Mavericks are probably looking for more shot creation. So I don't really know how a deal could come to fruition, but maybe there's some kind of deal that makes some sense. Jim Prescott says, after Phoenix losing again last night to Portland, 2 in a row to them, do you see Phoenix blowing it up now or in the offseason with Kevin Durant and maybe Devin Booker? Yeah, I think not now. I don't think the Suns are going to blow it up now, but I've long talked about Phoenix being a team that blows it up this offseason. If you go back before the year, I called the Houston Rockets the sleeping giant in the NBA, and one is because I thought they were a good team. I thought they'd be a top 6 playoff team in the West. Now, admittedly, I didn't think they'd be top 2 in the West. They've had a tremendous season, and of course, a lot of their core players all taking a pretty meaningful step forward in their development, especially Amen Thompson, Jalen Green for stretches of this season, and Alperen Şengün making his first All-Star appearances all helped that too. But then I also talked in that video about them having so many draft picks and having Phoenix's picks specifically being the team that realistically makes the most sense to land Devin Booker via trade, where they return 3 first-round picks to Phoenix and Jalen Green and one other young player for Booker services. Booker last night became the Suns' all-time leading scorer, and I'm not sure how much more he's going to be able to accumulate on top of that scoring record, because I think his future is a little uncertain in Phoenix moving forward. The one says Portland won't trade Time Lord for nothing. I mean, the Lakers have assets. So, like, if we go to Los Angeles right now, like, they have some stuff to trade. They could offer pick swaps. They have a second-round pick this year as well. Like, they don't have nothing. So they have some draft picks. Brew Crew here says, any news around the Bucks? At this point, we're kind of still waiting on any possible Brandon Ingram. We're waiting on Kyle Kuzma. We're thinking maybe Bradley Beal still in a crazy turn of events. Those are kind of the guys. We'll see. Cody here says, where would you trade Butler if you were Miami's owner? I would trade him to Phoenix. Just looking at the Suns, what they have now, if you can walk out with any kind of first-round pick for Jimmy Butler, 35-year-old Jimmy Butler, and all the stunts and drama he's been around and centered in throughout his career, I would be very happy walking out with any first-round pick for Jimmy Butler. So Phoenix, I think, is the most natural landing spot. All Gravy says the Bucks not winning anything either, need to move off Middleton and Portis. And they have to get out of the second apron to trade them together. So Couchin here says, good morning. I smashed the like button when I came in. Appreciate you, Couchin. He's been in the stream in the past, so I really do appreciate him a ton for hopping in here. Wow, the likes just shot up big time. I just refreshed and looked at the likes. 179 likes. You guys absolutely killed it with the likes. Brew Crew says he was the 100th like. Love to see that. Brendan here says, I wish Sexton didn't get hurt last night. Did he? So admittedly, last night I did not watch the Utah Jazz play, and I did not see anything that happened with their. Let me look this up. Colin Sexton injury. Okay, won't return Monday. Leaves game. Okay, yep. So 11 hours. Leaves game against Pacers with a sprained ankle, which actually might hurt his trade value. So yeah, admittedly, I did not see that last night. Obviously, with the streams and trying to get the stream set up this week and stuff too. Like, this week is crazy busy. Of course, like tonight, I'm going to watch the Mavericks and Max Christie and his debut. And then I'm looking for, like, especially like this week, you're going to see content coming out on debuts for a whole bunch of guys. So this will be the place to be if you want to see, X's and O's breakdown on what Max Christie does tonight, what Anthony Davis does in his eventual Mavericks debut. If you want to see what De'Aaron Fox and his Spurs debut looks like, I'm going to have a video on that. This is going to be the place to be, so make sure you guys stay tuned for all of that. Brian Crandall says, I'm curious how much the Jimmy trade will look like, considering it's possible to predict 5-team trades. My best guess right now is Milwaukee, New Orleans, Detroit, of course, Miami, Phoenix, and yeah, those are the 5 teams that come to mind, and maybe Washington as a salary-filling team, a team that eats salary in there. RD says, might have missed it, but who are your top 3 realistic Mavs targets? So this is a great question, RD, and I think Dallas is a very impossible team to predict right now because Nico Harrison has gone rogue, and we don't know what he's thinking. But what they do have is 1, 2, 3 tradable first-round picks, okay? Now, if you can tell here, they don't have a ton of second-round picks, only a couple this year. So they are still somewhat pick limited, but having 3 tradable firsts, I want to undo that. Having 3 tradable firsts is pretty rare for Dallas. They just have not had a collection of their own draft assets under the Nico Harrison regime. So getting this Lakers 2029 first part of the Luka Doncic trade at least opened up some significant flexibility for them. And, you know, I think realistically for them, like, now it's hard for them to get to certain salary points for players, but like there's guys out there that would make some sense. CJ McCollum in a kind of cheaper deal could be a player who would help their shot creation, ball handling. Now it would kind of screw up the whole, hey, we're trying to be a great defensive team thing. So, you know, it's kind of hard. Like Cam Johnson can make some sense for Dallas. Herb Jones as well. Wayno says, what's brewing with the Grizzlies? Cam Johnson still on the board. I think Cam Johnson's still on the board for a lot of different teams, which is why I want to go over to the trade machine right now. And what we're going to do here in the trade machine, and we go over to Fanspo. First of all, let's update this real quick. Let's take a look at the top players getting traded. Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent. Everyone's loving this trade package. I talked about it a lot as well. Cam Johnson's over here is the 17th most traded player on Fanspo over the last week or so, I'm guessing. The Brooklyn Nets. Let's add a list of teams that would be interested in Cam Johnson. I can tell you right now, the Pacers would have interest. They have some of these tradable contracts. They have Obi Toppin. They have Aaron Nesmith. They have TJ McConnell, although he's recently signed on his extension. They have Benedict Mathurin, who's reportedly kind of getting or drawing a lot of value around the league, drawing a lot of interest around the league. They have Jarris Walker, obviously. Isaiah Jackson, who's out this season, but they could use that salary if they wanted to in a deal. They have Ben Shepherd. Wiseman's out as well this season, but they have that salary. Like, that would be an interested team. You go to Orlando, I could see the Magic talking themselves into it. They have these 2 first-round picks here in 2025. That would line up pretty well. They have KCP's contract, which would line up decently well. I'm not sure if Brooklyn would be super excited about KCP's contract, but they can maybe view it as a, hey, let's trade for him right now while his value is extremely low. Let's get the 2 first-round picks. Even though, listen, the Nets already have a ton of first-round picks in 2025, as you can see. The Nets still might talk themselves into it and say, hey, if we have KCP, we can try and rebuild his value. Hopefully he shoots the ball well for us and we can trade him next year. That would be an interesting way for Brooklyn to kind of go about things with that situation. Detroit, they have cap space. They would love to get Cam Johnson. Now, their draft pick situation is a little complicated because they owe their 2025 first, and with the protections, they can't trade out for a few years. I believe 2029 is their first legitimate tradable first-round pick at this point in time, but they could maybe amend that kind of trade with the Timberwolves, make their pick this year unprotected and open up flexibility. Atlanta, another team that I think is a great fit for Cam Johnson. His off-ball skills, catch and shoot game, his catch and rip and go scoring. This is a guy like Cam Johnson's shooting nearly 50, 40, 90 this year, and he's scoring 20 points a game. So this is a player who, like, people are going to underrate him a little bit. This is a guy who is like playing near all-star caliber this year. And if you look at Atlanta, like, while, yes, I know Jalen Johnson's out this season now with a torn labrum, what they can do is use Clint Capella's salary and try and build a team, not just address the need this year with Johnson out, but kind of build a team that makes sense around Trae Young and Jalen Johnson. And I think Cam Johnson would make perfect sense there. The timeline matches up pretty well. He's only 2 years older than Trae Young, a few years older, of course, than Jalen Johnson, but this team would be all under 30 years old. For the most part, and Cam Johnson would slot in really, really well as kind of another hybrid forward next to Jalen Johnson, who does so many different good things for Atlanta long-term as well. Chicago's just kind of a no for Cam Johnson. The rest of these teams here, Like Charlotte would make some sense, honestly, if they could get something done, but I just don't really look at Charlotte as a buyer this trade deadline for kind of obvious reasons. Everyone wants Oklahoma City to do it. I'm telling you right now, I don't think OKC will. I think OKC values, first of all, their chemistry, the way that the team is built and organized right now. But then secondly, I think that they are looking for more trades like they made last night, where they push some of these upcoming picks backward a year or 2 years or 3 years to keep their flexibility alive. Houston could be a Cam Johnson team. They have, of course, these expiring salaries. And like, as I'm going through this, the entire point of this is for you guys to see, oh my goodness, there's a lot of teams that make sense for Cam Johnson. Memphis is especially one of them, which is what this question here from Wayno really talks about. Marcus Smart's salary, super usable in a trade. Getting Cam Johnson would be a very substantial upgrade for Memphis on their roster. So I think he would be a real tremendous get for them if something materialized. Lakers probably not really in the market at this point. I don't think. The Clippers probably not. Phoenix obviously can't either after trading him away. They're just not going to have the picks or assets to probably go get it done, or the salaries either. Like that's one of the big downfalls here for Phoenix too. So yeah, it's just kind of how things sit with Cam Johnson. Mind of Ball wants to talk about Lonzo to Detroit. So let's go take a look at what that could look like. Again, I appreciate you guys all being in here. Really do appreciate you all a ton. You guys are asking great questions. We have over 640 people watching live right now, which is absolutely incredible. Make sure to subscribe if you are new. Remember, on the day of the NBA trade deadline, the chat will be in subscriber-only mode quite a bit. Not the entire time, but quite a bit. So I want to make sure you guys are subscribed early so you don't have any concerns or questions on why you can't comment on Thursday for stretches of the stream. It's because, again, I'm going to have it in subscriber-only mode. Because last year at the trade deadline, we had over 5,000 people watching live. It gets really crazy and hectic and busy on Thursday. So just a little bit of a forewarning here for you guys. You awesome 700 people watching right now, you'll have a little bit of a heads up and a head start over some of the other people who are just tuning in for the first time. But when it comes to a Lonzo Ball trade to Detroit, remember the biggest thing is the Pistons have actual cap space. So they don't have to send out a ton of salary. Simone Fontecchio's contract works in this. And I think Fontecchio actually works out pretty well here because you look at Chicago, they're actually lining up to be a team with cap space in 2026 if you look at their salaries. Vucevic, 2 years left. Huerter, who they just got, and Collins, who they just got, 2 years left. Kobe White, 2 years left. Jalen Smith has 3 years. But otherwise, like all of their contracts, 2 years left, 2 years left. And some of them are expiring along the way too. The Bulls could be a serious cap space team in 2026 and can make a run at a variety of different players. So we'll see if Chicago is able to do something like that. But then here from the Pistons, what they could do is trade this 2025 second round pick via Toronto, and you have a done deal. This uses the Pistons cap space and gets a player who I think is a pretty substantial upgrade over Simone Fontecchio when he's actually on the court. Mel wants to know which center the Lakers are looking to acquire. I do think, this will be a callback to yesterday. A lot of you might have been here yesterday when you saw me kind of propose this exact same trade, but I think this is the winning package to go get a guy like Nick Claxton from Brooklyn. And when it comes to draft picks, you offer this 2030 first round swap, and you offer this 2031 first round pick, and maybe even the Nets send back a second rounder or two, right? Like you even maybe get something like this where it opens your trade flexibility just a little bit more if you're Los Angeles in a way. But some kind of composition like this. First in a swap, 2 contracts the Nets don't really want or care about, but they're in there for salary matching purposes. And the Lakers get themselves a center who can really, really defend the rim, can screen and roll, has really good touch around the rack, led the NBA a few years ago in field goal percentage. And I think with Luka Doncic specifically, you look at the success that Derek Lively had. You look at the success immediately Daniel Gafford found in Dallas as a lob threat. Nick Claxton is the perfect kind of big here on paper to put with Luka Doncic. And some people might say, well, yeah, but he's making $27 million. Here's the thing. Let's go take a look at this contract for Nick Claxton and why I'm not worried about this. If we can, the modified contract does not seem to be working. Maybe if I undo the trade, here we go. Now it might be working if I, the trade machine's being a little weird. Okay, let's go back over to Brooklyn. If we go to the Nets here, Nick Claxton, we look at his contract. descending contract. So he's actually making less money each and every year, which would help the Lakers going forward with flexibility, fitting guys in. As Luka Doncic's new contracts start to hit, Claxton's salary would actually be decreasing, which would be very, very good for their team overall building and kind of setting up the situation there. Balt says Dinwiddie to the Bucks. I don't think Dallas will be trading Dinwiddie. They need to keep him for their overall roster construction. Like Finesse is saying here, I think the Lakers just need lob threats. I think that's what they're looking for. Other Lakers big men that could make some possible sense here. We could stay on the topic of Brooklyn. You look at someone like Day'Ron Sharpe, only making $4 million. Could you do something in the ballpark of Christian Wood, an expiring contract, plus Cam Reddish in this type of deal? And in this situation, like, you're going to have to probably give up, maybe this 2031 first round swap. And now you're saying, well, obviously that won't work with the Claxton trade, and you're completely right. But something like this, Sharp could be like a really nice budgetary get where he's not going to be as expensive. It doesn't hurt your flexibility. You still have the 2031 first to trade. Maybe the Nets could go out, or the Lakers could go out and use that pick in another trade and try and replenish their depth. View Day'Ron Sharpe as like a really good backup big man for them if they wanted to go that way and try and get two centers at the trade deadline this year. Sharpe on the season is shooting 49% from the floor. He's averaging 8 points a game and 6 boards. He's been pretty productive all in all, I think, all things considered. He's shooting 76% from the line. He does shoot the three ball a little bit, one attempt a game, but he's not very successful on those. So I don't know. I prefer the Nick Claxton route, but I just wanted to cover this as a potential option for Los Angeles that maybe they would really look into and consider. Otherwise, if it's not going to be them, maybe some 3-team composition where Capella and his salary goes to Los Angeles, and maybe you could use Gabe Vincent and Jared Vanderbilt's contracts to get to that money. I don't know. Obviously, Capella's found success throughout his career playing with Harden and Trae Young. He's played with a lot of high-volume lob throwers, and I think his fit with Luka would make some significant sense as a result of that. Buckets Prod says no to Kyle Kuzma. That's exactly how I feel. Jokic is untouchable, but Finesse, you can't blame him. You can't even blame Lakers fans because of the stuff that they mock up is absolutely crazy. So, Fikey here says no good news for my Bulls. The good news is you guys have a direction now, which is losing. Neminia says Nico Harrison is a bozo. He is. Mel says, what do you have New Orleans direction being? Are they rebuilding or trying to be a playoff team next year? I think the Pelicans are going to be like kind of the dark horse freak team of the deadline here in a lot of ways. One of the potential avenues I could see is Zion to Golden State for Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. And you might want this 2025 first-round pick in the deal too. This is the type of deal that would significantly shake up the NBA. Now, again, this is going to have issues because of the apron status. So we went through this yesterday as well as a problem here. But if you look at the money situation on this, like, there's ways to get around it. You know, if you throw in Lindy Waters, we look at the money now, like, The issue here is still Golden State's like $600,000 over, so you'd probably have to include someone else, which, again, it gets a little messy, but there's ways to figure this out, right? Like, you could send Gary Payton somewhere and get some other salary back. So I don't have the exact package here, but this is like the beginning framework, the beginning installation of a trade. John Lewis says, community challenge. This is amazing content. These marathons can tap you. Imagine if everyone tip just $1, that would be huge. $5 from each of us would be an amazing encouragement. John, thank you so much for the $10. That would be a crazy community challenge if everyone donated $1. Now, listen, no pressure from me at all. I do appreciate all of the super chats, of course, a ton. We got to get some more W's for John in the chat. Let's see some W's fly in here for John right now. Again, he's been a longtime supporter. And if you guys are able and willing to super chat, donate, like, again, it's completely voluntary. I, of course, appreciate it a ton. It helps support me a lot in what I do here. Of course, taking the entire week off to stream for the NBA trade deadline, covering it as religiously as I do, honestly. So, again, the super chats do go a long way in supporting us. So, John, thank you again. I love the idea of a community challenge. But, again, I don't want to pressure anyone either. But thank you all so much. Of course, now on the ticker, we have some of the biggest trades that have been going down. Eric here says, man, I wanted to bring Jordan Clarkson home. How does he always fly under trade deadlines? So here's the thing about Jordan Clarkson. At this point in time, I just don't know how beneficial of a player he would be for San Antonio specifically. You look at like the shot creation on this team. Obviously, they want Castle to continue growing and developing. Chris Paul, when he's on the court, he's going to have the ball in his hands a decent amount of the time. Now, I think his volume this year is depleted a little bit, but still in the ball in his hands a lot. De'Aaron Fox is going to have the ball in his hands a lot. Vassell's a great off-ball player, and Wemby's going to command the ball. So even though Clarkson's been a good player throughout his career, I just don't know if there's really a fit now at this point for San Antonio after the De'Aaron Fox trade. And I think, Eric, that's kind of what you're acknowledging too. Galici here says Doncic had bought a $15 million house in Dallas a week before the trade. He's going to have to figure out some selling, that's for sure. Edward, he's stepping up to the plate with John's community challenge here with the $1 super chat. I appreciate you a ton, Edward. Appreciate you so very much. Edward's been a huge W. Let's get some W's in the chat here for Edward too. Appreciate you guys a ton. The super chats, again, do go a long way in supporting the channel. And I really do appreciate you guys. Van Alphen here says, shout out from the Philippines. Shout out to you. One of my favorite parts about doing YouTube, we got people watching from all over the world. People watch from Japan. I look at the demographics on YouTube, and it tells me where people are watching from. And, I've got people from all over, a lot of people from all over the United States, people from Toronto, people from Canada who care about the Raptors a ton. Got people from the Philippines, got people from Japan and China. We have people from the Koreas. It's honestly insane. So shout out to everyone who is watching. Of course, a lot of people from Europe as well. So it's absolutely insane. Wupo says Nuggets going to trade Jokic for Bam and 2 firsts. That's basically what Dallas did, man. Basically what Dallas did. Mike says rim running centers and spot-up shooter. Love playing with Trey, so not everyone hates him. Yeah, those are the type of players that fit with Trae Young extremely easily. So Dunbar says, hope the Kuzma to Milwaukee doesn't happen. Yeah, I hope not either. I just think defensively that team would be pretty rough. Now, Kuzma, if Kuzma is attentive and on a winning team, the defense might look a little bit better. You think back to some of his days in Los Angeles, but I would stay away from Kuzma if I was a team trying to win. PJ Clay and Gafford and 3 firsts to the Suns for Kevin Durant cooking. I mean, could you imagine Dallas's long-term future? Oh man, I think that would be a really good trade for Phoenix. I think that would be a really good trade for Phoenix. Let's actually cook it up in the trade machine right now. I wonder. Here's the thing. I think this is actually really important. Kevin Durant's a Nike guy. Nico Harrison, of course, came from being a Nike executive, and Kevin Durant is a Nike guy. So I don't know. Never say never. $51 million, though, is really, really hard to get to. But Dallas does have that ability here with these 3 contracts like you had named. Man, I hate this. I really do not like this at all. But we're going to throw these 3 first-round picks in. Nice. They updated the Lakers first in there today, too. Shout out to fans, but, man, they've been watching the streams as well, so I appreciate that. Now, it's going to say that it doesn't work because of the 2028 first, but that is not fully accurate, I believe, because they have a swap option that year in 2028. So this actually does work. Now, the Mavericks might include some other salary in here, like Exum, for example, to get the money a little bit closer as well. Now, again, roster compliance is like something the Mavs would just sign more players. So it wouldn't be a problem. But this kind of trade, I mean, I think the Phoenix Suns would win this significantly. It would be really funny seeing Klay Thompson teammates with Devin Booker. I think that would be really funny. But I don't know. We'll see. Would be crazy. Would be really crazy. Terrence here says Cam Johnson has been shopped. He's going to go for more than Luka did. So here's the thing. I think we, when we're talking about draft picks, yes, but Anthony Davis is worth multiple firsts as well. So you have to factor that into the value. I still hate the trade for Dallas. I really do. But, keep that in mind as well. Mind a Ball, thank you for the $1 as well. Appreciate you, Mind a Ball. Shout out to the profile picture there. Dennis Smith Jr. and LeBron James. Man, I miss the Dennis Smith Jr. days. Back when being a Mavs fan was really a lot of fun. Rookie year, Luka Doncic. Beginning of the second year of Dennis Smith Jr.'s career before DSJ got traded. I was so excited about that team. Wupo says, no, the billionaires colluded. They can make more money if Luka is in LA. I don't really think that's part of it. I just think the Mavericks are dumb. Scotto here says NBA contracts are wild. They really are. I mean, $51 million a year here for Durant, and Luka's about to sign for $75 million a year in 3 years. So, M. Karki wants to have me recap the trades that happened. So yes, the trades that have happened. The big one so far: the Dallas Mavericks trade Luka Doncic, Maxi, Kleber, and Markieff Morris to the Los Angeles Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, who makes his debut tonight for Dallas, and a 2029 Lakers first-round pick. The Utah Jazz in that deal ate Jalen Hood-Scifino salary and got 2 second-round picks in 2025. The Spurs made a trade as well for De'Aaron Fox and Jordan McLaughlin. The Sacramento Kings landed Zach LaVine in that deal, 2 first-round picks ultimately and 5 second-round picks, as well as Sidy Cissoko, who was a former second-rounder by San Antonio. And then the Bulls got their 2025 first-round pick back, which I think opened up a lot of flexibility for them. They also got Tre Jones, who, he's another guard. I don't know really. Chicago just has a lot of guards right now, but he's there. And then they also ate the salaries of Zach Collins and Kevin Huerter. So all in all, I think it was a pretty balanced trade. I think the Spurs were the big winners in it. I gave them an A+ grade. But all in all, I was very happy. Eugene here says Nick Claxton. M. Karki, I'm going to put you in timeout here so we don't. Biggest thing is do not spam. I just don't want you guys to spam because I'm going to get to your comments. I'm a little bit behind. Muhammad here says, aren't the Lakers rebuilding now that they've committed to Luka? I wouldn't say rebuilding. They're retooling, and I think there's a significant difference here. When it comes to draft picks, they have this 2031 first-round pick to trade. They can offer swap options on 2030, 2028, or 2026. They have a lot of swap option years that they can include into trades, and they have this second-round pick. It's not a lot to work with, but it's something. This 2031 first can be used. It's valuable. Teams like Brooklyn, Oklahoma City, others would be very interested in that kind of pick. Okay, let's go to a team that I could see them trading with. Someone that has a center that would maybe be willing to part with that big man in the right kind of trade, in the right kind of package. There's a few. We talked about DeAndre Ayton yesterday. I wouldn't do it if I was LA. I don't think the Lakers ultimately do either, but he's a name. We've talked about Walker Kessler. I don't think ultimately that the Lakers have enough to get Walker Kessler at this point in time. So we're going to skip on Walker Kessler. Looking at the other possible options in here, of course, you have Indiana. People will want Miles Turner. I just don't think Miles Turner is going to happen. So, it could though. I'm gonna mock it just so that everyone understands what a package could look like because the salaries do line up really, really easily here. The biggest thing here is that the Lakers have to send out more salary than they take in. That's exactly what they do here in this trade, sending out $100,000 more than they take in. And if they do something like this for Miles Turner, you might just have a done deal. This would be the first time really in Luka's career that he plays with a real dominant stretch big man, someone who can really block shots at the rim. Miles Turner's not the best inside defender. He really isn't, but he blocks shots. He's at least a presence there. And he shoots threes. And I think that would be extremely valuable. The fit between Halliburton and Turner's been tremendous. Some people will say, well, Porzingis. The Mavericks didn't let Porzingis play center. So it just wasn't the same. Miles Turner would play center for the Lakers, and it would be incredible. So if the Mavericks would have just let Porzingis play center, which when he did, he was dominant the games that Dwight Powell was out, but they never figured that out. So Eugene here says, I like Nick Claxton for the Lakers. Great defender, can switch to any position. So he's switch E. I wouldn't say you just want to let him switch all the time, but he's definitely switch E. So thank you for the comment here, Eugene. Appreciate you a lot. Leon J says, do the Spurs make another move? I think that they could be a team to watch for Cam Johnson. So we talked about the Cam Johnson situation already. Now, I didn't focus too much on San Antonio in that discussion a little bit earlier. So let's mock up a trade here that could make some sense. 770 people watching live, by the way. Really do appreciate you guys a ton. A trade for Cam Johnson, I think, works pretty smoothly because you have Keldon Johnson's contract here. You also have Blake Wesley's contract, which would not only get the money to work, but Brooklyn would also save a little bit of money here and actually be able to dip below the luxury tax, I'm pretty sure. So with that in mind, or dip and stay below the tax. I think that's one of the most important things for Brooklyn here too. And when it comes to draft picks, you have these 2 first-round picks here, one via Atlanta, one via San Antonio itself. And if you're making a win-now trade, you would assume after getting Fox and after getting Cam Johnson that this team is just quite a bit better. Keldon Johnson, who's been playing pretty well over the last week or so, I think this is a really strong framework to a trade. I think one that would make a lot of sense for both sides involved. So love seeing all the W's fly in. Sean says you do the worst trades for Golden State. I mean, the Warriors don't have a lot of tradable stuff. So, I don't know what to tell you. Wupo says the best option for Lakers is Claxton, and it's not close. Luka plays better with mobile bigs. I agree with this. I also, here's the thing, though. I think Miles Turner is a really strong option, too, because having a stretch big is just a playoff cheat code, especially in the West. If you're trying to beat Nikola Jokic, one thing that Jokic doesn't do well is defend stretch bigs. If you're trying to beat Oklahoma City, I think having a stretch big man might open up the court in ways that they didn't have that option last year in Dallas with Gafford and Lively. So we'll see how it happens. But Troy Dilworth wants to know how we do the super chats. To be honest, I don't exactly know. Let me see if I can figure it out real quick. In the I think it's in the bottom right. If you're on mobile, there's a little dollar bill sign in the bottom right by the comment, where you would comment. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know for certain. So don't quote me on that. But Twig Gaming Channel says, hey, at Utility Sports, glad to be back. And I just wanted to say I absolutely hate the Clarkson fit as a Spurs fan. We need a center. So the question here for San Antonio, if they were to go for a center, is it's how many minutes per game do you want this guy to play? And if the answer is 10 minutes, you don't want to trade meaningful stuff for a guy to be a backup only to Victor Wembanyama. What I think is best for San Antonio long term, and what I really want them to try and figure out how to do, is to find some kind of mobile-ish big man, someone who can play a little bit of the 4 and a little bit of the 5. And those players, they're kind of rare. They're hard to come by, but someone like Larry Nance could make a lot of sense in that kind of capacity. Now, you have Chris Paul's contract to trade, but again, I'm not sure if something like that really makes the most sense. So maybe you do Branham plus, Charles Bassey, plus in this deal you do not Julian Champagny, definitely not, but you throw Blake Wesley in. And financially, you get to a spot where this might not quite work. In fact, it does actually, but it's kind of close on the money, I'm sure. And then you throw a couple of second-round picks to Atlanta for Larry Nance, and by a couple I mean probably 3. Larry Nance could be a kind of interesting fit for this team. Now it does cost 3 young players. Bassey himself is a pretty solid young big, but Nance is just better and would fit with Wemby on the court, and then also could play a little bit of small ball 5 for you when Wemby's sitting. So, JK Memes, welcome to the stream today. Ethan says, yes, I cooked. Welcome to the stream as well. Marby Dog says, I think Dallas feels good about Heat they have this year, about what they have this year. Yeah, probably. Steven says, I'd die laughing if Dallas traded for Zion. Wupo says Najee has to go as well. I mean, I think keeping Najee, they're trying to build a defense first team. If you just give up Najee Marshall as well, it'd be crazy. I don't know. I just don't know. Nico might. You never know. You never know about Nico. Mike says, so not only did the Mavs trade Luka, they trade the legendary shooter who signed with the team with them to win a title less than a year into his deal. This is a competition for lack of loyalty. I mean, they're already off to a good start. He's getting his Nike guys. That's all he cares about, the Nike guys. Brian K says Zion has only played 42% of his games in his career. I doubt any team trades for him at the deadline, maybe in the offseason if he plays most games the rest of the year. I think it depends on the value, Brian. If it's 1 first-round pick and 1 okay-ish young player, I could see a team really talking themselves into it because it's Zion Williamson. The name brand is extreme. Troy Delaware, thank you for the 2. He says, Brogdon or Lonzo best fit for the Rockets or Olynyk? The Olynyk one is interesting. Now, I don't think the Olynyk one is as likely. Obviously, it would be a reunion there in Houston. But when we look at the Rockets themselves and their overall team construction, yes, a lot of this has, I think, been predicated because of injuries. Jabari Smith Jr. missing some time. Tari Eason's missed some time. But I just don't really know if there's a real role for Kelly Olynyk come playoff time because of the presence of course, all-star center Şengün, but then also Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr. You have Steven Adams. Like, I just don't know if Olynyk is good enough to get a lot of play time. So I think, like, if you look at a guard position, like, you have Van Vliet, you have Jalen Green, you have Amin Thompson, and while Reed Shepherd's not playing right now either, you don't really, like, have that, kind of fourth guard if you're looking for that. I think it fits better than a third power forward, like, or a third center. So I think, like, some kind of deal for Lonzo, again, I think does make more sense than Olynyk and Lonzo for a second-round pick, like. And the one thing you can offer Chicago, which, again, I think they would be very receptive to, is just expiring contracts. Jock Landale, Jeff Green, and Jayshawn Tate, all very much set up in a way that could make a ton of sense. And you throw in, the second-round pick and maybe even one more second-rounder just to get a deal done, just to be happy with it. And it's going to say failed here because of it would help if I put Lonzo Ball into the trade. That would probably help. There we go. It's going to say success now. But Troy, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you. Andy C, thank you for the 5. Let's get some W's in the chat for everybody who's been super chatting. W Troy and W Andy. Appreciate you guys a ton. Who should Kings get as a backup center without giving up Trey Lyles? Sabonis can't keep on playing 40 minutes a game if we want a playoff run to last. So let's go take a look at the Kings. Now, one of the issues I'm kind of seeing with the Kings here specifically, if you're not trading Trey Lyles, it's hard to find salaries you're going to want to move. Like, Colby Jones might be your starting point in a trade then. And then it's like, okay, well, who are you getting? Jalen Smith's not an option. He makes too much money. Like, let's go through the teams. Like, obviously, some of these top teams are not going to give up some of their players. Maybe Xavier Tillman could be included in the trade. So something like Xavier Tillman for Colby Jones, and you make like a straight up trade like this. I mean, for some reason, Colby Jones is not in the deal. Here we go. Colby Jones to the Celtics. Something like this. Straight up trade, right? Colby Jones to Boston. Celtics get a younger player who is a former high second round pick. Kings get a center who could maybe fill some minutes for them this season. Like, again, if I'm Sacramento, I wouldn't make this kind of trade, but you don't have the salaries. I think that's the biggest thing I'm trying to show here. We Stack Chips, he says, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Really hope you guys are enjoying 700 people watching live. Let's get a little refresh here on the likes right now. Also, if you guys are curious on best ways to support me or support Utility Sports, I've got a great way for you right here. If you go to the description, there is a link in there for my brand new Substack. Got coverage on a whole bunch of different things, specifically covering the NBA, a whole bunch of different crazy stuff. Now it's brand new. Some of these articles were like kind of, well, they're real articles, but they're also test articles for me to figure out the website. So there's going to be a lot more coming out very, very soon. I really hope you guys do enjoy this. Link is in the description for that. Make sure to go join. Avery says, hello from the Bahamas. Welcome, Avery, to the stream. Brian King says, sadly, this was 5 years ago. Kyrie, Clay, and KD would be unstoppable and a non-consensus pick to win it all. Jamie here says, thoughts on the absolute massive Hornets and OKC trade. I thought it was pretty good for both sides. Hornets are taking a bet against Phoenix in that trade, in my opinion, and the Suns were extending their trade window by pushing a pick back by a season, which I thought was smart for both teams, honestly, given their context and everything. That Suns pick in 2029 that Charlotte got might be in the top 40, which would be pretty good. Galici here says, Mavs reason, like broke countries, they have debt so they increase taxes, but all it does is kill economic growth. I mean, they traded Luka Doncic. Their bet was against a 25-year-old superstar. So Twig Gaming Channel here wants to know about Duop Reith. Let's go over there to the trade machine. And Duop Reith is an interesting name because he's another guy. He's also someone who could make sense for Sacramento. So let's go over here first to Portland. Duop Reith could make some theoretical sense in a trade for, let's go back and put Colby Jones back in this deal. Something like this between these two teams could make some legitimate sense here. Reith for Colby Jones straight up, I mean, gives the Kings a body. Otherwise, though, if we're looking at the Spurs, like, here's the thing. I'm not very high on Duop Reith. He's already 28 years old. As a second-year player, like, I'm not high on it, but, like, you do some kind of deal like this. And to be honest, I'd rather just play Sandro Mamukelashvili. I would. I think Mamukelashvili is better than Duop Reith at a lot of different things. But Duop Reith is kind of a stretch big. So Y says, thank the Lord. He's talking about how he doesn't like toxic Luka fanboys. I mean, Luka was the best player on the team, though. So Blue Stampede says, as a Pacers fan, I don't see our front office trading him. Talking about Miles Turner, I think you're right. I don't think Miles Turner will get traded ultimately. Mel says, your thoughts on Max Christie as a player? Why was he chosen over Dalton Connect? He's a better defensive player. He's actually a pretty good young defensive-minded player. So for Dallas, who's taken this defensive mindset of playing Quentin Grimes and Max Christie and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively and PJ Washington and Anthony Davis and Najee Marshall, like they do have a very good defensive team. And this is something that, like, while my coverage around the trade has been very negative for Dallas, their team right now is quite good. I do have to say that. Like, the Mavericks are quite good. But I just don't know if I'm like super excited about the long-term future for Dallas, which is the reason I'm not optimistic on that trade. And like Marby Dog saying here, I don't think Indiana is going to trade Miles Turner. If you watch my trade deadline predictions video, you would know that I talked about that. Kylan here says, what type of move or moves will the Pistons make? Zion possibly. I think if Detroit and New Orleans work out a deal, I just don't think that a trade for Zion is the most likely here. I think something centered around Ingram or CJ McCollum is the more likely thing. And I think McCollum specifically is one that makes a good deal of sense, because this kind of trade right here, financially, if you look at the salaries, this kind of trade is really, really close to working. And you could, finagle some salaries around here, whatever has to happen. But it's going to say failed here because it's going to be within, you see like the difference. And it's because of the cap hit here. It's $14.6 million. So I think we have to get like closer to like 14.2 or something. So I think if we just throw in, like, not that Bobby Clinton's going to get traded, but we do something like this and it'll say success because of the cap room Detroit has. So and then when it comes to picks, like Detroit would give up this Toronto pick, which is going to be in the high 30s probably, and like 2 more second rounders or something like this. So, the Pelicans also dip below the luxury tax by a lot with this. So it opens up flexibility for them going forward to probably keep Brandon Ingram. Muhammad here says, hit the like, subscribe, and donation button, folks. Thank you, Muhammad, for the comment here. Appreciate you guys a ton. Make sure you do hit that like button. It lets me know I'm doing a good job here. It's really all it does. It doesn't really help me on YouTube much other than just letting me know you guys are enjoying, and that's the most important thing to me anyway. So we have 255 likes right now. You guys have been absolutely killing it. JK Memes here says, my soul belongs to Jesus. Love that for you, JK. Marby Dog says, Zion being traded to Country Buffet. Keldon Johnson is the definition of inconsistent, but the Spurs love his locker room presence. They probably value him more than other teams do. Yeah, but I think like after making a win now move for Cam Johnson, I don't think that they're gonna not make that kind of trade. So I don't think that they're like immediately off of making that kind of trade is what I mean to say. I'm not saying that they for sure do either. I just, when it comes to making some kind of trade for Cam Johnson, like Keldon Johnson's salary now with Zach Collins gone is like essential in that deal. DJ says, what about DeAndre Ayton to the Lakers? I just don't really see that happening. I really don't. James Harden says Durant to Houston would be a perfect fit if it wasn't for his age. I agree. I think Durant does a lot of the things Houston would need, but he's really old compared to the rest of their core, and I just think trading for him would be kind of irresponsible. Mikkel says, my bad prediction for this trade deadline, Jimmy Butler does not get traded. Too many teams to get it done. Interesting take. Now, I do ultimately think something will happen, and that something will really stem from Miami taking less than they should. I think Miami's just going to say, we're going to wash our hands of him and get him gone for whatever we can do. And they're going to help teams out by getting something done like that. Again, welcome everyone to the stream. Almost 1,000 people watching, just a little under 800, which is crazy. 2 days away from the trade deadline yet. Let me look something up. So let me update this banner here. So the trade deadline is February 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. This is my first year streaming on Eastern time, by the way. I, of course, moved toward the East Coast. So now I'm on Eastern time, which is what the NBA typically kind of runs on. The NBA operates off of Eastern time. So now that I'm in the Eastern time, I had to adjust here. I'm used to it. Before I was streaming on Central time, so I was always used to a 2 p.m. Trade deadline, but it's 3 p.m. Eastern time. So that's what I have to adjust to here. Flexer says, is there a way for the Spurs to get Naz Reid by using the remaining pieces? I feel he's perfect. I do think Naz Reid would be tremendous in San Antonio, although he's really not a center. He's more of a forward, and he's kind of a hybrid forward, kind of a small forward, power forward, more than he is a power forward center. I know people are going to say, well, at LSU, yeah, we're talking about the NBA, not college basketball now. But Naz Reid would be awesome, but I don't think the Wolves will trade him at all. They would have to get like a lot. You'd have to trade like at least 3 firsts, which I know sounds crazy, but he's on a really good contract. So Nick Thompson says, at Utility Sports, what do you think the Raptors are going to do this trade deadline? Do you think Raptors could get Cam Johnson or Brandon Ingram? Or what do you think Raptors should do to make us better? I think the Ingram thing is probably the most likely outcome, and it's going to be a result of a multi-team trade. I'm not going to mock up the entire trade right now, just because it's, again, a convoluted effort. But ultimately, just so everyone can kind of be aware of what would happen, it would be, I mean, it might just be best to mock up the full trade, honestly. But let's get Detroit in here. Or maybe Washington. Washington might be the best team to include here. We're going to send Jimmy to Phoenix. Okay. We're going to send Brandon Ingram to the Raptors. We're going to send Bruce Brown's expiring salary to the Heat. We're going to send Chris Boucher's expiring salary to the Heat. And then from in this deal yet too, if you're looking at what's missing, Bradley Beal needs to go somewhere. And then this is where things get a little tricky. You're going to have to include some other team or combination, which is like why Bradley Beal goes to, in this situation, like this is the whole problem though with it, which is why like we haven't seen this trade actually come to fruition. Not only do all of these teams, which is going to take 4 or 5 of them because of the new apron rules and the restrictions and everything, but it also hinges on Beal saying yes to a place. And Beal might just say, no, I'm not going anywhere. And then the whole Jimmy Butler thing falls apart, which is why a team like Milwaukee still has a chance to maybe get in on Jimmy Butler at the deadline if something actually makes sense. SoupNet wants to know who the Lakers are trading Kleber for. I think the Lakers might just flat out keep Kleber. When it comes to Los Angeles, first of all, Kleber and Doncic have a pretty good relationship. And also Kleber, right now he's injured. You do have this $11 million salary, but the issue is, since he was just recently traded for, you can't combine his salary with anything else. So you would have to trade him essentially for another $11 million or less player, roughly, which, I mean, there's a few players out there that could be awesome for them, like Aaron Nesmith, but Indiana's not going to do that unless you gave up like a first, which, I mean, I don't think you're doing that for Aaron Nesmith. Chris Boucher, maybe, but again, I just don't know if that's something that is actually going to make sense. Like that kind of deal would be, I mean, let's just do it because I think it's something that like isn't a non-starter for either side, but Kleber to the Raptors, Boucher back to the Lakers, and the Lakers give up this 2025 second round pick. Like, I don't know. Raptors fans probably want even a little bit more, honestly, for Boucher, but something like this is doable, workable. I don't know. I don't hate it. Boucher's lengthy and is having a pretty good offensive season. So love seeing those W's fly in, by the way. Appreciate you guys all the time. I know I'm a little bit behind in the comments, but I feel like we're having a great time here talking through possible trades. You guys are absolutely killing it. Garrett says, I think the Rockets should trade for SGA. I mean, after the Luka trade, anything's possible, right? Anything is possible. Pat here says Silver wants Lakers to be relevant and sacrificing other teams and loyal fans. This isn't an NBA thing. Like, here's the thing. If you were an owner of one of the other 29 teams, including Dallas, do you think you would be happy with Adam Silver doing this? No, this is not real. Adam Silver did not do this. It's the Mavericks being stupid. Josh Hive says, just subscribe. Can't wait for other news. Appreciate you, Josh. Glad to have you in here. Let's check the live subscriber count right now. What I want to do, let me see if I can set this up in the way that I want to. I'm going to have to look for it. See live count. Here we go. Let me bring this over here to this tab. Okay. Let me set this up now so you guys can see the live subscriber count. You can see it grow There we are. There's the live subscriber count. Look at that. Just went up one. 28,766. Everyone smash that subscribe button right now. Let's see this number grow. See how many subscribers we can get in the next 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to leave this up on the screen for 2 minutes. Let's see how many subscribers we can have this number jump and grow. Again, thank you all so much for your continued support. I really do appreciate you all a ton. You guys are absolutely killing it. Vita Cheer says someone should trade for Micic. Definitely could be someone who fits pretty well somewhere. Thank you, everyone who is hitting that subscribe button. Look at that number. Keep going up. You guys are killing it. D Brown says, I thought Luka was untouchable. Me too, man. Marby Dog says Ingram to the Clippers. I just don't really see it. The Clippers don't have a lot of big salaries that they're going to be willing to trade big because of how well Norman Powell's playing this year. Shout out to everyone who is hitting that subscribe button right now. You guys are absolutely killing it. Mike said Luka trade was bad because it's Luka, but AD is not child liver. He's worth close to 4 to 5 picks by himself. Yeah, he's really good. The only issue is he's so much older than the other core nucleus of the Mavs outside of Kyrie Irving. You look at, PJ, Daniel Gafford, Lively, like these are all players in their mid to early 20s. He's like, the team was kind of set up to be good for a while with Luka, and now they're not. So Jeremy here says, was thinking sorry about Luka getting moved for the NBA long-term success. This is a huge move for the entire league. When the Lakers, Knicks, Celtics are great, the NBA is rewarded. Still sucks. I mean, like, I get it, but if you're a fan of the other teams, you don't want people thinking that, oh, well, the Lakers and Celtics are just going to win the West and East. Like, it's not good for viewership. So, I don't know. Look at that number continue to skyrocket. Appreciate you guys. I'm, again, just going to leave it up there for another, 30 seconds or so. Muhammad says, can the Warriors get a second superstar without giving up Jonathan Kuminga? Probably not. I mean, maybe if they trade all the draft picks that they can and offer a whole bunch of swaps, but we'll see. John here says Nas is staying in Minnesota. I completely agree with that. The Wolves are not going to trade him. I just would be completely shocked. Wupo says maybe Bill can go to Pelicans and McCollum to the Pistons, and Pelicans get a bunch of picks. The issue, again, though, is you need Bill to sign off on that. So with the no trade clause, he controls his future. Why would he want to go to New Orleans when he's in Phoenix? Yeah, exactly what Glitchy's saying here. And this was my trade prediction. If you guys go back to my trade deadline predictions, now some of that stuff was wrong. I said I didn't think the Kings would trade De'Aaron Fox. I was wrong. I mean, that materialized so fast. The news came out that they were going to look to trade him, and then they traded him after that video all came out. So some stuff in that video has been wrong already. But my prediction in that video was that Bradley Beal will not waive his no trade clause, and he'll stay in Phoenix. And that's ultimately what kind of seems like might happen at this point. But you never know. We've still got about 48-ish hours, 51 hours or so until the actual trade deadline. So we will see. Vidic is the GOAT here, says trading Doncic to get rid of Kleber isn't a positive. Well, they didn't do that to get rid of Kleber. They did it to get Anthony Davis because he's Nico Harrison's boy. Appreciate everyone who has been tuning in today. Rob here says, hi, new to the channel. What do you think will happen to Austin Reeves now that Luka is here, 6-man, or get moved? It will be sad if he got moved as well, though. So here's the thing. Austin Reeves is just a little bit older than Luka Doncic. So they could look at him as the long-term secondary initiator of their offense. I think, this is where having a good idea of what the Lakers have on roster is really important. So let's just take a gander at their team, okay? Starting lineup, we'll have LeBron, Luka Doncic, maybe Rui, maybe Austin Reeves, maybe Dalton Connect. Those are the core pieces, and then obviously you're going to start a center. So right now Jackson Hayes, but this is a big filler, right? There's going to be some center that they get that fills that void. So let's assume they trade Hachimura and they trade Gabe Vincent for Nick Claxton. We'll just assume that's the trade they make, okay? They have LeBron, Luka, they have Reeves. That's 3 of your 5 starters. You have Nick Claxton as the 4th, and Dorian Finney-Smith's your 5th starter. That's a very congruent, good roster. That's a very good lineup. But, you could start Dalton Connect. You could go LeBron and Luka with Connect in the starting lineup. Bring Reeves as the 6th man with Dorian and Claxton as in your starting 5. Which I think would be pretty good. I'd be rocking out with that. Let's get some lasers in here for the Lakers. I mean, if you're a Lakers fan, you should be really extremely excited because this guy, it's shocking that he even got traded. He's unbelievable. So It's really, really, really crazy that he got traded. Couch in here says, I see that both Torrey Craig and Chris Duarte were waived by the Bulls. Where do you think they will sign? Duarte, I could see ending up in like Brooklyn or in Miami. I think Duarte in Brooklyn specifically makes the most sense because he was a king. Jordi Fernandez there, which I'm actually going to tweet this right now. I really think Chris Duarte to Brooklyn makes a ton of sense, just with the connections there. Appreciate you guys all a ton for being live here with me on the channel today. Vidic here says Jokic to Oklahoma City would get vetoed. Guys, I think I found Nico Harrison's burner. I mean, it's because he's the best player in franchise history. That's why you'd give him a supermax. He was in the NBA Finals. Ruben here says there's a theory that Mavs owners are trying to get Mavs to be bad enough so they can threaten Dallas with moving so they can have leverage for casino betting in Texas. Wouldn't look past that. So I think they're going to definitely try and get betting legalized, casino betting legalized in Texas. I definitely think this is something that will be happening. Conspiracy time. So much talk about the NBA viewership down, then suddenly Luke and LeBron are in LA. Problem fixed. I mean, for one of the 30 teams, that's the thing is I don't know. The Mavericks viewership didn't go up by this trade, so I don't know. Mavericks sell out every single home game, but will they now? I don't know. Lloyd here says, can the Lakers get Jalen Durham from the Pistons in a trade? Probably not. I just don't think Detroit's going to be looking to trade Jalen Durham. Especially in a not win now move type of situation. So Jalen Durham would be sweet if the Lakers got Jalen Durham, that would be sweet. But I just don't think that's going to happen ultimately. Wake Up says that's why they'll shift to trading Booker. Beal Booker just doesn't work. I don't think that they'll trade Booker this year though. But a fascinating team to watch for if they did trade Booker in the offseason would be Detroit. Reunion here. Booker, I'm sure, would love to play for the Pistons. Tulip here says Reese for Herb Jones, who says no. So that would take a draft pick in this kind of deal. I'm pretty certain. I think the Pelicans probably just say no at face value. But maybe not. I mean, they make the exact same dollar amount. They make the exact same dollar amount. I mean, they make. It's interesting. It's pretty interesting. Welcome everyone to the stream. I really hope you guys are enjoying so far. Obviously, having a ton of fun today. The whole situation right now in the NBA is crazy. Luka traded. De'Aaron Fox traded. 2029 second round pick traded for 2030 second round pick. All insane blockbuster deals, of course. Fame says that's not a good lineup. I mean, having Luka is a pretty good floor lifter. Here's the thing, Fame, and this is about the Lakers lineup. This is what Luka made the Western Conference Finals with in 2022. He had Jalen Brunson, who obviously a really good player, okay, but then he had Reggie Bullock, Dorian Finney-Smith, Dwight Powell. Those were the four starting teammates he had. Okay, Dwight Powell is the starting center on a team that made the Western Conference Finals, and the wings were Reggie Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith. So I know, you might look at it and say, "Oh, the Lakers aren't going to be that good." The team's not. They have Luka Doncic now. Luka has been the best floor raiser in the NBA outside of Nikola Jokic for the last 5 years. Luka's had 100 different teammates in the first 6 years of his career. So he's been 5-time All-NBA in the first 6 years. He won't make it this year because of injuries. He'll miss the 65 games played requirement. But Luka is so good that any lineup that doesn't even look good will end up being pretty good. That's Luka Doncic, and that's the Luka effect. Gian here says I want Chicago Bulls draft pick and select Cooper Flagg to second round. Well, Cooper Flagg will be the first pick, so we'll see what happens. Lakers roster is very unbalanced right now, but No starting lineup is Doncic, AR-15, Rui, Braun, and Hayes, but this team isn't winning. Well, so that's if they don't trade. Like, again, I talked about trading Rui and Gabe Vincent for Nick Claxton, for example. Like, that's a significant way of improving the team. So, Duarte or Craig, who's the better defender at this point? I would trust Torrey Craig a little bit more in a playoff series, probably, defensively, but it's kind of tight. I don't know. Duarte is a little bit more mobile, but Craig is smarter. So, Galici or your workout a multi-team trade around Beal for Murray. I mean, DeJounte Murray, I don't think is going to get traded with a torn Achilles. Artorias says, loved your video on the Grizzlies, man. Made a lot of really good points. Thank you, Artorias. Appreciate you a ton. Of course, I think one of the things that makes Utility Sports really special is the coverage of all 30 NBA teams. We talk about everybody in here all the time. Like, I'm super optimistic about a lot of these teams down even at the bottom. Like, I think Washington's direction is really good. You might look at this roster and say, how do you think that? Well, Bilal Coulibaly had an awesome game last night. Alex Sarr, I think, is going to be one of the better long-term big men in the NBA when it comes to defensive flexibility, playing in different schematics and playing in different schemes and using him all over the court. He can play a little bit of the 4, play a little bit of the 5. I think do just a little bit of everything in a really good way, which I think is impressive. Now, once you get off of this stuff at the top here, especially these two guys, like that's when the team will take off. And if they get the first or second pick this year, get Dylan Harper, Cooper Flagg, like, oh my goodness, Wizards will be awesome. So DJ wants to know how an Ayton to the Lakers trade would look. We'll talk about that here. Might as well. Ayton to LA, so $34 million. This is why I'm kind of pessimistic about Ayton being a Laker. This $34 million mark is kind of difficult to get to. You'll for sure have to include Hachimura. You'd have to include Gabe Vincent. And then from here, you could do something with like Jared Vanderbilt, his salary, and then you could even take back a little bit of money from Portland. So like maybe Chris Murray, who hasn't really had a ton of early NBA success, could be in the deal. And then like maybe you give up a swap option in 2030 for Ayton. Something like this. Again, I don't really love this. This is like a talent upside bet for the Lakers. And that Ayton with Luka and LeBron would play harder and try harder. I don't believe that would be the case. We didn't see it with Durant and Booker and Chris Paul consistently, so I don't know. But JJ here says, what do you think Miami's going to do with Butler? What do you think would be a good enough trade? So again, let's try and go build a multi-team trade. This time we're going to try and adjust this one a little bit to include the Milwaukee Bucks, because I think that they could be an essential piece of any kind of trade for Jimmy. And again, this is going to be difficult. It's not like these deals just come together super easily because of all the apron things. Like, these are the three teams that will most likely be included in one way, shape, or form. And look at that. They're all apron teams. First apron, and then two of them are second apron, which means there are significant trade restrictions. Reminder, too, that the Wizards are probably going to be involved in this. They have this trade exception here, $12.4 million from the Daniel Gafford trade. So we're going to dump Pat Connaughton to the Wizards in this deal, and it's going to give them a second-round pick as well. So Pat Connaughton to the Wizards to eat the money, okay? That's the first step of this deal. Now what we're going to do is send Jimmy Butler to the Phoenix Suns. Again, this is some of the problems here. Bradley Beal, the rumor right now is that he maybe would consider waiving his no-trade clause for Milwaukee, okay? So we have to include Milwaukee in this. Chris Middleton would go to the Heat. And then we'd also have Bobby Portis go to the Heat. Since the Bucks are now dumping Pat Connaughton, they would be a non-second apron team. They would be a first apron team, which would allow them to aggregate salaries. Okay, that's an important thing. Now, overall, it's still important to note that they have to have more salaries going out than they have coming in, which is another challenge here. So you would send someone like Marjan Beauchamp to Washington as well. Again, this is where the difficulties start to come in. Chris Livingston would go to Miami in this deal. But the salaries are a pretty substantial overcoming problem here. And you're probably very quickly seeing why because of this. So in here now, we're going to need a fifth team. We're going to do the Utah Jazz just because the Jazz have already shown a willingness to take in contracts. They did it with Jalen Hood-Scifino. They did it with Drew Eubanks. And now they're going to do it with DeLon Wright here. And the Heat will give up a second-round pick in this to help facilitate this trade. This goes to Utah. And now with that in mind, Phoenix steps in with their first-round picks. And now So let's take an overall look. The Heat are getting Middleton, Portis, and Livingston for Butler. The Wizards are just eating Beauchamp and Connaughton's contract and getting a second-round pick. The Jazz are eating DeLon Wright and getting a 2031 second-round pick. That probably won't be too good. The Bucks are getting Bradley Beal for Middleton, Portis, Livingston. And the Suns are going to hand out first-round picks. They're going to give out this 2029 least favorable of Utah, Cleveland, Minnesota. They're going to send that to Milwaukee for eating Beal. They're going to send this 2025 first to Miami for Jimmy. They're going to send this 2027 first to Milwaukee, again, for eating Bradley Beal. This is the type of trade that makes some sense. Now, again, it's going to have issues with the – okay, so it's $11,000 is why this is not working. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make a slight adjustment. We're going to take Beauchamp out, and we're going to turn Beauchamp into Tyler Smith here. Okay, we're going to send Tyler Smith to the Heat. Let me look at this salary, make sure that this works. This actually does not work now. So what we're going to do is undo this. We're going to send DeLon Wright to the Wizards, and we're going to send Beauchamp to Utah. And now this should work, I'm pretty certain. Move that around a little bit, and there we are. This is a successful 5-team trade that is extremely difficult, but financially works. So, again, the Bucks get 2 first-round picks to eat Bradley Beal. Beal has to waive his no-trade clause in this. That is, again, essential to note. The Heat would get Middleton, Portis, Livingston, and a first-round pick this year for Jimmy. The Suns get Jimmy Butler for Beal and 3 firsts. Again, you could argue that that's not worth it, but the Suns have done a lot of things that are not worth it. The Wizards, Pat Connaughton, DeLon Wright, they get both of those contracts, and they get a 2031 second. And the Jazz take Beauchamp and get a 2031 second, which is not very favorable because of the swap rights Indiana has over that pick. But again, this is kind of the beginning parts of a deal. I'm going to actually tweet this out right now. So if you guys are not following over on Twitter, link is in the description. Potential 5-team framework for a Jimmy Butler trade. Let me know in the comment section below right now what you think. Of course, it all hinges all in all, I mean, with the Bucks not getting ultimately in this deal, with the Bucks not getting Zach LaVine, overall with LaVine ending up in Sacramento, I think, the Beal thing, I don't love it. It's not a fantastic outcome, but Beal, Dame, and Giannis is a talented trio. Defensively, they'd be rough, but let me know what you think in the comment section below about this kind of trade. And again, go follow us over on Twitter. Link is in the description for that. A lot of fun here. Luka's going to make Jackson Hayes look playable, at least on offense. He's going to make Jackson Hayes look really good offensively as a lob threat. So Mel says, who are some of your favorite players in the upcoming draft? Well, there's a difference between guys who I think are the best and some of my favorite. Like Derek Queen's one of my favorite. He's probably not a top 3 player in the draft, but Derek Queen's a lot of fun. Kamen Maluwash is another guy I really, really like. Obviously, Cooper Flagg is unbelievable. Cooper Flagg's the best player in the draft. It's not really close. Dylan Harper's good. I'm a little worried about Kasparas Yakachonis, a little. Like, I still think he's probably a top 10 talent, but I'm quite concerned about certain things. I think his fit is going to be very important in the NBA. Where he lands, I think, will be essential. It's still early, though, so we got all of March Madness, all that stuff, and NBA Combine, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to have to give it a little bit more thoughts. But Nemanja, we'll talk about the Denver Nuggets here in just a minute. Powell is borderline all-star. Talking about Norm Powell. Yep, exactly. Marby says Jazz stink on purpose. Yes, they do. Jay Martin here says Jazz, Philly, or Washington getting Cooper Flagg. Washington getting Cooper Flagg would be so sweet. OHM says, I heard that Spurs are interested in Cam Johnson. I believe that. We've talked about Cam Johnson. It would be centered around Keldon Johnson and draft picks. That would be kind of the beginning stages of that trade. Talon here says, do you see any big Eastern Conference trades outside of Jimmy being moved? I mean, like all the big Eastern Conference trades, like if it's going to be Milwaukee or other team involvement, like a lot of it's going to stem or hinge from Jimmy's inclusion, right, in a trade. So Toronto could be a team that could get involved here. Definitely could see Toronto getting involved. Definitely could see New Orleans getting involved, although their trades are kind of difficult to fully picture. So that's, I think, something that's essential to keep in mind. OHMS says Kamen Maluash is going to be a monster. I like Kamen Maluash a lot. I'm very intrigued by him. Mike says, Cash Purse, I like you can't teach that shiftiness at that age. Reminds me of young Luka, albeit against much lesser competition. So the foot, like Mike is saying here, the footwork, the change direction tools are all very good. The handle is respectable. The things I'm concerned about is if he's quick enough with the first step to actually be a dominant scorer, because with how much you're projecting him to have the ball in his hands, he needs to be an advantage creator almost every possession. And without screens right now, in college, he struggled. He's the best ball handling, pick and roll ball handler in the draft right now, even over Dylan Harper. Now, Harper has a higher ceiling. I think Harper will become better at that. But right now, Yakichonis is the best pick and roll ball handler in the draft. But at the same time, he's also very reliant on ball screens right now. So we'll see. Lacron Flames, that is not true at all. In no ways is that true. Remember what happened to Spencer Dinwiddie in Dallas, and then he left Dallas. Brooklyn didn't want him anymore. He went to the Lakers. Lakers didn't want him anymore. Went back to Dallas. That's just not true at all in any way. No one's raving about Reggie Bullock right now. So Eugene Billups says, why is everyone hyped over third string bigs? Because bigs are the hardest thing to get, and if you can even get anyone who has any size or height, people get excited. Everyone right now is excited about Drew Eubanks. I think Eubanks is terrible, but that's what people are looking to do. So Bulls are going to push for a flag. They're definitely going to try and get in that conversation. I think that's the one thing that people are underrating about this trade. Again, I think Chris Duarte to Brooklyn makes a lot of sense. He has that relationship with Jordy Fernandez. Joseph, welcome to the stream again today. He hops in with another Sheldon. Milwaukee Cards here says, what defenders should the Bucks try and get? One that I think makes a lot of sense. Let's jump back over to the trade machine. And this one is extremely doable because of his contract. So this is the type of trade. And again, I'm not sure if New Orleans is going to be extremely receptive to this or not. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to tweak this trade a little bit. So instead of Utah's involvement, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to New Orleans, and we're going to involve the Pelicans here. And what we're going to do is we're going to send Beauchamp out the door in this deal to the Pelicans. And what you're going to get back is, in this trade, you're going to get not a pick, my bad. You're going to get Jose Alvarado in this type of trade. Now, again, salaries become a little tight again here, but I do think financially that this is very close to working. You might have to include somebody else, which is, again, where you run into some problems, because it's like, which player is Milwaukee willing to trade? This might just say failed. Okay, doesn't. It's probably really close. Like it's probably within like $100,000 of not working, but something like this, Pelicans would get Beauchamp. Like there would also be a second round pick in this from like Miami, for example. We'll just throw the second rounder to Pelicans. Like, and now Pelicans fans are going to be like, well, I don't want to give up Alvarado for Beauchamp in a second. And I get that, but that's the kind of player that I think could make sense for Milwaukee, something like this too. So that would be very fascinating. But I hope you guys all are enjoying the stream so far. Elizabeth, who's been watching the streams for a few years now, shout out to Elizabeth. Let's get some W's in the chat for Elizabeth right now. I appreciate you guys all a ton for being in here, talking some NBA trades and everything. It's been a lot of fun. Says too late for that. The teams already at the bottom are about to go full on tank too in a few weeks. They have a huge lead. Talk about the Chicago Bulls. So let's just I'm going to talk about the NBA standings here real quick. Right now in the standings, the Bulls are 10th at 21 and 29. They're like basically 4.5 games away from Brooklyn. So I don't think it's too late, but it's going to be hard. Proletarium says, who is an interesting under-the-radar young player that might be targetable for a couple of first-round picks like Avdia was? Luka Doncic? No, I'm just kidding. Let's go to a couple of players that I think could make some sense in that kind of fashion. So one of them, he's not under the radar. He's one of the most talked about players, especially by me, but That guy is Herb Jones. For like 2 or maybe even like 2 firsts and a swap, 3 first-round picks, Herb Jones could be very available. Possibly. I don't think Trey Murphy's going anywhere. I think New Orleans sees star potential in him, as they should. I think if you go to Indiana, Benedict Matherin's been a name that's been reported on. Benedict Mathurin can really score the basketball. So for some team trying to take an upside bet long term, he could be an interesting name. And then when it comes to obviously like Kuminga, he's not under the radar, but he's another name that like in theory could become available this year if the right trade materializes for Golden State. Walker Kessler for Utah. There was one name that came to mind. Now I can't remember who it was. Let me look through the teams here and try and remember. I would love to try and get Jaden Ivey from Detroit while he's injured right now, but I don't think the Pistons will do that. Toumani Camara would have a lot of league interest. Trailblazers fans right now, though, are immediately saying no. So I'm sure because they don't want to trade him, and I don't blame them. Hopefully you guys all are enjoying the stream. Zach Chale says, can you do an OKC Cam Johnson mock trade? So I ultimately do not think Cam Johnson will get traded to the Thunder. I'm just pretty pessimistic on that being what actually happens. But I will mock it up for you just because we can and it's fun. So Hartenstein's not going to be included, and this is where you immediately start to run into issues, and you might see, well, this is maybe why they don't do something. Like you probably center something around Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins or Kenrich Williams and like Ousmane Dieng maybe. Like this is where like the salaries start to get kind of tough to put together. So let's take Isaiah Joe out, and now you're looking at $11 million salary and like what, Nikola Topic. And you're starting to see like, okay, this trade is kind of weird. I just don't know if this is like something that I can actually envision happening. Because the Thunder like their young guys. Like they just drafted Topic in the lottery. Ousmane Dieng was a former lottery pick. Now he's available. Like they'll definitely trade him. But Kenrich Williams is a player that OKC likes. So like this kind of construction is pretty difficult. So unless you're including Aaron Wiggins or Lou Dort or Cason Wallace, which I don't think OKC wants to do any of that, like, or Isaiah Joe, like, I mean, we could do it with Joe, like we take out Kenrich Williams here. Like this financially works, but again, you're including Topic. So then the Thunder maybe want to give up one first, this Philly one? Like, I don't know. It's just a weird trade. It's one that I just don't, it's part of why I don't think he's going to be a Thunder. Because I could see Oklahoma City being like, yeah, Cam Johnson makes us better, but do we want to do all this? I don't know. Lacron says Spencer Dinwiddie was good on Brooklyn. Remember, they traded him for Dennis Schroeder at the deadline because they didn't want Dinwiddie anymore. They literally just got rid of Spencer Dinwiddie, and then Toronto waived him. So I don't know about all that, if he was good on Brooklyn after. He was good on Brooklyn before Luka, if that's what you're saying, but not after. Scoob says, shout out to you, sir. I clock out, you're on. I clock back in and you're working. Salute to you, man. Appreciate you, Scoob. Thanks for stopping in here today. Let's get some W's for Scoob in the chat. W, Scoob. Appreciate you a ton, my man. Trey Watt says, KD to the Memphis Grizzlies. So, people are going to be curious about Kevin Durant. Is he going to get traded? What's actually happening? We will talk about it. But, I'm not. There's also a report from ESPN right now that Luka is not committed to re-signing with the Lakers, which is, I'm sure his whole life's kind of flipped upside down, so I wouldn't read too much into that. A trade for Kevin Durant, though, is kind of difficult for salary reasons. So you put Marcus Smart in. Brandon Clark comes in for the salary, and again, you're still $19 million short, so then you have to include Luke Kennard, you include John Conchar, and you're also probably going to be forced into including Zach Edey and Jake LaRavia, and now you're starting to see, like, oh yeah, this financially, like, doesn't really work that good. Like, you're looking at this overall deal, and you're like, oh, that's 5 players for one guy, and that's not even including draft picks, which the Grizzlies would probably give up like what? Swap option here. At least 2 firsts and a swap. Marcus Smart, Brandon Clark, Zach Edey, John Conchar, Jake LaRavia. Like, I don't know. It's not terrible. Like, and then, maybe the Suns would argue that they also want, like, one of the young guys from Memphis. Like, people are going to get mad, but I'm going to throw him in there. G.G. Jackson had a good game last night, 27 points, but this is the kind of guy that I could see Phoenix wanting back too. So, like, if you're Memphis, would you make this trade? Look at minus infinity minutes per game. Like, that's how much of your rotation you're carving out to get the salary to work here. So, it just doesn't really work. But love seeing the W's come in for Elizabeth from earlier. Constantine said Bucks need a center. Yeah, they do, but they just don't really have a lot of functional ways of getting a good one. Unless they trade the 2031 first, and even then it's going to be difficult. Elizabeth says, W. Sheldon still got his voice. I'm surprised. We're going to be good. I'm hydrated here. I'm staying hydrated. I got my fiance Stanley, so I'm rocking and rolling all week. Last year I did the entire trade deadline without having water, which was insane. I don't know why I ever did that, but B. Cruz Miranda says, any chance LaMelo gets moved? Would love to see him paired with Scotty in Toronto. It's actually a really fun pairing, honestly. I've never thought of that being a possibility, but I think the two of them together would be quite enjoyable. So let's send LaMelo to the Raptors. Bruce Brown's salary and Chris Boucher's salary here. And in fact, let's get a third team involved. Let's get the Lakers involved, because what we'll do is we'll reroute Boucher to the Lakers. We'll send Maxi Kleber to the Hornets in this, and we'll send a 2025 second to the Hornets as well. What we could even do is include Bruce Brown to another team, but that's a different conversation. And we'll send this 2025 first to Charlotte. We'll send this 2027 first to Charlotte. And we'll send this 2026 first via Indiana to Charlotte. So salary-wise, this is something that does just flat out work, this kind of trade. 3 first-round picks, all in the next 3 drafts. A 2025 second-rounder. Lakers walk out with Boucher. Hornets get Bruce Brown, Maxi Kleber. Raptors get LaMelo Ball to pair with Scotty Barnes. Honestly, it's not a terrible composition. Now, I think the Hornets would probably want a little bit more. They're not getting a good young player in this at all. They're not getting any real build-around pieces. Mike here, Jones says, Chris Duarte to the Lakers makes sense. I don't think so as much. I think Duarte makes more sense in a continuity kind of offense, not a stagnant high pick and roll offense. And a continuity offense is more so what Brooklyn runs. But I think Brooklyn makes more sense. I think Sacramento, a return there would make more sense, although that's just probably not going to happen. I don't even think it legally can happen. But something like that. New Orleans makes sense for Chris Duarte. Scoot says, what would it take to get Jakob Poeltl to the Lakers? That's a good idea. Let's talk about the Poeltl situation here. We'll ditch the Hornets in this deal. So Poeltl makes $19.5 million. And this is one of the problems here. Like Hachimura, Christian Wood. Although as I'm seeing it now, I'm like, oh, this is probably pretty realistic. Something like this. 2030 first round swap and a 2025 second round pick for Poeltl. Although I just don't think Poeltl's the type of big man that the Lakers need. So I wouldn't do it if I was Los Angeles, but I could understand the idea. Flip family says the Pistons are not trading Jaden Ivey. His teammates in the ownership love him. Yeah, I like I said, the Pistons wouldn't do that. I'm saying I would love to get Jaden Ivey because I'm a big believer in Jaden Ivey. So the question was about great young players, and I think Jaden Ivey is a great young player. J-Ton Gaming says, can you do a Bulls mock trade? What do you think is next? So a lot of it stems around Lonzo Ball. There is also the possibility of a Nikola Vucevic trade, although I think that's a little trickier. Let's go back to the Charlotte Hornets, trying to cover all 30 NBA teams. I think Charlotte's one that definitely makes some sense here. We'll do Josh Green's contract plus Vasim Micic's contract. And we'll send this second round pick via New Orleans this year, which is probably going to be top 35 with how things look right now. And again, for some reason today, I keep forgetting to include the other player, Lonzo Ball, in the deal. This kind of trade does work. puts Lonzo with his brother LaMelo in Charlotte, Josh Green, Basi Micic, and a second-round pick. In return, of course, the rumor is that the Hornets, or the Bulls, are looking for a second-round. They're looking for second-round pick compensation, so I don't know. We'll see, but this is something that I think could make some sense between Chicago and Charlotte. Otherwise, if it's not the Hornets, my other favorite landing spot is Detroit. They have cap space. They could do Simone Fontecchio for Lonzo Ball and also have a pretty good second rounder this one via Toronto. And if you want a little bit more, which maybe they would, you throw in this like super far out 2029 second round pick. Something like this. And the reason you might say, well, why would the Hornets only give up 1 second and the Bulls give up, or the Pistons give up 2? I'm just showing potential ranges. Like, it could be 1 second, it could be 2 seconds. Like, at the end of the day, it's not going to make or break a trade if you give up one extra second round pick. Let's be real. A second round pick, and I'm one of the people that think second round picks are really valuable. But if you give up one extra second round pick to get Lonzo Ball, it's not going to make or break your team in a negative way at all. It could help your team a lot, honestly, if anything. Scotto says, still hoping my Knicks can get their hands on Keldon or Terrence Mann. Let's look at some Knicks trades. The Knicks are another fascinating team. I hope you guys see how prepared I am for the trades this year, by the way. I've really put myself in a position. I've studied contracts. I've studied draft picks. I've obviously put together the draft pick tracker all by myself. So I have a pretty good idea of what is potentially possible at the trade deadline. Now, of course, some things can still surprise me. I didn't put together any Luka Doncic mock trades, so you never know. But here's kind of a rough framework. Terrence Mann to the Knicks with Kobe Brown, who is a former first-round pick, although probably shouldn't have been. I didn't like him that much in his draft, for Mitchell Robinson. And the Clippers maybe give up a second-round pick, although they probably won't want to. So something like this, some kind of framework. Mitchell Robinson, who often deals with injuries, to New York for T-Man and Kobe Brown. I don't think it's a bad situation here. I really don't. Brandon S says, please leave Ivy alone. If we lose him, we're going to lose him on some AJ Griffin stuff. Ivy's not going anywhere. I wouldn't worry about that. Retro React says, Cam to the Spurs when? Again, the Cam Johnson trade would center around Keldon Johnson's salary. Raps and 4 says Bruce Brown mock trade. This is another good question. So I think the Raptors specifically, when it comes to Toronto, I hope you guys are enjoying, by the way. One of the biggest things in theory is just using this expiring salary and giving the Pelicans salary relief. Again, what we're going to do here is do some kind of 3-team trade. We're going to involve the Lakers again, just because I think the Lakers continue to be a team that does make sense as a potential option for this. We're going to trade him to the Pelicans. This will also save the Pelicans a little bit of money overall. This would get them below the tax while also giving them an extra roster space. And what we're going to do is send this second-round pick to New Orleans. We're going to send this second-round pick to New Orleans, this second-round pick to New Orleans, and then the Lakers will also send this second-round pick to New Orleans. So the Pelicans get in total 4 second-round picks, Bruce Brown's contract, which is expiring, gives them salary relief over the next couple of years, Maxi Kleber, and 4 second-round picks. Lakers walk out with Chris Boucher. Raptors get Brandon Ingram, which is kind of an intriguing collection. Justin says Boucher to Denver is what I have heard, so let's go ahead and put Denver in this trade as a possibility too. Now, the issue here with the Nuggets, and you're going to see quickly why I'm very skeptical on this team being able to make significant trades. One, they're hard capped at the second apron, which means they only have about $5 million of space, but as a first apron team, they can't take in more salary. So if you're going to get Boucher, you need to trade out more than $10 million in salary. Now, they do have, luckily, 15 standard NBA contracts, so you can do Najee to New Orleans, and you could do, like in this as well, this is hard because you're not going to want to include a lot of these guys. But when it comes to the salary here, to get Chris Boucher, you have to do a $2+ million salary. So in that, like, the question becomes, which guy are you trading? It's not going to be like, well, I guess it could be Saric, right? You could trade Saric, which, I mean, 2031 first. 2031 first. makes me curious. We're going to trade. We're going to include Alvarado in this. Something like this. Oh, and not to the Raptors. Whoops. This was not meant to go to the Raptors. This is meant to go to the Pelicans. Sorry. Okay. This deal. 2031 first. Nuggets get Boucher and Alvarado. Pelicans get Bruce Brown, Zeke Naji. So the reasoning here is for Denver to give up this 2031 first, you're giving up Naji's contract, which has been untradeable so far. So the Clay says Blazers won 8 of 9 now. I think they could be a sneaky buyer. I've talked at length about the Blazers as kind of a sneaky buyer. If you go back even 2 months ago, beginning of December, I was talking about Portland as a team that I think, with given their roster and the size of contracts that they have right now, like they could be a team that I see working with a New Orleans Pelicans in a trade, maybe one for Zion Williamson specifically. And that now the trade here, it becomes kind of complicated and difficult, but you would try and include Jeremy Grant's salary, or you would just do DeAndre Ayton's salary. There's a few reasons for that. First of all, the Pelicans, who have never paid the tax in the history of their team, would get below the tax with this. Okay, so that is a huge deal. Okay, that's kind of, first of all, one of the most important things in this. The Pelicans would get below the tax. The Blazers would also have to give up some form of draft capital in this, which is, again, kind of difficult. They do have a 2029 first, which is not on here, but I'll just trade this one. It's fine. It'll be representative enough of kind of the idea here. Like some Pelicans fans are going to say that's not enough for Zion, and I completely get that perspective. So let's load them up with second rounders. I mean, like, this is the difficulty here. Like, what does the trade actually end up coming to look like? I mean, I don't know, but so Ayton, like, here's the thing with Ayton, man. I just wouldn't want him on my team. So, like, the issue is, over his last 4 games, and this is what Pelicans fans are going to say, over his last 4 games, he's averaging like 23 points a game. And I get it. Over his last 5 games, he's actually probably averaging like 23. But, I mean, I don't know. I just don't trust it. Mike says Luka 2024 free agent. Who has the money to sign him? Or 2026 free agent? Chicago, Miami, potentially, depending on how they handle this Jimmy Butler thing. I would watch for Miami. And San Antonio could find a way, I'm sure. But Io says, hey, brother, would love to see the Bulls draft Queen. Keep up the good work. Bulls getting Queen would be sweet. He'd be awesome there. Big Hot says Herb Jones to Portland to pair with Avdia and Kamara going forward would be awesome. It would be definitely a lot of fun. I just don't know if I see Portland trading for Herb himself specifically, but I think something like this would be a little bit more likely, but we'll see. Isaac says, how do you think the Luka and Fox trades affect the market? Has everyone's value gone down? No, I don't think so. I think, if anything, teams are going to be more aggressive looking to upgrade, because they're going to be like, well, the Lakers got Luka. Like, when they see other teams doing stuff, it puts a little bit of pressure on them from both their fan base and internally, like, front office is like, okay, well, this team did this. What are we going to do to kind of counter that move or improve our team as substantially as they did? So, JH Ton Gamer wants to know about Vucevic. Let's go to Chicago. And teams that I think could be Vucevic landing spots, really, like, that's a good question. The Suns would love Vucevic, but they can't because of the salaries here. Like, the second apron just prohibits them from doing that. So that's, I think, an important thing to note. So then you go to a team like Golden State, who can maybe be interested or involved. Again, now they have issues too, because they're hard capped at the first apron, so they can only do so much. But it would be like Gary Payton II, Buddy Hield, and if we look at the money right now, we need $2.1 million more. We're going to throw Lindy Waters in there. This kind of deal does work, and then you're looking 2025 first, maybe. Is this deal enough of an upgrade for Golden State to warrant giving up a first-round pick this year? I don't know. This deal gets accepted immediately by Chicago, I think. So Balin Rio says, is the KD trade rumors good or bad news for Rockets fans? I think it would be good news because it signals they're considering a different direction. I think it's bad news. I think if I was a Houston Rockets fan, I would just want the team to stick together that they have in Phoenix right now and for them to lose in the playoffs in the first round again and then for Booker to request a trade. Mike says Zion's not moving. They need a U-Haul for that. That's pretty funny. Reek Speak says, I was worried about your mental health after the trade. Glad to see you okay. LOL. Talk some Celtics for me. We have not talked about the Celtics very much. So, Reek, first of all, thank you for being in here. Thanks for checking on me. I am doing okay. Reek, the one thing you got to say here now to all your friends is that the Boston Celtics ended the Luka Doncic Mavericks because of the finals last year. So, if the Mavs win the title, none of this happens, I bet. So, the biggest thing for the Celtics, let's just take a look at their overall cap sheet here and their draft picks. They have this 2025 first. They also have their 2027, 2026 first that they could trade. They do owe a swap in 28, but that's not very restrictive when it comes to the Stepien rule. In fact, it's not restrictive at all. So they're not going to trade Jaylen Brown. They're not going to trade Jason Tatum. They're not going to trade Drew Holiday. They won't trade Kristaps Porzingis. They won't trade Derek White. They won't trade Peyton Pritchard. So then it gets kind of obvious. Like, it's Jaden Springer's expiring $4 million contract. He basically has essentially no role on this team. Trade him to some other team. I don't want it to be Golden State, though. So let's look at, like, realistically, what players on the minimum contract could make some sense, or $4 million or less, because remember, Boston is an apron team. So they have to be making exactly $4 million or less. And there is one that I do think makes some sense in Brooklyn as another big man that they could acquire. In Day'Ron Sharpe, he would be pretty fun. He'd be pretty awesome there, honestly. So we're going to trade Jaden Springer for Day'Ron Sharpe, and we're going to trade this first-round pick. Like, not a terrible, like, starting point for a trade. Obviously, financially, this works. Not bad, okay? That's an interesting Celtics proposition. Let's look at some other possible options. If we compare to other guys making a little bit under $4 million salary-wise. Santi Aldama, I don't think the Grizzlies will trade him. Amir Coffey of the Clippers, probably not. I just don't really know if the Celtics would have interest in that either, which I really don't think that they should. And then this is where, like, trades get a little bit more difficult because there's other players in the salary range that just probably aren't worth as much as Boston kind of has to offer. So it gets a little tricky in here. It's like it's either young players on rookie deals or guys who are just not good. I mean, there is like one kind of bigger trade, which, I mean, we've talked about Walker Kessler and how the Lakers don't have enough to probably get him. Funny enough, the Celtics kind of do. Like, trade to Jazz, swap option here to Jazz for Walker Kessler. And Jaden Springer goes to Utah. Like, here's the thing. It's 2 first-round picks and a swap for Walker Kessler. Like, I don't think Utah does this, by the way, but I know it's interesting. Otherwise, there is one other fun one. Now, again, this I almost guarantee you will not happen. So, and I'm sure people will still comment, oh, well, that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But we would need a third team here. We're just going to make it Utah because the Jazz are willing to help everybody. And what we're going to do is we're going to send Christian Wood out to the Jazz. We're going to send this 2025 second rounder to the Jazz for them taking in salary. And then the Celtics will also get this 2031 first and this 2030 pick swap. Again, this will not happen. The Celtics just won a championship, but kind of cursed, isn't it? Kind of funny. LeBron and 2 picks to the Celtics for Jaylen Brown. The Lakers turn their eyes to building a team around Luka Doncic rather than keeping LeBron for the future. Again, this will not happen. LeBron also has a no trade clause. Now, I don't think he would be mad at playing in Boston. So, I don't know. Simon H. Voss says, do you think the Blazers are going to trade the vets despite their recent winning streak? Me, a Blazers fan, personally think it's the obvious move. Give Scoot and Shaden the keys. I want them to. I just think the question here, though, is like, for Portland specifically, I just don't think, honestly, Cronin hasn't operated in a way that makes a lot of sense a lot of the time. So, like, the keys should have already been handed to Scoot and Shaden, and the fact that they aren't so far is just weird. It's just, the whole thing's weird. Little Ojan says, do you think from your most recent mock draft video that your picks for the Spurs change? Yeah, they wouldn't have drafted Boogie Flam. And the part of that too, Little Ojan, was when I did that, I kind of thought, well, maybe one of those picks would be moved for Fox. So then I thought, well, maybe that's who the Kings would take as a guard to replace Fox. And I was like, I thought it was a pretty safe way to go about my mock draft, given the fact that I thought there was a chance Fox got traded for those picks. Ultimately, he got traded to San Antonio, just not for those picks. So, yeah, I would say they stick with a Sengue, and they probably draft some other wing player, like an Adu Thiero, for example. Maybe a little high at 11, but something like that. Gabriel here says, Hawks are a sneaky Cam Johnson team. Yes, I tweeted that a couple of weeks ago, actually. I think Atlanta is one of the better landing spots, honestly, for Cam Johnson long term. When it comes to putting him around a high-volume creator like Trae Young, I think that Clint Capella's salary, and in fact, we're going to include the Lakers here as a third team because I think this could, in theory, make some sense. We're going to trade him to the Lakers. In return, Gabe Vincent's going to go to Brooklyn, as well as Jared Vanderbilt. He's going to go to Brooklyn. The Lakers are going to give up this 2025 second-round pick to the Nets for Clint Capella, which is, I think, above market value. And then what's going to happen in this deal is Cam Johnson goes to the Hawks, and the Hawks have 2 first-round picks this year, one via the Lakers and one via the Kings. Did I just trade that to the Lakers? I did. Trade that to the Nets, sorry. And a bunch of seconds also go to Brooklyn, like 2 here. So all in all, like Brooklyn here walks out with 5 total draft picks. Why is this financially not working? It's because the Lakers taking too much salary. Okay, so what we'd have to do is send Cam Reddish as well to Brooklyn or something. Something like this works. Now, Brooklyn would you'd probably want a 4th team to eat Cam Reddish's salary, just so we're all aware. But Peter C wants a Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers trade scenario. Of course, we can talk through that as well. I know, guys, there is a lot of Lakers discussion, but there kind of has to be. They just broke the NBA with the Luka Doncic trade, and they really badly need a center. So until they make a huge trade for a center, we're going to talk about the Lakers making a trade for a center a lot because it's just a huge essential thing. So it's kind of interesting here. The contract situation is difficult because both of these teams are first apron, which means they either have to have a perfect dollar for dollar match or they have to have a third team involved. We're going to continue involving the Jazz just because they've been willing to do this already. They are a team that has been willing to help, and I think they could continue to be that in these trade talks. So the question here is, how does New York want to go about this? And specifically, New York is hard capped at the first, or they're hard capped at the second apron, but as a first apron team, they can't take in more salary. So we're going to send Jericho Sims to Utah. We're going to send, in this deal, Mitchell Robinson to the Lakers. We're going to send in here Rui Hachimura to the Knicks as a depth player. And then we also have to still dump a little bit more salary. So we're going to send, again, this is where things are a little difficult, but we're just going to send Campaign. Yeah, we'll send Campaign. I don't really care about Campaign. It's whatever. Something like this. Campaign maybe to, or actually we're going to trade Jericho Sims to the Lakers. And we're going to send 2025 second to the Knicks and the 2030 first round swap to the Knicks, and we're going to send this second rounder to the Jazz. Something like this. Again, these are just frameworks, so some of these deals, like, they're not going to come to full fruition, but it'd be a Hachimura and a swap option in 2030. Lakers would get Mitchell Robinson, Jericho Sims, 2 big men, and the Jazz get Campaign and a 2025 second round pick for eating his salary. So Knicks might say no to this, honestly, but that swap option, getting a swap option for Mitchell Robinson, I think is pretty fair value. So Armani here says Kevin Durant to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Not really possible. The Wolves are a second apron team. Suns are a second apron team. It's just almost impossible to actually make a trade work between those 2 teams, unless Rudy Gobert was involved, which he won't be. So Jay Peach here says Ayton is too wishy-washy and doesn't play hard sometimes, same as Grant. Yeah, that's the issue I have with some of those Blazers players. So Mike says, before Nico Harrison destroyed the concept of reason, what mock trade would you do for Luka if it became known he was available? Okay, that's a good question. We're going to do that real quick. Again, this is not going to actually happen now. And when you see Lakers here, just pretend it's the Dallas Mavericks, okay? What we're going to do is take this off, and we're going to go here to San Antonio. This is the trade I would have made. What we're going to do is we're going to do Luka for De'Aaron Fox. And now, listen, now the Fox thing, just assume it's the Fox package, but they traded to get De'Aaron Fox, okay? And I would have wanted Jeremy Sohan in the deal, okay? This would have been the like kind of rough starting point, and I would have wanted Julian Champagnie. Maybe Stephon Castle, let's just do Stephon Castle instead. I would have wanted the package for Fox. I would have wanted Stephon Castle. That's what I would have for sure wanted. And I would have wanted these two first. And I would have wanted this Atlanta Hawks first. So in total, it would have been like 6 first-round picks. Now, this is going to say it doesn't work because it's the Lakers, not the Mavericks. But again, this would have worked for Dallas. It would have been the package for Fox. So it would have been like Zach Collins and the salary, okay, from San Antonio. It would have been Stephon Castle. And it would have been like 6 first-round picks in 5 seconds. That's kind of the package. And I think San Antonio would have done this to put Luka with Wembanyama. So that's kind of what I think the trade could have looked like with San Antonio. But I don't want to spend too much time on that because it's all obviously done. Luka didn't ask to go to the Lakers. That's just not reality. Did not happen. How about Herb Jones to the Lakers for Gabe and Cam Reddish? Just not going to happen. The Lakers don't have enough draft capital to get that done. So 3x3 Hoops says Celtics doing nothing because Missoula doesn't care. If you're talking about his quote the other day, like he doesn't care about the other trades around the league. Like he didn't want anyone to ask about Luka, basically. Robert Lamison says, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Robert, glad to have you in here again. Let's get some hype in the chat for everybody. Let's also throw in some confetti here on the camera. I'm very, very much excited for how the stream's been going today. You guys have been absolutely killing it. BTB says, damn, that Peyton contract good. It's hell time out Peyton Pritchard. It is. Io says, I know it's a long shot, but I've been rooting for the Blazers to make the playoffs so the Bulls can finally get their pick. Won't happen this year, but maybe before 2028 at some point in time, which is crazy. Joseph Thomas says, who gets Jimmy buckets? Probably Phoenix. Phoenix is my bet on that situation in that front. But like again, actually could be Milwaukee. Like, let's just go through a little quick 3-team trade. And this is the beauty of Washington. Washington can really be a real beneficial help here. The Wizards to the Wizards. The reason that this works, they have a $12.4 million trade exception. This equals $11.5 million. They can eat these 2 contracts without doing anything else. Now, it would send them to the tax, which maybe is why they wouldn't want to do it. But they could probably figure out other ways to wiggle around and get something else to work. So, or DeLon Wright could just go to another team, but we're just going to send him to Washington here for this example, okay? And this 2031 second also goes to the Washington Wizards, okay? So keep that in mind. There would be some issues with this, with the tax, whatever, but again, we could reroute DeLon Wright somewhere else, but I'm just not going to go through the effort of doing that right now. I just want to be quick and succinct. So then we would also send Middleton and Portis to the Heat. And now the overall collection of salaries going out would bring Jimmy Butler in to Milwaukee. And again, we'd have to send a little bit more salary. So Marjon Beauchamp goes out. And the salary is pretty darn close at this point. Chris Livingston also going to Miami. And this would be very possible. And this is the type of deal that would, in theory, work, right? In theory. So the money gets really tight here, but there would have to be a little bit of wiggle room on some of this stuff here for Miami. But Bucks get out of the second apron. They would become hard capped at the second apron, but this would allow them to get Jimmy Butler. And hold on, there's one thing that needed to be included in this 2031 first to Miami. There we go. So now when this goes through, there we go. Now you're probably seeing why the Heat would do this, because they're not just getting bad players and old players, but they're getting a first round pick in the future for Jimmy Butler. So it could definitely be worth it and valuable for them down the road. So Would be a lot of fun. John K wants to know Zach LaVine news. He's in Sacramento. He's traded. He's already there. Ethan McClanahan says, will the Bucks be able to get a center to help with the big man needs before the deadline? Maybe, but not really a good one. I just don't see a way for Miles Turner. I don't really see a pathway for Nick Claxton. I don't see a pathway for any of the good ones. Really, I just really don't. Cronin gets too much love from, I'd say, casual Blazer fans. I don't think Cronin's done that great of a job, honestly. Jay Peach says the last 10 games have been great, but Blazers should strike while the iron is hot. We need to move Anthony and Jeremy. Yeah, Anthony Simons to Orlando would make a lot of sense. Joseph Thomas says, what about LaMelo to Orlando? I'll show you real quick why that won't happen. And it's not because of Charlotte. And some of you might say, wait, what? This right here, if it's going to work. Okay, I don't want Miles Bridges' contract. Fanspo's being a little weird today. I don't know if they're going through some updates or something, which it could be the case. But, yeah, it's just not letting me show his contract. But nonetheless, his contract starts at $35 million this year, and it escalates. So when you're paying Franz Wagner and Paulo Banchero over the next 5 years as well, you can't sign up for another third huge contract like that with Jalen Suggs too. So I just don't think Orlando will do it. 680 people watching live. Appreciate you guys a ton. Shout out to everybody who is watching live right now on the channel. Also, look at this. We are getting extremely close to 28,800 subscribers. Make sure to hit that subscribe button if you are new to the channel. I would love to see you guys hit that. This is the live tracker, so this will update live. If you guys hit that subscribe button right now. I've got someone in here defending Jared Vanderbilt. Good luck trading his contract. That's going to be the harder challenge. No one wants his contract, dude. Joseph Thomas says Claxton to the Lakers. Yep, we've talked about that at length. It would be Gabe Vincent plus Rui Hachimura plus a 2031 first-round pick. So Joseph says, how about Kuzma to the Bucks? Again, that's pretty difficult to actually see that coming to fruition. It would have to center really around the contract of Chris Middleton. So I'm not a huge fan of that. JJ says NBA is rigged. Luka just bought a new house. Yes. Wake Up says, where's the trades today? Nothing yet, but again, part of the point of being live early is so that we get ahead of the curve. And if a trade does materialize, if a trade does come to fruition, that we are here for it on the channel. So again, I hope you guys really are enjoying. Let's see how many likes we're at up on the stream. 342. Everyone make sure to hit that subscribe button right now, by the way. Let's push to 28,800. Just take 6 more people to subscribe to get there. Pork Ryan says, man, it's over. The trade was made. It's done. Why are you still crying about the Luka trade? Let it go. Move on. All right, dude. I mean, if your whole life centered around basketball like mine does, I think you would be pretty upset or care about your favorite player on your favorite team getting traded for diminished value. So it's not over, actually. Luka has yet to even debut for the Lakers. So it's not over. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. So I have to deal with this now for the next 10 years because he's going to be a Laker for at least the next 2 and probably the next 8 years. So Alan Chase says, do you think the Spurs will make any more trades before the deadline? Should they be interested in Cam Johnson? They should be interested in Cam Johnson. Alan, thank you for hopping into the stream. Another member here on the channel. So let's get some W's for Alan in the chat. Appreciate you a ton, Alan. Appreciate you a lot. So let's get some W's in there for him. Should they be interested in Cam Johnson? I think so. I think Cam Johnson would be great for them. But if they don't make a deal, I don't think it's like oh no, they screwed up type of situation either. Clippers rumors. I think, again, Terrence Mann's contract's the best thing that they have to work with. And then their 2031 first if they want to go crazy on it. But I don't think they will. Iceman says, I give up on my Magic. Don't do that yet. We got a couple more days of the NBA trade deadline. We're getting super close to 28,800. Again, the overall goal is to hit 30,000 subs by the end of the NBA trade deadline, which is a pretty ambitious goal. We'll see if we can get there. That means I need 1,200 subscribers over the next 2 days, but I think we can do it. Amani the Great, Minneapolis says, have not heard any Minnesota Timberwolves trades. What can they do in a scenario to get Zion Williamson? Nothing. They essentially cannot trade for Zion Williamson. So And I'll show you exactly why here in just a second. Let me get them pulled up on the screen. We'll also use this portion of the live stream to talk about Julius Randle. So when it comes to Zion, he makes $36.7 million this season, okay? They don't have anyone who makes more than that besides Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert. And you might say, okay, well, what's the problem? They could trade other players, right? Well, they can trade one player at a time. They're a second apron team, which means right here, if you look at the trade rules, players cannot be aggregated in a trade. So you can't trade Julius Randle plus some other small salary down here. You cannot do that. So when it comes to Julius Randle and Zion Williamson with the rules too in the aprons, you can't take in more salary than you trade out. Normally, like 2 years ago, this trade would have worked financially. Look at the result now. Does not work. Fails because of the allowable amount for Minnesota. Okay. So there is no way for Minnesota to trade for Zion Williamson this year unless you're trading Gobert or you're trading Anthony Edwards. And neither of those things are happening. Okay. I promise you, neither of those things are happening. So just not going to work. So who are some other possible Julius Randle teams? Could Utah be a possible landing spot for Randle? I don't really think so. I don't know what the allure would be. Maybe like Sexton and Clarkson, but it's like, if I'm Utah, I'm not doing that. I wouldn't be signing up for Julius Randle. So that's kind of my first thought on that. Phoenix, like maybe in some type of Bradley Beal trade, but again, like Minnesota can't be that. So you're looking at a 3-4 team trade at least. Atlanta, I mean, like Atlanta would be a stupid team to trade for him because like it just wouldn't make actual sense for the Hawks long term when Jalen Johnson's back healthy. It would be a good addition for now while Jalen Johnson's out. It's another creator or whatever. Like it could be Capella plus Nance. But again, it actually can't be that because those two guys together make more than Julius Randle. So it can't be that. And I'm telling you right now, if that got offered, Minnesota would just have accepted that. The Bulls, again, I just don't really think make that much sense. It just is like, I don't know. Patrick Williams, like, it's just, there's not a lot of stuff in here that's like, oh, that makes a ton of sense for these things to get done. So when it comes to overall trades, you're probably seeing the reason why trading Julius Randle is not an easy thing to do. Golden State, like, again, this team is hard kept at the first apron, so the trades here are incredibly difficult to actually do. So I don't know. I just don't think Julius Randle like gets traded. You know, Pistons fans are going to start saying, no, don't do this when I go over here. Like, no one wants Julius Randle that bad, really. C. Leo says, big fan of your work. Spurs' biggest needs now are shooting and a backup big man. Who should they target realistically? Well, C. Leo, appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much for the 5. Super chats obviously go a long way in supporting the channel. You guys have been absolutely awesome. John Lewis with some big super chats today. Edward with a couple of super chats. Mind of Ball, a couple of super chats. Troy, a super chat, as well as Andy and C. Leo. And another super chat just rolled in as well. YSLAL is a Laker fan. We thank you, but do understand your pain. Let's go, Luka. I'm glad you got him, man. Cherish him, enjoy him. Hope you have a fun time watching him play in Los Angeles. Let's get some W's for the super chatters today. Appreciate you guys all so much. Obviously, you guys who aren't even super chatting, I appreciate you so much as well for hanging out with me here, watching the stream, and of course going through the NBA coverage with me. But when it comes to biggest needs, who should they target? Again, a lot of it stems from what we've seen in Brooklyn with Cam Johnson. I think he is a tremendous option for the San Antonio Spurs. Otherwise, if you're looking for maybe cheaper options, Lonzo Ball could be an interesting long-term one for the Spurs, but I just don't know if the need in the backcourt really exists as much anymore. You know, you have Stephon Castle, you have De'Aaron Fox, you have Vassell. Maybe they could view Lonzo as kind of a rotationary guard into that mix, but I just don't see it. Ben Tate, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate you a ton as well. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. I hope you guys all are enjoying. Arhan says, how about Valanciunas to the Bucks? Definitely an attainable big man. My question here, though, is he doesn't really space the floors too well. So And when it comes to the actual contract situation too, we go back over to Milwaukee. Valanciunas makes $9.9 million. Try and trade him to Milwaukee, it would have to be Bobby Portis. And again, that's just kind of problematic. Because you can't do Connaughton because this will not work. This will say again that the Bucks are over the attainable salary limit. See? So this does not work like I promised. So I think there's a lot of flaws with trying to make trades here between teams. There's a lot of difficulties. Ukami says, any chance the Wolves can get rid of Randall? I really think it's going to be a tough challenge for them. But again, let's get some W's in the chat. Ben, thank you so much as well for the super chat, $5 super chat from you. You guys are absolutely awesome. Team Emmons is sub now. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. And take a look at this. Someone just subscribed again. We are getting really, really close. 28,798 subscribers. Jim Prescott says, do you think anything will happen today or tomorrow, or just an explosion on Thursday with all the trades going down? So typically we get, and from my years of experience doing this now, because I've been doing this for quite a while, I believe this is my 4th year now in a row covering the NBA trade deadline for the entire week. Look at that, 28,801. Let's get some confetti in here. Hype that up. That's super sweet. Thank you guys. We're also going to try and get some balloons going too. Absolutely crazy. There we are. Thank you guys all so much. 28,800 subscribers is super sweet. And when it comes to the overall trade deadline flow, typically we get one pretty meaningful trade between Tuesday and Wednesday together. And then Thursday is usually a collection of 10 to 15 trades. So pretty active, pretty busy overall. So again, I really do appreciate you guys a ton. Thursday is going to be the busy day. Thursday is going to be the, oh my goodness, what's going on? There's going to be hopefully thousands and thousands of people in here watching. Last year we peaked at about 5,400, I think, 5,300 viewers. This year I'm anticipating that as well. I'm hoping even more than that. That would be insane. But remember, during that live stream, I'm going to put it into subscriber only mode for a little while. So that way you guys kind of know what to expect. In fact, I might do that now just for like 10 minutes so you guys can see exactly how it works. I'm going to put it into subscriber only mode. I'm going to put the subscriber minimum duration time to 1 minute. So once you've been subscribed for 1 minute, you'll be able to comment. Just made that change now. So you'll see exactly how it looks, how it works. If you're a subscriber, nothing should have changed for you probably. Other than it might just say it's in subscriber only mode. Sanix says, hey man, good morning. Kuzma Middleton talks ongoing. We will jump over to the trade machine here too to talk through what that possibly looks like and why I am kind of pessimistic on that possibility overall. I do think there are just some challenges in the way of any kind of trade like that. But when it comes to this deal, like if we're going to do Kuzma Middleton, I don't really love this. But I guess one of the positives here for this specifically is that Milwaukee can maybe get a couple players back in this deal. So Middleton goes to Washington. And then in return, if you look at the salary difference here, it's about $8.1 million. So what $8.1 million player could we fit in? The answer becomes, is it Saddiq Bey? Corey Kispert's poison pilled. So I'm going to show you this right now. We put him in the trade. It doesn't work. Corey Kispert makes too much money as a result because he's poison pilled. So that will not work. So you're really looking at Saddiq Bey, maybe Johnny Davis if the Bucks think that they can revive his career. But something like this is doable. Okay. Otherwise, there could be some 3-team involvement here where you send Saddiq Bey somewhere else to a trade exception, and this would allow Milwaukee to get under the second apron in a way too. And the Bucks, I don't know what they're going to give up here. Maybe it's just this 2031 first. Like, I don't love this trade for Milwaukee. I really don't. I love this trade for Washington if they make it. But Kuzma's at least springy and still somewhat athletic and younger than Middleton. So those are the positives, but I just don't know. I'd have some real long-term concerns about that. Pork Rinds here says, can coaches be traded for players? Trade JJ Redick. He's an idiot. I mean, the Lakers have been pretty good this season. So, at this point of the year, they're 28-19. They're 1.5 games back of Denver. So I think coming into the year, if people knew that, they'd say that's pretty solid. King David says, best fit for Ben Simmons if he gets bought out. So remember, some of the apron teams will not be able to actually go out and sign him. because his buyout, because he's making more than the normal number, or more than the mid-level number, the average player salary. So I think, like, Orlando would be kind of an interesting place for him. He could do some ball handling there. Detroit would be a unique spot. Atlanta, now with Jalen Johnson out, I think would be another very solid landing spot for him. Funny enough, that's kind of where the beginning of the end of his career started, with the pass that he made that should have been a dunk. Otherwise, like, if you're looking at other teams in the West, Dallas could be a team. Obviously, they already have a lot of front court pieces, but Ben Simmons could do some ball handling for them. Sacramento is a team that I think, Monty McNair's expressed interest in the past in Ben Simmons. He could definitely be someone who plays some, like, backup power forward for them behind Keegan Murray. Golden State, obviously, like, people have long thought about what he would look like in the Draymond Green type of role next to Steph Curry. The issue here is they're hard capped at the first apron, so they'd have to find ways to open up money to do that. But that would be an interesting spot. And San Antonio, I think, just with Wembanyama having a skilled playmaking, taller player, that's just something the Spurs don't have right now. They don't have a 6'9", 6'10", really great playmaker. Sohan's a growing playmaker, has definitely taken significant strides from where he was a few years ago at Baylor to where he is now. But I think, Simmons is just a very cerebral player overall. So Iceman says, I love that the live show is on this time. It's around 6 p.m. South African time, which is way better than the normal 2 a.m. I'm glad for you, Iceman. It's way better, I'm sure, than your typical NBA streaming situation. So really glad it works out good for you. Big Hoff says, as a Blazers fan, I hate that the Lakers are always the West Coast televised team, West Coast televised game. But I just can't resist that Lakers-Mav matchup coming up. February 25th, guys. It's going to be the best game of that night, I guarantee you. Luka, 30-point triple-double, probably loading. Good morning, says sure enough. Kuzma to Milwaukee. That's exactly what we were just talking about as a potential option there. I also think the Clippers would be a fun Ben Simmons spot, as I thought about it a little bit more. Joseph wants to know about Ingram to Golden State. So let's go over to the Pelicans and Warriors here and get them in the trade machine. So we talked about Zion to Golden State. Ingram to Golden State also would probably center around Andrew Wiggins' contract, and probably, if you're just looking at the financials of this trade, probably Gary Payton II. Probably this helps balance out the roster a little bit more for Golden State, and would allow a lot of kind of fixed roster construction. Now they would probably trade this first, like lottery protected. I mean, and this is maybe the only way the Pelicans get a first even, which this continues to annoy me every single time. The reason this continues to happen is because the Warriors are hard capped, and it's just like the money would otherwise work, but it doesn't because of this situation. So we'd have to send, Lindy Waters to a third team. I'm just going to send him to New Orleans here in this case, but there you go. Something like this. Lindy Waters would go to a third team because the Pelicans want to shave salary too. So this wouldn't happen just like this, but that's the idea. Jonas for Kleber is a win because at least one can play Kleber is out for the season. Again, that's another possible avenue for sure. Eric Kush says the league found out Julius Randle was washed after the Knicks cut him. Another possibility here, by the way, for the Lakers. And I think this is actually something that's semi-realistic. Let's go over here to the Wizards and to the Nets. So let's say they make this Nick Claxton trade, right? Nick Claxton goes to the Lakers for Hachimura and for Gabe Vincent and for a 2031 first-round pick. We'll just kind of have that be the baseline here. What I could also see happening is the Wizards, I continue to talk about this because it's such an important detail. Wizards' $12.40 million trade exception could house, in theory, Maxi Kleber, who's out this season, in a trade, and they could get this 2025 second-round pick for basically free. So something like this. It's going to say it doesn't work because of the recently traded, because they think that I'm aggregating him. These would be two separate trades, so this does work. It would be Kleber and this pick to Washington. This would get the Lakers a lot of cap relief, which would be pretty important. And then the Nets and Lakers would also make a separate trade. So this is one trade between the Nets and Lakers, one trade between the Lakers and Wizards. So this trade would technically work, but I'm not going to go through the process of doing two trades just to show you what I can do in one. W. Leo says Kleber OFS, so him and second for JV as backup 5, then Rui and first for Pirtle. I mean, or you could do something like this where it's Rui, Vincent first for Claxton, and Kleber and whatever out. So, yeah, something like that. Twig Gaming Channel says, what's a good landing spot for Jeremy Grant? There isn't one. Jeremy Grant's going to stay in Portland if I had to bet. Matthew here says Orlando. Otherwise, if he does get traded, he ends up in New Orleans as part of a trade for either Zion or Brandon Ingram, more than likely. Matthew Kinnison says Orlando should make a trade. They are collapsing quickly. Yeah, I think Orlando's looking for some type of player. Let's talk about the Jazz here. You know, we continue to use the Jazz as like kind of our, hey, you want to take some salary, we'll give you a draft pick, which is what they continue to do, by the way. So it's not even unrealistic. But let's talk about them as like an actual meaningful trade. And this one centers around John Collins or Colin Sexton, whichever one you want to include. And we'll do Cole Anthony's salary, and we'll throw in Gary Harris's salary in this, okay? These two salaries go up for Colin Sexton, and they give up this Denver first-round pick this year. This is like a pretty meaningful upgrade, okay? And this opens up a little bit more flexibility for Orlando, too, financially going forward if they want it, by getting off of Anthony and Gary Harris with this first. So this is kind of trade that I think could make some sense and help Orlando a little bit in the shot creation department. Yep. De'Aaron Fox is wearing number 4. Yep, he did make that switch. DG says, was Claxton and Cam Johnson to Lakers? Is it possible? What about Claxton and Cam Johnson to the Lakers? It's just not going to happen. That's a good question. The reason it will not happen, if we go over to the Utility Sports draft pick tracker, again, I put a ton of work into this, so I hope you guys really do enjoy having this, and I hope you guys think it's pretty neat to use and look at the very least. For the Lakers here, they just don't have the capital to get both guys. Cam Johnson is going to kind of demand 2 first-round picks for Brooklyn, and the Lakers have 1 tradable first, so it's just not really doable. One or the other is probably the best that they can do, honestly. Zeth here wants to know what center the Lakers can get. I think it's really down to Nick Claxton or Day'Ron Sharpe, Jonas Valanciunas. Miles Turner's like kind of like a real hopeful one if they could get him. Probably not going to happen, Pacers fans. Don't worry. I don't think it's going to happen. Otherwise, you're looking at maybe Clint Capella. Those are kind of the options, really. Like, let me kind of think for a second here, though, quick. Let me think. There's also, for other big men, I mean, Mitchell Robinson we've talked about. Mitchell Robinson, Goga Bitadze maybe from Orlando, or Wendell Carter Jr., one of the two, is somewhat sensible. Jakob Poeltl, I just don't think is going to happen. So that's kind of the collection of pieces. I mean, maybe DeAndre Ayton, but again, I don't like that. We're rolling you crazy for this, by the way. Raps and Four says, does IQ to the Kings make sense? No. The Kings are not going to make any trade for a point guard, I don't think. Couching and Slouching with C. Bizzle says, I've been watching you while working from home. Keep up the great job. Appreciate you, man. Hopefully, I'm making your guys' workday go faster. Day's been a lot of fun for me. Ben Tate, thank you again for the super chat earlier. He says, can you do Kuzma to the Bucks for Middleton? Maybe with the third team. I'm not saying it's likely. Hopefully, you were able to see when we did do that just a couple of minutes ago. Mike says, Middleton's a Bucks icon. They won't trade him unless it's for a clear upgrade. The one thing, Mike, I'll say is I don't know if that front office is going to operate like that. You know, the Spurs do. I just don't, they traded Drew Holiday and picks and a bunch of picks and all their flexibility for Dame Lillard. And yeah, it's Dame, but I don't think that they're going to just sit there and cling on to Middleton. That Bucks front office is desperate, and I don't think a lot of people are realizing that. B. Sibes here says Blazers who leave Simons, Grant, Ayton, and Williams all talked about. Robert Williams III is another Laker option. I should have mentioned him just a minute ago. Robert Williams III makes a ton of sense for the Lakers too. When we go back over to Fanspo for the trade machine, he's another big man who just makes a lot of sense. Doesn't cost that much money, probably a little bit more attainable in terms of the salary. You do something like Gabe Vincent plus one of these other contracts. You throw Cam Reddish into it, whatever, and you give Portland a 2030 pick swap. Something like this is probably enough to get a deal done here. So Lakers, I think, do really well in this if they make this kind of trade. Pick swap, I think that's like a home run for Portland too. You're not going to get a first outright for Robert Williams III at this point in time. I just don't think. Members, here's a report. Members of Miami's front office have grown impatient with Jimmy Butler after initially stating anywhere but Miami. Butler has blocked multiple trades by making it known he will only sign an extension in Phoenix, which has limited the trade market for the six-time All-Star, which is exactly what I've been saying. Golden State, Philly, Phoenix, Miami have held discussions on a multi-team trade that would reroute multiple All-Stars. Nothing is imminent, but Golden State seems to be the driving force behind negotiations, according to some reports right now as well. From what I'm hearing. So we're going to keep our eyes on all this situation, everything that could possibly come to fruition. Make sure you guys are tagging me over on Twitter, by the way. Links in the description for that. I would love for you guys to be following me over there. So let's check out some of our notifications here. We have some news. Bucks Wizards have discussed a potential trade of Chris Middleton draft capital for Kuzma. This would likely feature the Bucks 2031 draft capital, either their first or second. Could see Sadiq Bey included in the deal as with a potential third team involved. Maybe Corey Kispert if the third team is a contender. Maybe Corey Kispert instead of Bay if the third team is a contender. I don't love that for Milwaukee. Ben Benson, thank you for the comment over there. I'm making sure I saw it. Crispy Haynes here. This is Centel. It's NBA Centel, which is pretty funny. Wizards want picks. No way the Wizards accept this. I mean, they got a pick for eating salaries in this trade, so I don't know. Tyler. Unless it's Miami taking him in as part of a larger Butler trade. I don't know if it happens at all. I don't know. I don't know if Julius Randle's going to get traded. I just really don't know. I don't understand. Like, I literally don't have the Wizards trading anybody. The Wizards just get draft capital in this, and people are like, why do you hate the Wizards? Like, what? They just, and again, they're not even watching the thing. So, I mean, they just use a trade exception that was going to expire. Like, people are honestly so funny to me sometimes because it's like, no, I don't. In fact, I think the Wizards are being very, very smart. So, it's actually hilarious. Dallaston says Hornets acquired a second round pick. What does it mean? They're just betting against Phoenix. The Hornets think that 2029 Phoenix pick could be in the top 40 of that draft, which it very likely will be. Armani says this might sound like I'm whining about the top teams, but does it seem like the NBA is stacking the decks with the top teams around the league, so the NBA is picking winners and losers? No. In fact, the NBA is doing the opposite. NBA continues to try giving small teams chances. If there was any conspiracy to believe, it's that the NBA looks out for the small market teams in the lottery. Under Adam Silver. Under David Stern, it was the opposite. You know, the New York Knicks, frozen envelope, Patrick Ewing. But think about it. New Orleans wins the lottery for Zion. Second pick that year, Memphis. You think about the teams that have moved up in the draft. San Antonio moves up for Victor. I mean, like, it's the small market teams that move up. Orlando moved up for Banchero. Atlanta, you know, is a bigger market, but they moved up in the year that the draft wasn't a consensus number one pick. So it's the situation, honestly. Sanic here says Wizards favorite to land Kevin Durant. I don't think that'll happen. I would just be very shocked by that. Muhammad says, does this take them under the first apron? The Lakers trade, that one would have, yes. Which is part of why the idea existed for me. Sean Nabo says, W. Leo, do you see more blockbuster trades happening? Yeah, at some point we'll get some big ones. I don't know who Voice is. I don't know. I'm going to need clarification on that. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Again, link is in the description. By the way, one of the best ways on trade deadline live stream day, when it's actually like the day of the trade deadline, when there's 5,000 people in here, like tweeting at me, following me on Twitter is some of the best ways to get my attention that day, because there's so much stuff going on and the chat is just flying. So keep that in mind as well. Okay. B-Side says, will Lakers go for Rob Williams? I think that's definitely a possibility. Luke says, did you see the Lakers try for Jakob? Hurdle, I have not seen that. I'm not sure where. If you see that on Twitter, make sure you guys tag me so I can see all of this news, because obviously it's impossible to stay on top of every little detail. But I did not see that specifically. But again, I do think a Middleton and Kuzma trade is possible. Not sure if I love it, though, but we'll see if something actually happens. Of course, that will be kind of a big deal if it does. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. I hope you guys really are enjoying today. I'm having a lot of fun talking about some potential trades. Of course, the Kyle Kuzma rumors right now around the Milwaukee Bucks are some of the bigger news, the bigger rumors and drama around the NBA right now. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the streams. Again, if you are, be sure to subscribe, leave a like as well. Luckily, my cats are behaving today. Reese is sitting here laying on the floor next to me. So being good cats today, which I love to see compared to yesterday where they're being a little bit more rambunctious. Whoopo says Robert Williams and Thibault should be gettable Luka type role players. They definitely are. So that's definitely something that is an interesting possibility at the very least. We'll see what happens here, if trades actually materialize or not. Of course, we're mostly waiting on Jimmy Butler right now, and if a trade for him is going to happen or not. But we shall see. Of course, a lot of rumors and speculation right now. That's part of the trade deadline week, is trying to think through every possible outcome, trying to predict and plan everything. I saw on Twitter the possibility of the Lakers being able to trade Rui, Maxi. So you can't trade Kleber in a combination deal yet. So that whatever you saw on Twitter was not accurate. You cannot trade Kleber with other salaries. You cannot aggregate him. Separate deals. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Separate deals. 2031 first and a pick swap for Claxton, Sharp. So it would be Rui, Maxi, some other salary for Claxton, Sharp. Okay. And it would be Maxi and pick, or Maxi and swap for Nesmith. I don't think the Pacers will do that, but it's an interesting idea at the very least. Brap, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's get some W's for Brap in the comment section right now. W Brap says, I bet the term apron started way back when LeBron first started his hobby of being a French maid for hire on the side, 2011. All right, Brap. Thank you for the super chat. Was not expecting that. Yeah, Middleton is at a point of his career where he is not good anymore, honestly. Like he's still an effective, efficient player, but he's not a good build-around player. So Of course, this Kyle Kuzma news is pretty important. I'm going to be switching up the thumbnail right now. I'm going to pivot over to a different thumbnail. Right now, I've got Robert Williams and Cam Johnson on the thumbnail, but we are going to switch over to a Nick Claxton and Kyle Kuzma one instead. So I hope you guys really are enjoying the live stream so far. Of course, I'm having a great time. Been a lot of different stuff going on the channel and a lot of different trade preparation. Jay, so here's the thing. This is, again, this going back to the Robert Williams thing. It's a first-round pick swap. If the Lakers are better than the Blazers in 2030, it wouldn't even be anything. It wouldn't be anything. The Blazers wouldn't swap the pick, which is why if you have Luka Doncic, you'd probably be comfortable trading a pick swap. It's a potential upside for Portland, and it's just flat out almost no risk for LA if they just think that they're going to have Luka Doncic. That's the idea. So it's exactly Elizabeth here saying it's a swap, not a first. Lester, yeah, thank you again for throwing your ideas in here. Wupo says anyone that trades for Kuzma is going to regret it. He had the option to be the PJ Washington piece and said I'd rather be a loser and collect checks in DC. That whole thing was just weird. I don't understand why he did that. Ben, where do you think realistic landing spots for John Collins and Colin Sexton are? This is a very good question. I'm going to actually ask this over on Twitter too. It's such a good question. So thank you guys all so much for watching. So far, okay, here we go. So the Lakers have contacted. Oh, this is Michael LaGrange. I don't trust anything Michael LaGrange tweets. Don't trust him. This stuff is not very reliable. You're crazy to think Bucks will take that bum. People get so mad. It's actually so funny. No Hornets involvement, I don't approve. Eric's funny. Thanks, Eric, for being over there. Again, Michael LaGrange, though, I just don't trust. His reporting is not something I'm going to rely on. So, Evan Sider is another one. But thanks anyway for taking me and stuff. The Suns have been in recent trade discussions with the Wizards on Yusuf Nurkic. Phoenix is one of the few teams who has also inquired on Saddiq Bey, who signed with Washington after suffering a torn ACL. We'll see. I would love for Vooch moved, but for what or who? Of course, now I say this, my cat is being difficult. 1 second, I'll be back. All right, I'm back, and I've got a little buddy here with me. Reese, just behave. Okay, thank you. So when it comes to a John Collins, Colin Sexton landing spots, I think the Lakers would be a unique John Collins spot. Otherwise, Miami could make sense for either of these guys. Orlando could make sense for either of these guys. Other possible landing spots. Cat's just wanted to chill, by the way. Other good landing spots. Let me think of a couple. So I think the Jazz are so interesting because they have players that are good that they can trade. Houston, I think, would be unique for Sexton. Memphis for Sexton makes some sense, using Marcus Smart's salary. Golden State for Collins makes a little bit of sense. I think the Kings for John Collins, although the salaries would be really difficult to line up. Detroit for either of them makes a little bit of sense. I think more so Colin Sexton, but I know all the trade rules, so I don't need spot track. Okay, Pody, I see the Centel dude. Centel is hilarious. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Like before Centel, I didn't really like those like meme accounts, fake accounts, but Centel, some of the stuff that guy comes up with is honestly hilarious. So make sure you guys follow over on Twitter. Link is in the description. 3,400 followers. Reroll says, bro, same. I want the clips to go for Cam, but I think we need two at least. We can only give a first and a second. You can also give a pick swap for Cam Thomas, if that's who you're talking about, but you might be talking about Cam Johnson. Brandon here says to join the Discord. You guys heard him. Link is in the description for that. If you are enjoying the community vibe here, being able to talk to everybody in such a fun setting. The Discord is a great place to be. Link, again, is in the description there. Sebastian here says, what free agents do you see the Lakers getting next year with LeBron? I mean, honestly, we got to just get through the trade deadline first before we can start thinking about free agency. If you guys are curious, and if you're new here, you won't know this yet, I do free agency live streams. I do NBA draft live streams. We'll be live in the month of June and July. So you're definitely going to want to be here for that too. So, and I'll have a lot of coverage on free agents. I have a video every year where I talk about every single NBA free agent, even the guys on two-way contracts. So that's how much of a sicko I am. Comment basketball sicko down in the comment section right now. I'm going to start off the chain here. Basketball sicko, because I think a lot of us are basketball sickos. You know, Jared here wants me to mock some Brandon Ingram trades. Again, there are some difficulties in this, but it would really stem from a few different spots, right? There's the Ingram situation here, I think specifically is an interesting one for a few different reasons. So Milwaukee is a possible landing spot. You would need to include a team like Washington again, for example. You would basically trade Middleton to the Pelicans. You would trade Pat Connaughton to the Wizards in a salary dump to get under the second apron. You would trade this pick to the Wizards as well. And then in this, you would get back Brandon Ingram. And you also have to send out more salary here too. So you'd also need to send out, say, Marjon Beauchamp to the Pelicans. And you'd have to send out even a little bit more. So we get a fourth team involved. We go grab Utah or some other team willing to take salary. These are, again, just examples, not definitives. It doesn't have to be Utah. It doesn't necessarily have to be a team like the Wizards, but it very well could be. We'll trade this pick to the Jazz. And ultimately, this kind of deal does work. And I forgot something. So let me make sure to adjust this real quick, just so everyone is aware why they would do this, why the Pelicans would do this. 2031 first round pick would be in there. So this is an interesting Brandon Ingram trade. Ingram to the Bucks. Pelicans would give up or get Middleton, Beauchamp. They'd also get out of the tax, I'm pretty sure. Or no, they would just be slightly in the tax, but they could trade and salary dump some player somewhere. Maybe even into Utah in this deal. 2031 first. The Wizards get Pat Connaughton in a second rounder for nothing. Again, they don't give up anything, so they get just stuff for free. And DeLon Wright goes to Utah, and again, the Jazz get something for free too. So all in all, I think pretty good. Very happy about it with all things in mind. So really do appreciate you guys a ton. Also, got news here too, something important that just happened. We have a brand new article on the channel. So let me go over to the Utility Sports Twitter quick. Let me make sure you guys can see what I am doing here. New article at Thin Cool breaks down Aaron Wiggins and his prominent rise as a key essential piece for the OKC Thunder after a career night earlier this week. And let me put the image in there. I think it's probably that one. Yep. Link below. So if you guys haven't already, we have a Substack. Link is in the description for that. It's completely free to subscribe over there. And you can see pieces like this one where we break down some key essential things that have happened in the NBA world. So Aaron Wiggins had a great week. Warriors have shown a level of interest per the Stein line. Thank you, George, for tagging me in this. The Warriors. Ooh, I have a delivery here from my wonderful fiance. Let's get some hype in the chat for her. Starbucks delivery. Huge shout out to her. Let's get some Meep hype rolling in here. Meep, I'm going to start the train. get some hype in here for her. Appreciate her a ton. Meep. Let's everyone spam Meep in the chat right now. Appreciate her a lot. While the Warriors continue to be ambitious in the extreme with their exploration of possible trades for the likes of Kevin Durant and Jimmy Butler, league sources say Golden State has also examined the prospect of acquiring New Orleans' Brandon Ingram, which is pretty essential news. But remember, be sure to go check this out, the new article. Finley Cool breaks down Aaron Wiggins and his prominent rise as a key essential piece for the OKC Thunder after a career night earlier this week. Link below. So make sure to go check that out. But of course, this news is a big one. Also, Milwaukee Bucks are eyeing Caleb Martin. 2 possible Connaughton trades that would serve as backup options for the Bucks to make perimeter defensive improvements are also said to have emerged in the event that a splashier trade does not materialize. Sources say Milwaukee has eyed both Phillies' Caleb Martin and Charlotte's Cody Martin, who each make less than Connaughton's $9.4 million salary. So definitely solid options there for Milwaukee, too, if they go that direction. I, in fact, prefer that for them. I do not see Zion being moved this trade deadline, but let's see some of that me pipe in the chat here over the next little bit. Love seeing that. Love the delivery. I've actually given up Starbucks for the most part, but do not mind it for trade deadline week at all. If you guys know, last year that was what got me through the streams. Forgot about the memes. Well, we got the memes going here. Brian King says, Meep, you are the real MVP. Keep him awake. We need him. Thank you, Brian. Elizabeth here says Golden State is after Babe Ruth and Pat Mahomes as well. And John says, Meep. We're getting a lot of Meep hype in here, which I love to see. Wemby's Castle says, Meep. Mike says, being one of the worst 8 teams in the league doesn't guarantee you get your top 8 protected pick. And that's exactly part of the reason why Chicago did what they did the other night in that trade. They gained all of their draft pick flexibility back and protected themselves in the event that they accidentally sent the 9th pick somewhere else. Alex Silva says, B-ball sicko. B-Max says, Ingram will just hate anyone he goes to who doesn't extend him with a big contract. He thinks he's Max. Let him hate the Pelicans. So I think the Warriors might be willing to extend him. And I think that's one of the interesting things we're going to talk about now. Let's go over to a possible Pelicans trade with the Warriors, because I think for Golden State specifically, if you're trying to look at their long-term salaries, they don't have a ton of huge salaries committed, honestly. They have, a lot of salary committed to Steph, obviously, but then Wiggins' salary isn't crazy, and they're probably going to trade that in some type of deal for Ingram. So if it's Wiggins for Ingram, like, your salaries aren't too bad. They can afford to pay Ingram quite a bit going forward. And I do think Ingram is a talent upgrade. He's a little bit younger than Wiggins as well. So Ingram to Toronto might be a possibility too. But when it comes to an actual trade here, again, this first apron space is a real tricky kind of thing to figure out. But if you involve someone like Buddy Hield in this trade, and you involve Lindy Waters in this trade, which we're just going to include Utah here, okay, for the sake of the argument that Utah gets a second-round pick out of taking this in. Trade Lindy Waters to Utah. The Pelicans give up a second-round pick to avoid the tax. They're going to send that to Utah. And the Warriors send this first-round pick, lottery protected, to New Orleans in this deal. I think this is a pretty understandable trade for the parties involved. Now, Golden State, you could argue maybe it shouldn't be a 2025 first. Maybe it should be something else. I totally get that too. So keep that in mind. But nonetheless, Andrew Wiggins, Buddy Hield, 2025 first. Ingram goes to Golden State. Lindy Waters and a draft pick get dumped into Utah. So all in all, pretty solid starting point for a trade, I think. And remember, if you guys do want to, make sure to head over to the Substack. And here you can see the newest article on Aaron Wiggins. Finley broke down Aaron Wiggins this week. Again, completely free to subscribe. In fact, I'm going to be showing off everyone who subscribes today. So, David, thank you for being a free subscriber over there the rest of the stream. Every time someone subscribes, I'm going to hop over here and show it off on the stream. So everyone should go subscribe to that right now. I'm going to send the link into the comment section too. Again, the link is in the description if you're looking for it. But I'm going to send it into the comment section right now. Just go subscribe. It's completely free. And that way you don't miss out on any posts or articles about the NBA. It's a great place to be. So Pork wants to know if I can verify the news coming out of Lakers camp. So if it's about the interest in big men, I mean, like, yes, I can confirm that. I'm like 99.9% certain that that is just all true. So they're going to be looking for big men. They're going to find some. So shout out to all of the new followers over on the Substack. Appreciate you guys a ton. Shout out to Peter Aguilar as well for subscribing over here too. Appreciate you a ton, Peter. Absolutely awesome to have your guys' support. I will be keeping my eyes on that. So if you subscribe over there, I will shout you out. Let's get back over to the NBA, over to Twitter now, and NBA Twitter specifically. Here is per Tim Bontemps. Anthony Davis is on hand here in Philly. Won't play tonight against the Sixers with an abdominal strain. He ironically suffered here last week with the Lakers. So there he is, brand new Dallas Maverick. Anthony Davis, let's see what the comments are saying. People ask him about trades too. It's funny. Tim Bontemps is a very good reporter, by the way. I enjoyed Tim Bontemps quite a bit. I don't listen to a ton of ESPN stuff, but Tim Bontemps is one of the few people that I can actually agree with at a decent amount of the time. So 41 burger, yeah. Aaron Wiggins was incredible on Saturday. He was insane. So love seeing all the hype in the chat here. You guys have been absolutely incredible. Alex here says, Warriors are that guy at 2 a.m. trying to take any girl home. I'm not going to say anything else, Alex, but I get what you're going for there. Raphael says, what do you think about AR-15 being traded for a defensive guard? That's a nice contract. So that's the thing is, like, the Lakers, it's going to be hard for them to find a one-for-one trade that really makes sense, which is why I don't think they'll ultimately trade Austin Reeves unless some other really good player becomes available that they think that they can get that makes sense with Luka long-term. So I think Reeves stays. Like, you know, there was a lot of success between Reeves or between Kyrie and Luka. Now, Austin Reeves isn't Kyrie Irving. He is a different player pretty significantly, but he is shooting 37% from three this year. And over the last 3 years, he's been at 40%, 37%, 37%. So I think there's enough shooting for Reeves off the ball to survive next to Luka. And I think having secondary creation ability is super important. But again, make sure you guys do go check out that Substack. Link is in the description again. I do appreciate you guys a ton for all of your continued support. You've been absolutely killing it as of late. I'm going to be on the Substack. I'm going to be sharing my big board. I'm going to be sharing some trade grades as they come in too. So make sure to stay tuned for all that. Roquendo says, watching from Puerto Rico. Welcome, Roquendo, to the stream. Glad to have you in here, my man. Awesome to have people watching from all over the world, which is so sweet. Venkata here says, T-Man in a second for Robert Williams. I mean, that's not actually a terrible idea. Let's go look at that trade. I have not even really thought about the Clippers as a Robert Williams spot as much as I probably should have. So, again, this is why your comments are so awesome, because you guys put ideas into my head of like what's possible. You know, there's all the, you know, I've thought through hundreds of trades, and you know, you consider all these options, you compare contract sizes, you try and put all the pieces together, right? But sometimes hearing other people's opinions, perspectives helps kind of open up ideas. So one of the issues here for the Clippers specifically is that they are hard capped at the first apron. So this trade right now would work, but they don't have a ton of flexibility. Now they do have some trade exceptions too, including the $6.5 million one. Of course, that's not enough to fit Robert Williams in, but you do something like this and you throw in this 2031 second. And yeah, I mean, like something like that's not doable. Like now the only issue I see with this is Robert Williams III's hurt a lot, and the Clippers love Terrence Mann more than they should. So Mike says Anthony Davis begins his Mavs tenure injured. I don't know if you saw what I tweeted yesterday about this, but I was kind of trolling Nico Harrison a little bit. This report from Tim McMahon, Anthony Davis is now listed as out versus Sixers due to abdominal strain. His Mavs debut is not expected to be delayed much longer. And I tweeted saying, conditioning causes injuries. Am I doing this right? Because remember, the big thing is the Mavericks were blaming Luka's conditioning for all of his injuries. I think it's kind of stupid, but Mike says Austin Reeves is extra discount Ginobili, which is an awesome player. Discount Ginobili, extra discount Ginobili is an awesome player. Ginobili, I think, honestly, probably one of the most underrated players of all time. Probably one of the most underrated players ever. Yuli Kastner says, at what time is the Luka press conference today? Let me look that up. Luka Doncic press conference, Lakers. It will be at 11 a.m. Central. So in 11 minutes. Okay, wow. In 11 minutes. I wonder if I can get the audio to play during that. Would that be something you guys want? Oh, okay. We have a report here too over on Twitter. Lakers and Clippers have checked in on Malcolm Brogdon per Ian Begley. The Lakers and Clippers had Malcolm Brogdon on their radar last month. It's unknown how Brogdon's injury affects their interest. Brogdon has been out with a foot injury, so unfortunately Malcolm Brogdon's dealt with a ton of injuries, but it's pretty tough. Isabel here wants to know, would y'all do an Austin Reeves for Herb Jones swap? Who says no there? I think that's a really intriguing trade, honestly. I think ultimately the Pelicans probably say no. But I don't know. The Lakers would be hesitant on that too. So I think the Lakers would have to include something with that, because Herb Jones is just an awesome fit player for any team. Josh Prince here says Pistons match against Cleveland trade. Pistons match against Cleveland trade. I don't know exactly what you mean. New free subscriber, by the way, over on the Substack was again Peter. Thank you very much for subscribing. I do appreciate you guys a ton. But would you guys be interested in trying to listen into the Luka Doncic, the Luka Doncic press? Twig Gaming here says yes. Okay. We'll see if we can maybe do that. We'll think about it. JNCTN says Norman Powell trade. Norman Powell is not going to get traded. Chris Middleton for John Collins and Bobby Portis, or Pat Connaughton for a Martin twin. Again, that's not a terrible outcome either. Let's actually talk through this, because I think this is a worthwhile idea here. And I think that's one of the greatest things. We're seeing all the optionality of some of these situations where if Milwaukee doesn't get involved in Jimmy, or if Milwaukee doesn't trade for Kuzma, they have other pivot points, right? They have a team like Utah to work with. And I think that's one of the strengths right now of the market, is there's a variety of teams that are willing to sell, that have pieces that are worth selling. And John Collins is especially one of them. You look at this Chris Middleton trade, they can do this straight up and probably get some other small salary back in this deal. So like someone like Steve Mikhailuk or Johnny Juzang could be theoretically included in this. We're going to include Juzang because I think he's a player who could, in theory, help Milwaukee a little bit. Now, I don't think he would play much at all. And in this, Milwaukee would give up a first-round pick. And it's kind of a lot to do. But this kind of trade, overall, I think makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to screenshot this. This was a great comment, Spinning Wheezy. I appreciate you throwing this in here, because I think this is a very good thing to talk about. Because they have that option, and then they go, let's go say they talk with Charlotte and do something like Pat Connaughton to the Hornets or Cody Martin, who is hurt, obviously, but could steal. Let's look up Cody Martin's injury stuff right now, too. Let me make sure I have the most up-to-date information on that. He's still out with his core injury. He has not played for the last, I think, 7 games now, it looks like. But he's averaging 25 minutes a game, 8 points a game. He's not shooting the 3-ball super well. Let's look up Caleb Martin's stats. Caleb Martin's not been playing the last couple weeks either. So here's the thing. It's just really, really difficult thinking back to Julius Randle to see a Randle trade actually materialize. But something like this to the Hornets could make some sense here too. I want to know your guys' thoughts about these possible trades. I'm going to go tweet these over on Twitter as well. Put both of those in there. Walking out with John Collins and Cody Martin would not be bad. I don't think of the deadline. Ginobili's a Hall of Fame level player. Yeah, he's a beast. If he had his own team, like obviously he got all the team success and found a ton of success that way by winning with the Spurs, and that's now what he's a lot like known for a lot. But I think if you just look at the overall situation, like had he been in a Luka Doncic role or in a heliocentric type of role as a star initiator, he could have averaged like 27 points a game, 28 points a game, and just been an absolute monster that way. So comments about Doncic's conditioning were the same about Jokic, who proceeded to win MVP and will probably win again, and a title. The Mavericks just continue repeating their mistakes. Nathaniel Hirsch says, do you think OKC makes any significant trades, or will they look to just add more draft capital? More draft capital. They're going to get involved as a third team. I don't see them making a significant upgrade. So I just think like the overall situation for Oklahoma City is just long-term draft capital. I'm getting involved in 3-team trades, 4-team trades. I'm trying to help something happen. Spinning Wheezy, I hopefully we were able to see that Collins to Milwaukee trade. Ashley Lamont says no. I'm not sure what she's saying no about though. Dylan Brown says, do you think Pistons try to trade for Michael Porter Jr. in exchange for Harris and Fontecchio with picks? Whoa. Okay, that's I have not really envisioned that. Although I don't hate it for Detroit. I don't know if Denver does it. Now, this is Denver's like best tool to get a trade done is Michael Porter Jr. So, okay. This is interesting. This would be like a salary relief thing a little bit. So for Tobias Harris, well, not really. It wouldn't give that much salary relief. It would give long-term salary relief. Something like this, huh? Tobias Harris and Detroit gives up second rounder here. Maybe first in 2029. I don't know. So yeah, like I think Detroit gets to a spot here with the first where they're like, well, nah, I don't know. I think Detroit would really have a hard time including this pick, and I think Denver overall would just have a hard time giving up Michael Porter Jr. Even though they're getting Tobias and a couple of other things. Like this is like a trade where both teams might just say no. But thanks, Dylan, for throwing it in there nonetheless, and we could at least think through it and talk through some of the possibilities. Obviously, not every trade we put on the screen is going to happen, right? Like part of the point of the live streams is it's, first of all, being ready in case a trade does happen so that we can immediately respond, react to it, share all the news for people at work who aren't on their phone, who can't, like if you guys are just sitting there with an earbud in listening, like it's so that you stay up to date on trades and what's actually happening around the league. And then for the other part of it, the other point is just preparation for trades. Like what are possibilities? What do I think will happen? What are the salary cap mechanisms? Like a lot of you have probably learned about the Bucks and their second apron rules, and a lot of you have probably thought about, learned about the trade exceptions that Washington has or that Utah has. Some of you learned about what the Clippers could use for Terrence Mann as a salary, or Dallas now having 3 tradable firsts. Like the whole point of this, the whole reason why I go live the entire week is to build a community that you guys know everything you need to know for the trades, so that you can understand what the market itself looks like, what the collection of options are. And then sometimes options present themselves we didn't talk about. And that's what makes it so fun as well. So I hope you guys feel like you're learning a lot in this. I feel like hopefully you guys are all like, wow, this guy knows a lot because I spent so much time prepping for it. Again, it would be pretty impossible to not know what the heck's going on by spending as much time as I did creating this. Like, you guys have no idea. This took, I'm telling you, like so many hours to make because you're trying to track down trades and, this is the the Grizzlies get the more favorable of either their own pick or the worst of the Suns and Wizards from a swap option. Like this stuff, these 3-team swaps are like the bane of my existence. And sometimes it happens even in the second round. And it's like no one even cares about it the moment it happens. But then for me trying to pin it all together, I'm just like, what is going on here? So obviously crazy stuff. But I'm hoping that this becomes a good tool for us to continue using moving forward. Going into future years, because there's a lot of fun stuff. And going into the draft here, these next couple of years, we should have a good idea of how everything's going to work in month 2. So this was a lot of work to set up, but this will be something that sticks on the channel for many, many years going forward. So I'm very excited for that. Simon here says, who do you think Lakers should try to trade for now, or if they even should try to trade more? Yeah, Lakers should try and trade more. If you look at their draft picks here, which is part of why I have this, they have this 2031 first-round pick to trade, and they can offer swap options in 2030, 2028, and 2026. So they have trade flexibility. They have ways to improve, and they have some pieces and some salaries, especially with Hachimura and Gabe Vincent and a few other things. Kleber's, who we've talked about a couple times already today, which we didn't talk about much yesterday. There's some real flexibilities and some real options here for the Lakers to improve their team further by getting a center, by improving their front court, and putting pieces like Nick Claxton, like Mark is asking about here, who fit with Luka Doncic. And Nick Claxton, again, I really, really, really love the idea of Nick Claxton to the Lakers. I really do. I really do. DJ Hammer says, hey, Sheldon, not sure if you've talked about the NBA trade report update yet. Apparently there's a mega trade coming between Golden State, Philadelphia, Phoenix, and Miami. So DJ, I did read that report, but I'm going to hesitate to show it on the screen, partially because that account aggregates a lot. They take information, they literally copy paste other reporters' tweets and post it, and they don't attribute that information. They don't say where they got it from. So the difference between like them and who I have been showing, and I'll show you exactly what I mean here. If we go back over to Twitter, the accounts you've been tagging me in, for the most part, you guys have been tagging me in accounts that have been awesome. This is, I mean, that's actually insane. I'm not even gonna. I don't think that makes sense. Like, I really don't think it makes a lot of sense. But Jimmy Butler has essentially blocked multiple teams. So this is what I'm talking about here, though. When it comes to other accounts, like the Dunk Central, for example, he at least tags the person he's getting the information from here. So with that in mind, like, at least you're getting that report, you're getting that news, and I think that is at least better. So here is that Luka Doncic presser. Let me consider clicking into it here, and taking this off. So yeah, Luka's going to have his introductory press conference here. We'll see if I want to play it or not. We'll see what actually happens. Joshua, welcome to the stream. He says, any Kleber mock trade? I talked about him to potentially the Raptors in a trade that would go something like this, where we'd put let's get Toronto in this deal. Let's get the Lakers in this deal. Lakers would give up this 2025 second to Toronto. They would send Maxi Kleber. Now, it's important to note, since Maxi Kleber is recently traded, they cannot include him with any other salary. So he has to be traded by himself from a player perspective. Now, they can trade picks with him, this trade for Chris Boucher does make some sense. Okay. Otherwise, it could also be for Kelly Olynyk, although since the Lakers are a first apron team, that would be tricky. So it's easier to just do something like this for Boucher than it would be for Olynyk. So Austin here wants to know, so I said no Randall trade. Unfortunately, I think like the only way, so this is what I'm going to say, and this is kind of a firm prediction. The only way I really see Julius Randle getting traded is if there's a Jimmy Butler trade that the Wolves are a part of, or some real like immediate fallout of that. Maybe they're not directly in the Heat trade, but like if Ingram's going to Toronto and the Raptors are trading Bruce Brown and stuff somewhere, and like if there's some mega deal with like 5 to 7 teams, Minnesota has a chance of getting involved in moving Randle. That's what I think. Otherwise, I just see it very, very hard to see Julius Randle getting traded because I just think the market for his player archetype especially is very thin. The worst thing in the NBA are like the least valuable position is power forward. Like it just flat out is. You know, shooting guards are valued because they usually are floor spacers and can defend threes and sometimes can defend ones, like the best shooting guards. The best power forwards are guys who can't guard centers. That's the reason they're a power forward. And they're probably not athletic enough to guard like shooting guards. Like they're kind of pigeonholed to being a forward. And it's just hard. Like that's what makes the Celtics so good is they have such lineup flexibility because they have Al Horford, who is a center who can play power forward. They have Porzingis, who is a center who can play power forward. They also have Jason Tatum, who is a small forward who can play power forward. They don't rely on just traditional, raw, normal power forwards. They don't rely on guys who are kind of pigeonholed into one spot in your lineup. And that's what Julius Randle is. You can never play Julius Randle as a small ball center. Just probably won't be that productive defensively or on the glass. And then offensively, I mean, could you imagine Julius Randle playing like small forward? Like, it's weird, right? He's not a 3. He's not a 5. He's a 4. And you look around the league for teams looking for that kind of player, there's not very many of them. And then you also factor in that he makes $33 million and that the Wolves are hard capped, so they can't trade other stuff. It's just hard to see a trade actually coming to fruition here. Luka Doncic's press conference is starting here. Let me know if you guys can hear it. Can you hear it? No, you guys can't? Okay. Hold on one second.
The reason I say that is because we have a 25-year-old global superstar.
Can you hear it now?
That's going to get on the stage of the most popular and influential basketball brand on the globe. And I think when those two powerful forces come together, it brings basketball joy to the world because that's how Luka plays. He plays with joy. And if you think about kids in Barcelona or kids in Buenos Aires or children in Shanghai or Sydney, they're going to be wearing a number 77 Luka Doncic Lakers jersey and bringing joy to basketball just like he does. And that's why it's powerful. I think the leadership of Adam Silver and the way he's bringing the game to the world, you see it in Europe, you see it in Africa, what the NBA is doing. And now we have one of the game's biggest superstars, an international player coming to join the Los Angeles Lakers. It's a convergence of all those forces. And I think it's going to be something incredibly special that the NBA and basketball has never seen before.
Interesting.
So to get to this place, there's a couple people I want to thank. First and foremost is Jeannie Buss. She's so supportive. I think her vision, which falls in line with
Lucas still looks
the
sad.
great and late Dr. Buss, to always make sure the brightest and best basketball superstars play for the Los Angeles Lakers. She's clearly carried that vision on from her dad. And I just want to thank her for her tremendous support and vision in helping this day become a reality. The second person I want to thank is anytime there's a trade or a transaction, there has to be a partner. And I want to thank the Dallas Mavericks, led by their GM, Nico Harrison, who was also very instrumental in bringing this opportunity to us and then staying true to the negotiations throughout, where it could be culminated with the trade being finalized and Luka Doncic, Maxi, Kleber, and Markieff Morris becoming members of our team. So wanted to thank those two people. And now we'll start with questions.
Hey, Luka, there's the video the Lakers put out the other day of that you noticed somebody was talking to you in Slovenian during a game in 2019. It's Kobe. You turn around, you have the moment with him after the game. And just think, how do you go from that to then now joining the Lakers with LeBron James and just thinking of the legacies of those two players and you having the chance to be the next one?
Good question here.
Well, first of all, I remember the exact moment that happened. It will always stay, in my mind. It was an amazing moment. Just for Kobe to know my name was amazing for me. And, I just wish Kobe and Gigi were here to see this moment. And, I'm excited about this new journey and happy to be here.
All of us here standing here waiting for you to come. What's your reaction to seeing all of us here to welcome you to Los Angeles?
First of all, it's very nice.
What kind of question?
A lot of people here. I don't think there's ever been so many people in my press conference. So I really appreciate all the support.
Luka, welcome to Los Angeles. I'm curious, what's your reaction been the last 48 hours to some of the comments coming from Dallas on your way out the door to join the Lakers?
Really good question again from Dave McMenamin.
I'm just excited, to be here, to start this new journey. And obviously, at some point I knew this was going to happen. But I would say I always take the high road. I had my amazing moments in Dallas with all my teammates, coaches, and most importantly, the fans. They always supported me, and it was an amazing journey.
Hey, Luka, Dan Wicke with the LA Times. Welcome to LA. You, in a podcast with JJ years ago, said that the one NBA player that you watched was LeBron James. What is your kind of reaction to being able to now play with him? And how do you think that's going to work for the two of you guys on the court?
It's just like a dream come true, I always look up to him. There's so many things I can learn from him. And I'm just excited, just to learn everything. And now I get to play with him. So it's an amazing feeling.
Zdravo, Luka. Jovan Buha with The Athletic. Just kind of following up on that, how do you see you and LeBron specifically, just the two-man game between you? You both can screen for each other, hit guys out of the short roll, create playmaking opportunities. Just how you guys both see the game. Very few can see it that way. Like, how do you see that fit from a passing, playmaking, and just two-man game perspective?
Yeah, I think we both make our teammates better. I think our IQ is very high, so I think that's going to help everybody. But obviously, I really hadn't think about basketball much these days. But I'm just excited to work with him. I work every day here, so every day that goes by is going to be better.
Luka, Kobe Price. So
okay, that's where we're gonna call the interview at. We're gonna get back to NBA trade deadline coverage here. I'm gonna turn the volume back up on the music. I hope you guys did enjoy the at least beginning stages. I think we got some of the important questions in there at the very beginning, specifically one that I wanted to talk about here, which centers on this right here. So going over to what he said about Luka, what Luka said on playing with LeBron when asked Obviously, he's talked about multiple times, and of course, I've followed this very closely with Mavericks being my favorite team. He did look up to LeBron a ton, like when he came into the league and beforehand. I remember his rookie year, he blocked LeBron twice in a row. It was like one of the biggest moments of his rookie season, which was an incredible rookie season. And he said it's like a dream come true. It's an amazing feeling. So, honestly, incredible stuff. So, it's a fun beginning of the interview. I think what Rob Pelinka was saying and who he was thinking was an interesting thing too. But let's get back to the trade discussion. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the content again. Shout out to everyone who is here watching right now. We've got a lot of NBA news to cover, a lot of crazy stuff going down early on here this week. So we're trying to cover all of it. We're trying to talk through every possibility, every situation, who's getting traded where, who's getting traded for what, and when is it all happening. I think the next couple of days will really start to heat up. We'll start to get more and more and more drama, news, information, all that kind of stuff over the next few days. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. If you do, make sure to leave a like on the stream and also subscribe. I'm going to switch up the thumbnail here as well. We're going to put Bradley Beal and Brandon Ingram on the thumbnail. I'm sure some Bucks fans will not like seeing Beal in a Bucks jersey, but hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream so far. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Austin Reeves forever, welcome from Twitch. Says Rob is a genius. He traded his one and only shot blocker defender. I mean, yeah, but he has draft picks to go get other guys. I mean, the defense is going to be rough, but this is, again, Austin Reeves. I think right now what your perspective here is a one-sided perspective where you're looking only at this season. This trade is not about this season. In fact, I think this is an admission by the Lakers that they weren't good enough this season to win a championship anyway. Were the Lakers going to beat Denver for the first time ever? No. Were the Lakers going to beat Oklahoma City? Probably not. Not the way they were constructed. This is not a trade for this season. This is a trade for the next decade. And I think it is a good move with a lot of foresight, a lot of, first of all, understanding that the current team that they had with Anthony Davis was not good enough, and a way to improve their roster long-term with a superstar player. MJ says, what's up? Welcome to the stream, MJ. Glad to have you in here. Adam Perry says, how difficult is it for you to watch that? Is it surreal or does it just piss you off? So I'm at a point where I've already gone through so much of this. Black Starzy, welcome to the stream here from Twitch as well. Says, who should the Warriors target? Now, this is a great question, Black Starzy. Welcome everyone who's watching over on Twitch, by the way. Obviously, a bigger YouTube viewership as you could expect. I've been on YouTube for a long time. But I appreciate you guys so much too. So I appreciate you, Black Starzy, a ton for watching over on Twitch. And when it comes to the Warriors, obviously I think Brandon Ingram is like the one that makes, I think, a ton of sense right now as a potential outcome. Although Zion is another name that you could, in theory, watch. The Warriors are desperate, and I think we all kind of understand that and are aware of that. The question is, what kind of trade can they actually make? So, welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you guys are enjoying so far. Iceman says, so what if Luka doesn't extend with the Lakers? Then what? He will. He's going to sign a 2+1. I'm not really worried about that. Spinning Wheezy here says, Austin Reeves, I don't think we'll fit with Luka unless he moves to the bench. Would love to see the Reeves for Jalen Durham, Malik Beasley. I don't know if Detroit does that, to be honest with you. Brian here says Pelicans thanking Pelinka thanking Adam Silver first, at least try and hide it. We all know what happened here because ratings were down. Brian, thank you for the 5. I'm not buying into all those conspiracies, but I understand how that looks. Carter Lavelle, Brian, thank you again. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brian. Appreciate you, my man, Brian. You've been awesome all week long, so appreciate you a ton. Basketball 101 says POV, Suns trade Kevin Durant to the Mavs for Lively, Clay, PJ, Christie, Prosper, plus some draft capital. Since Nico says he's thinking 3 to 4, I don't know why they wouldn't do it. He's also a Nike guy. So Kevin Durant and Nico Harrison also have some of those Nike connections, I'm sure, too. So Gold Eagle, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Glad to see you in here. DA says, hey, man, watching from Dubai. Crazy. That is awesome to see. Appreciate you guys a ton. Carter Lavelle, I'm coming back to yours right now. I'm just jumping around a little bit. It says, do you think the Lakers will make a trade for Adem Bona? I don't think Philly's going to look to include Adem Bona. Honestly, I just don't think that's very likely. Maybe another under-the-radar name that Dallas could try, or that I keep saying Dallas, that the Lakers could try and scoop up here. And he's on a very, very cheap contract, although he's going to have the recently signed restriction, which I'm not even sure if that lifts by the deadline or not. But Paul Reed would be an interesting name if they could figure out a deal, but the restriction might cause some problems with that. Goat says, are the Spurs done making moves? Not necessarily. And we've talked about this one at length. And it's not the only route that San Antonio can go, but I think if they're looking for the opportunity to cash in on their draft pick this year, which they still have this first that belongs to them and this Atlanta first, they could theoretically trade these two things to the Brooklyn Nets and get involved with Cam Johnson and send Keldon Johnson back, as well as someone like Blake Wesley, who probably doesn't have a role anymore there in San Antonio anyway. This kind of deal, I think, does make a lot of sense. Going forward, I think this is the type of deal that could really, really add to the Spurs starting lineup. You think about a significant long-term upgrade over what Harrison Barnes has been. Cam Johnson's an instant plug-and-play starter around De'Aaron Fox, around Victor Wembanyama. And then off the bench, you'd be bringing Stephon Castle. You'd have Harrison Barnes coming off the bench. It would really give the Spurs an actual legitimate 8-man rotation for the postseason. Something that I don't think really right now have as much. Keldon Johnson's just a substantially worse version of Cam Johnson in pretty much every way. So defensively far worse, and then offensively, he's athletic. There's a lot of things Keldon Johnson does do really well. He's a unique driver of the basketball. He's pretty good off of rips and goes, but Cam Johnson's better shooter, better rip and go guy because of that. He gets closed out too harder. So Adam Perry says, no way in hell you get Duran and Beasley for Reeves. Lakers fans are drunk off this trade. Thinks everyone overvalues their players. Listen, here's the thing though. I do want to say this, and this is part of why I don't think Austin Reeves necessarily gets traded. And if he does get traded, I don't think that there's this huge, this possibility that he's not super valued. Here's what Austin Reeves is doing this season. He's averaging 18.5 points a game. He's averaging a career best 6 assists per game. He's averaging 4 rebounds. He's shooting 45% from the floor, 37% from 3, 84% from the free throw line. He has about 3.5 win shares this season. His true shooting percentage overall is almost 60%. His free throw rate's 31%, which is pretty good. His BPM is positive at 0.6. He's not an elite player, but he's a very good player. So, and he's doing it on a team that's not super easy to do it with. Black Starsy from Twitch says, how likely is Joel Embiid to the Warriors? I'm seeing Phillies in talks, or is it just for Paul George? So this is a great question here too. I think it's going to be predominantly just Paul George, but I do want to talk about this because if you're in Philadelphia here and you're sitting looking at what happened with just what happened with Luka Doncic, it might make you have a meeting and say, okay, should we actually ever consider the necessity of trading Joel Embiid? He's 30 years old. Now he's got a recently signed restriction as well. So a trade here, we're just going to do something like this quick just to prove that this won't work. And part of it's because of the recently signed situation here. So Joel Embiid cannot be traded. So Joel Embiid cannot be traded this year, which is very similar to the if we go over to the Jazz, you'll see the exact same thing here with Lauri Markkanen. Lauri cannot be traded. If we go down here, it'll say recently signed Lauri Markkanen cannot be traded because 6 months have not passed since he was signed to an extension, which is funny here. He's eligible to be traded the day after the NBA trade deadline, which obviously doesn't do the Jazz any good this year in trading him. And this season hasn't helped his value a lot either, but it's probably just Paul George. But this is a conversation, Starsy, for maybe the offseason. So Jimmy McGill says there's always those small trades that happen towards the end of the deadline that nobody expects. I'm ready for the Wizards in Portland to trade away some of their vets. I think some of the biggest thing here, and check out the little ticker down below here in just a second. This is where some of those will come. Teams that are trying to move around financially. Some first apron teams. I'm going to go look at the my first apron tracker here. that I'm working with. So here's some teams that are really, really close to certain pivot points. The Sixers are $4.5 million over the first apron. Okay. There's a way, if we look at the Sixers roster, let me specifically, this is the one I want to talk about. $76ers salary dumping / moving off a majority of KJ Martin's money would get them out of the first apron and provide significant savings on a tax bill. Plus a potential Yabu Sele dump somewhere for a future pick. Talking $20+ million of luxury tax savings. If they dump those two players, they could save a ton of money. So that's something like that you could look at as a potential situation, right? Like that's, I think, one of the first places to look is, a team like Philly, who is $4.6 million away from the apron. Otherwise, you look at some of the luxury tax teams themselves. And this is where, again, you get good information. You get to see what could happen. New Orleans, $2.1 million over the salary, over the luxury tax. The Cavs, $1.81 million over. Brian says, if it takes both first-round picks in 2025, no, thank you. I understand that, but I also think if you're the Spurs and you look at it and you think it through here, with the NBA standings in mind, so Atlanta right now, they are currently 9th in the East. They're in a spot where they could maybe make the playoffs. So you might be sending pick 15, right? There's a chance that the Hawks just make the playoffs and it's pick number 15. And if you look at where you guys are after making the trade for De'Aaron Fox, right now you're 12th, yes. You're a few games back, but Golden State might not have reinforcements coming. Dallas, we'll see what happens with them. The Lakers might even have a little bit of slippage. The Spurs pick might be anywhere from pick 11 to pick 14, 15, right? Would you, in theory, would you trade 2 picks between 10 and 15 for a guy who's having a 50, 40, 90 season almost? Probably. You probably would consider making that trade. So I understand, it adds 2 first-round picks. The part of the reason why I would say do the 2025 ones is it doesn't hurt your future flexibility moving forward at all either. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. 500 people watching live, which is super sweet. I hope you guys all are enjoying a ton. Thank you all so much for watching. 424 likes on the stream. Yesterday we got 525, so we need 100 more likes right now, and we could catch up to yesterday's stream. Terrence wants to know if the Lakers would trade Dalton Connect. I do not think so. I think Dalton Connect will be staying ultimately over there. Shout out to everyone who has followed over on Twitter today, by the way. I'm going to go through and give some shout outs right now. GRD Hurd, thank you for the follow. If you guys go follow on Twitter right now, I'll show your profile. Kobe, thank you for the follow, as well as Rose City. JG, thank you for the follow. Tommy, appreciate you a ton. Phil, thank you for the follow, as well as Luke Sherman. Appreciate you being in here today, by the way, Luke. Colin, thank you again. Captain Mobile Suit, thank you for the follow and all your comments today, as well as DK. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Love seeing all the follows coming in today. You guys are absolutely killing it. Here's some news as well. Kevin Huerter, Zach Collins, Tre Jones won't make Bulls debut Tuesday. Bulls are potentially looking to flip Jones and or Huerter. Interesting. Okay, per Casey Johnson, who does some really good work covering the Bulls. So would be interesting. Tre Jones could help a few different teams for sure. So I would be very interested to see what a Tre Jones trade would look like. Very, very interesting. But Taylor, thank you for the follow over on Twitter as well. Appreciate you a ton. You guys are really, really awesome. I appreciate you guys a lot. Some of these clips are funny. The Washington Wizards are the favorites to land Kevin Durant in a potential trade, which, again, I don't think that makes too much sense. But Milwaukee at number 2 is fascinating. The Bucks don't even have draft picks, so I don't know. Those odds are actually insane, honestly. I don't think any of that's really legitimate, to be honest. Big, thank you for the follow as well. Only Maverick, appreciate you a ton for the follow. Over on Twitter, you guys are all killing it as of late. And remember, we've got a lot of stuff going on. Let's take a look back over at the Utility Sports Draft Pick Tracker. Again, a ton of work went into this, so I'm trying to use it as much as possible this year at the trade deadline. It's every single draft pick in the NBA. I've already had to update it like 4 times since first time I debuted it. Bear Gorilla, thank you for your comment here. Says I think patience should be the Wizards' game plan. We're not in a rush to pull something off unless it's really good value. I completely agree, Bear. I like the direction that the Wizards are going, honestly. I think the Wizards are in a very smart situation right now where they're valuing stuff. Again, I'm going to be a little hesitant on some of the news that's coming in here too. So the Lakers, I think, are a team that, again, their trades have been centered on the next decade. And I think, Bear, I think your point here specifically on the overall situation is very, very good. I appreciate you guys all a ton. Hopefully you all are enjoying quite a bit. A lot of awesome, fun people in here now. We got a lot of people watching on YouTube, of course. Over 500 viewers right now. And then we also have a few viewers tuning in on Twitch for the first time ever, which is something new this year. I've never streamed on Twitch in the past, but I hope you guys are enjoying if you are new. Benjamin says Milwaukee benched all their starters in OKC yesterday. Something big is coming. What would a KD trade to Milwaukee look like? So first of all, I'm super pessimistic about this even being a possibility because Milwaukee has no first in 2025, no first in 2027, no picks period, in 2025, 2027, 2029. They don't have any second rounders until 2031, and they can't trade these 2026, 2028, or 2031. So it's messy. A potential trade here, Benjamin, I will answer your question. I do appreciate you putting it in here, but again, the biggest thing is I'm very pessimistic about a trade between Milwaukee and Phoenix for a wide variety of reasons. First of all, both of these teams are second apron teams, so they can't even put secondary players in the trade, which would mean you need Milwaukee to salary dump. We're going to use Washington again because we continue to do that. It's the most easy way to get this done. We're going to salary dump Pat Connaughton to the Wizards, and the Wizards get a second-round pick for doing that, okay? So now at this point, after this trade happens, right, the Bucks are not a second apron team anymore. So they can aggregate salaries. You could send Middleton to Phoenix. You could send, player X, Y, or Z. But the issue is now as a second apron team still, neither of these teams can take in more salary than they're sending out from this part of the trade. So Kevin Durant to Milwaukee means the Bucks have to send $51 million of salary. To get there, Bobby Portis goes to Phoenix. A.J. Johnson probably goes to Phoenix. Again, you're at $47 million. Now you get Marjon Beauchamp to Phoenix and DeLon Wright to Phoenix. But, guess what? That doesn't work because now the Bucks or the Suns, are taking in too much money. So now you get the Jazz on the phone. And you say, okay, Utah, can you please take DeLon Wright for us? Thank you. You have a trade exception. We'll fit that in. And we'll have the Bucks give up, oh, wait, they don't have a second-round pick. We're going to send this 2031 first to Phoenix. Do the Suns have a second-round pick to trade? Oh, luckily they have one. We'll send that to Utah. This is what it would have to look like. I don't know. I don't like it. And then the issue here is the Bucks only have about $4 million until they're at the apron that they're going to be hard capped at. So, Georgia wants to know, is there any legit sources saying KD's on the block? Not really. I don't think Kevin, I just honestly, I'm like, I just don't know. I just don't think anything like that's going to happen. Brady 0005 says, yo, we on Twitch. Yes, we are. We're on Twitch today. So Brady, who usually watches over on YouTube, appreciate you hopping in on the Twitch stream. Justin says, Luka looking thick. He is looking a little hefty. I'm not going to lie. He did look pretty hefty in that presser. Cheesehead says, Bucks don't need Beal and should not trade Tyler Smith. Beal would be a disaster for Milwaukee. I like Tyler Smith too. I think keeping Tyler Smith is good for Milwaukee. Here's the thing. I think Milwaukee's just kind of stuck, honestly. Tempered Seabass says, Duop, Reith, and Robert Williams, big man depth somewhere. And Spurs, we need some front court help. I think the Lakers would love to get those two guys, honestly. Spurs need some front court help. Duop, Reith could make some sense there too. Almost 600 people watching live. Of course, some of them coming over from Twitch like Black Starzy here. How can the Warriors get both Zion and Vucevic? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't think they can. Getting both of those guys is just going to require a ton of salary. So if we get the Warriors in the deal, who, by the way, are not having a great season as a team, like you're going to see some of the problems here. Trade to Warriors. We need to send $56.7 million out now. So Andrew Wiggins to the Pelicans. We still have $30 million to go. So Gary Payton's going to go to the Bulls. We're going to send, in this deal, Jonathan Kuminga to the Pelicans. So the deal is essentially Kuminga and Wiggins for Zion. And then we have $13 million more. But Schroeder cannot be traded with other salaries because he's still under the recently traded restriction. That might open up by Thursday. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. But Buddy Hield can go to the Bulls in this situation. That's fine. And then again, this is where some of the issue lies, though. We're going to still be short on salary. So Looney's going to go to the Bulls. And then the issue here is we're going to have to incorporate another team. Again, it continues to include fourth teams. We'll do the Nets this time because they have trade exceptions that will work with this. And we'll just send out like Dalen Terry to Brooklyn. Okay. Like it's fine. The Bulls wouldn't love giving up Dalen Terry just for nothing, but they're going to get, first round pick here to Chicago, second round pick here to Chicago, and like a couple of twos to the Pelicans or something. I don't know, something like this. This is like how it would have to be formed, and then even then, it's not going to work because of the like right now. This one doesn't work because of the Nets, but it's whatever. Like the Nets would let me just fix it quick so that everyone can see how it would work. But again, the issue here specifically, we're just going to send some tiny salary. Again, they probably don't even want to trade Keon Johnson, but like. The Nets are just representative of a fourth team. Okay. It doesn't matter who the fourth team is. This is the framework we're talking about here on the left. And like you could do it. It's just messy and it costs a lot of draft capital and it costs all your depth. So you're trading 5 players at the bare minimum for 2, which is problematic. Bear Gorilla here says deconditioned Luka is still better than 99% of the NBA. I completely agree. PSR IOW says I've heard rumblings of Kobe White to Orlando. Surely the Bulls would want to keep him and include him in any rebuild. I mean, theoretically, yes, but it also comes down to, like, if the Bulls can tank this year and maybe try and push up in the draft for somebody like a Dylan Harper, that can make a lot of sense. Welcome, everyone, to Twitch, by the way. I'm going to be live all week long here. Let's look at a potential Kobe White to Orlando trade. You guys are absolutely killing it with the comments. Let's throw in some balloons here for you guys. Love having people in from Twitch. Also, the YouTube comment section has been nothing short of tremendous today, as per usual. So, I do appreciate you guys all a ton. Okay, perfect. We got the Bulls here already. So we're going to do Kobe White, who makes $12 million. And I think if you're looking at a salary that fits really easily with that, it would be Cole Anthony. And then when it comes to draft picks, the Magic have 2 first-rounders this year. Something like this, in theory, makes a lot of sense. So Bulls get 2 first-round picks. They hit the reset button once again. Well, I do think Chicago internally likes Kobe White. Getting 2 first-round picks for Kobe White is not a bad option at all. Malej here wants to know, thank you, by the way, for tuning in from Twitch. Says, how good is Fox on defense? Point of attack defender, above average, nothing special, but a competitor, viable for the playoffs, or do the Spurs need to add more here? Well, so I think the biggest thing is they have Stephon Castle, who is already a good guard defender. I think that's one of his biggest positives. as a prospect coming out of UConn. That was the thing I loved the most about him, was his screen nav, toughness, the ability to kind of provide gap and nail help, and do a variety of different things defensively. Fox is an okay defender. He's, the attention to detail sometimes isn't always there. The effort isn't always perfect, but he has the athletic tools to at least be a good defender in moments. And he's not like Tre Young, where Tre Young's just smaller, less athletic. Like, Fox can compete defensively, but I wouldn't say above average, and I wouldn't say like a point of attack defender. I think you're going to put him off the ball and just hope he does enough to survive and not be like a revolving door. Rogue Brother says, if Beal doesn't waive his no trade clause, where do you think Butler will get traded to? My guess in that situation would be the Bucks, but maybe the Grizzlies. Like, it could be the Grizzlies if the price is low enough, but we'll see. Eric Cush here says Bulls aren't rebuilding, they're retooling with Vucevic. If they do that, I mean, they're just going to be the same team they've been, which is a really mediocre to bad team. Private A says, I don't think Trajan Langdon is going to be too much into the habit of trading away Pistons' own draft picks. I agree with this as well, which is why I'm kind of pessimistic on Detroit making any kind of like super substantive trade unless it's for pennies on the dollar for a player who's either expiring or soon to be. And you look at the Pelicans players specifically being Brandon Ingram or CJ McCollum being the options for that. Mock here says, can you sell me on Fox to the Spurs? As a Spurs fan, I don't get locking him in for 6 years at 27. It doesn't seem like a move towards a championship. I mean, I think it does. You still have all the draft picks in the world. And Wemby is going to be a top 2-3 player in the world very, very soon. He's already a top 6 player in the world right now, I would say. So, like, the Fox thing is, this is the situation. In Sacramento in the playoffs, he was kind of cast as the 1A scoring option. Sabonis did not have a good playoff series against Golden State a couple of years ago in 2022. They pushed Golden State to 7 games. Or that might have been 2023. I think 2023 is the year I'm thinking of. But nonetheless, they pushed Golden State to 7 games. Of course, the Warriors lost in the second round that year, so it's not like had they beat the Warriors, they would have been coming out of the West or anything, likely. But Sabonis had a terrible series. Fox had a great series. And for 6 years, like, that's 33. I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream. You probably weren't in here yet, but he'll be 33. Like, you're committing to him through his entire prime, from age 27 through 33. That's his prime. And then after that, you don't have to keep him. In fact, you could probably use his salary as a 32-year-old and trade him for, with picks to go get some other player that makes sense at that point in time. So I really wouldn't panic about it. I think the Spurs did well, especially with what they gave up in that deal. We Roland says, no, it's a good trade. No way the Bulls don't do that. Bucky here says, who will the Blazers trade or trade for? I hope they trade Ayton. I really do. 407 Kamer says, as a Magic fan, I'll never give up 1 first for Kobe White. He is not that good. I mean, I guess I just don't understand. Here's Kobe White's numbers on the year. Shooting 44% from the floor, 37% from 3, 89% from the line. His true shooting percentage this season is 58%, which is a career best. I mean, he's been a good player. His assist percentage is nearly a career high this year, 21%. Now, you could say, well, the free throw rate's not good, but the three-point attempt rate's really good. Like, from an analytics perspective, his usage rate's exactly what you'd want it to be, about 23%. Like, that's exactly what you're kind of looking for around Boncaro and Wagner anyway. Like, a floor-stretching guard who can play on or off the ball a little bit, can shoot a ton of pull-ups. Like, Kobe White's an easy fit. And well, I know, like, yes, these are 2 first-round picks. You also have to think about which kind of first-round picks they are. These are 2 playoff first-round picks this year. This is like pick 27 from Denver, pick 26 from Denver. This is like pick 20 from Orlando, roughly. Okay, that's not elite value. I'd rather have Kobe White than pick 20. I'd rather have Kobe White than pick 25. So keep that in mind. I think this is a trade that makes sense. So you have to consider the quality of pick. If this was a Wizards pick this year, I'd say, yeah, you never do that. You never do that. But it's not a Wizards pick. It's a Denver pick. So, like, I think quality is way more important than even quantity. Jamie Redmond says, any chance Miles Bridges gets moved this deadline? No. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. We haven't talked about Miles Bridges all all deadline long, basically. We've talked about the Hornets quite a bit, but we just have not talked about Miles Bridges. He's got a descending contract. I think for Charlotte, like, if they just wait and try and trade him next year, it's more likely that they're able to trade him. Like, you know, I just don't know. I don't love the idea of Miles Bridges, like, anywhere else. $27 million is a lot. Like, it's a lot of money. So, I don't know. I'm out on it. I'm really out on it. Knox here says, keep hearing Robert Williams III to LA or Houston. What would Blazers get? Blazers would get either a thick collection of second-round picks from Houston or some type of swap option down the road from the Lakers or a 2025 second. Like, that's kind of the packages, honestly. Mock here says, thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Just felt we jumped at the first guy who said he wanted to be in San Antonio. Yeah, the reason for that is that doesn't really happen. Like, think about it. Guys don't – who's the last guy that said trade me to San Antonio? Honestly, like, it's pretty crazy. Mike here says that even if it doesn't work out, Spurs hardly give up anything they valued a lot. That's kind of the thing. Like, they gave up that Charlotte first, which wasn't even a real first. They gave up just a whole bunch of seconds. So I really wouldn't be too worried about it. Like, let's go to San Antonio quick. I think they updated these picks. Like, look at how much they still have. Like, I'm still scrolling. They have so much stuff, and they have good stuff. Like, they have these Sacramento swap rights here in 2031. They have swap rights, the more favorable of Dallas or Minnesota or their own, which is incredible. So they're going to have a good pick there. Like, they have a lot of stuff. Like, if I go over to my draft pick tracker and we compare them, which is what I'm going to do now. So just look at, like, Milwaukee, a team that has, like, no future, no picks. This is going to be ugly. It's going to be terrible unless they trade Giannis for a whole load of stuff. Pause. This San Antonio thing, like, look at how much stuff they have. There's just a lot of picks here, and they have so many trade options. This is all updated. Like, this is what they have now. And they have some really possibly good picks, like this 2030 stuff, most favorable of Spurs, Mavs, Wolves, more favorable of Spurs, Kings. Like, who knows what the Kings look like in 2031? Who knows what the Mavericks look like after Anthony Davis is washed and retired in 2030? Who knows about the Wolves in 2030? Anthony Edwards is not under contract through 2030. The Spurs have awesome picks. Now, one thing I will say about the Kings, and I think this has been overlooked by a lot of people, especially the media, getting this Timberwolves pick in 2031 as part of this trade is not a bad thing at all. Again, I just hyped up the 2030 pick because Anthony Edwards might not be in Minnesota. Who knows what 2031 looks like for the Timberwolves? This pick is completely unprotected. We have to go over to, we have news here. We have news that is important to share. So, but I think the Spurs are in a good spot, and I think Sacramento did okay too. I think every team got something that made a lot of sense out of that 3-team trade, which is very rare. Usually, you have one team that's just getting kicked to the curb in the 3-team trade. But here's the news. Thank you guys for tagging me. Jimmy Butler's camp has repeatedly told the Heat he's in shape, healthy, and ready to continue his career and move past this immediately. Their messaging to Heat has been to negotiate best deal possible, and once in red zone, if that team is granted permission by Miami to speak with Butler's rep to discuss his long-term future, that dialogue would be welcomed. To date, no team has asked for permission. Huge news. Great reporting by really great stuff here from Chris Haynes. That's very important to note. Really appreciate some of the work some of these reporters put in, obviously. Jimmy Butler's camp has repeatedly, told he's in shape, healthy, and ready to continue his career and move past this immediately, basically ushering in the desire to get traded now. Their messaging to Heat has been to negotiate the best deal possible, and once in the red zone, so once they're close to a deal, if that team, so let's say it's Golden State or if it's Phoenix or whoever, is granted permission by Miami to speak with Butler's rep to discuss his long-term future, aka an extension, which is why Butler wants to be in Phoenix reportedly, that dialogue would be welcomed. To date, no team has asked for permission. which is, again, pointing to signs that Phoenix is the one that makes sense. Again, I don't want to show that site just because I do have some issues with that. Chris Davis here says, league sources indicate the Houston Rockets have inquired about Devin Booker, with the Phoenix Suns open to listening to offers while no player is deemed untouchable. Booker's future in Phoenix remains uncertain. If a trade doesn't materialize by the deadline, the Suns are expected to revisit talks in the summer. So again, I'm not sure on this reporter, but I am not surprised, because you guys, if you've been watching, you know I've been talking about that for longer than anybody. So thank you again to MJ here for the follow. Thank you to Big96 again, and thank you to Aaron for the follow as well. Appreciate you guys all over on Twitter. Link is in the description, by the way. I'm also going to send the link in right now, x.com/utilitysports. Make sure you guys go give us a follow. Trade deadline is on Thursday, February 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So it is quickly approaching. We are not far away, about 50 hours away. About 50 hours away. Mike says Spurs need a player like Fox. They prefer to play fast, but CP3 can't do that. So here's there's this report going around too. I need to show this. So this is from the presser that we had been playing live. Lakers GM Rob Pelinka said a trade for an established big man to fill the Anthony Davis void would likely have to wait until the offseason because he sees the current market as dry. This is a leverage play by Pelinka, and a smart one. There is now zero pressure on this season, and also zero pressure to make a deal if one doesn't make sense. Lakers will still pursue some big man on the market, but have this as a cop-out following the Doncic trade. So, that's the thing. I just think that's just GM speak. I don't think that's real at all. Miami Heat were willing to trade Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins and draft picks before Butler shut down the deal. I think Miami was willing to do that deal for Butler. So that's interesting. Mitchell Brooks, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you a lot for following over here on Twitter. A lot of crazy stuff going on. Obviously, a lot of stuff going on right now. So we're in a crazy world right now. We're in a crazy spot. Make sure you guys, when I do quote some of these reporters too, make sure you guys go show love to Chris. Go leave a like on his tweet. Go let him know he's doing a good job. That kind of stuff. Tell him, if you want to, tell him Utility Sports sent you. But just make sure you guys show some love to these people that are working really hard on this this time of the year. Gabe here says JB is on his way to meet with Langdon to discuss trades per my local Detroit radio station. I mean, we'll see. Detroit's obviously an interesting hotbed topic right now because of their cap space. Brandon S. says, since Cole is on this trade, do you think it makes sense to make diving at a player's here's the whole diving. There's been so many injuries because of that, so that should probably be a flagrant. And it's hard because it's like someone doesn't have the ball, so it's kind of a free-for-all, but there needs to be accountability for that. So James says, Jalen Tyson and Dadier were the 20th and 25th picks last year, so yes, trade for Kobe White. That's kind of the point, right? And I like Dadier, I like Jalen Tyson. Now, both of them were lower than on my board where they got drafted in the actual draft, but the draft is in a lot of ways really hit or miss, and it's because teams value upside and potential over just good basketball players. Kobe White's a good basketball player. We all know that. We all know that now. He's a good shooter. He's kind of the player type that would fit really well in Orlando's roster construction. Dylan Brown wants to know a Magic trade for Sexton. It would probably be that Nuggets pick and salary for Colin Sexton, something like that. Or a lot of second rounders. San Fran fan here says, can Draymond get traded? Does he get traded? No. Can he? Yes. I think there's a significant difference, though, between those things. 407 Kamer here says, when the Bulls play the Magic, Anthony Black outplayed Kobe White. Kobe White's a non-factor. Well, Anthony Black's really good, but I'm also telling you, I was the leader of the Anthony Black bandwagon coming out of college. I loved him as a draft prospect, had him top 5 on my big board. Anthony Black won't get guarded on the three-point line in the playoffs yet. So, I mean, like, here's the thing. The Magic can either lose in the first round again, or they could try and upgrade their team for picks that will otherwise become guys who are 9th and 10th man in their rotation next season. That's the choice. That's their options right now. Like, unless they find a team that wants to trade down from, like, 12, which that won't happen, and it shouldn't happen. The last team to do something that stupid was the Pelicans when David Griffin traded out of the pick that could have been Darius Garland, and traded down so he could take Jackson Hayes and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And then he didn't even keep Nickeil Alexander-Walker past like a season and a half. So Mike here says LaMarcus Aldridge, but he was a free agent. San Antonio wasn't a destination. Yeah, so that's kind of my point is like, and the LaMarcus one was pretty surprising. If you remember some of the reporting then, a lot of the expectation was he would sign in Phoenix. The Suns had him in for a visit, and it sounded like everything was going pretty good there, but nothing happened. So Buckets prod here. Bucks get Jimmy, Heat get Middleton, Portis 2031 first, Connaughton second rounder, cash. Yeah, but so Buckets prod, yes it does, but I don't know if Pistons do this. In fact, I'm pretty certain the Pistons won't do that. Hey, we hit 3,400 followers over on Twitter. Shout out to you guys. Let's get some confetti in here, or balloons, whichever one sends in first. There we go, confetti. My Holy King wants to know if Minnesota will trade Randall. The more I think about it, the more likely I think that this whole Julius Randle situation is not really super tenable. I just don't think Randall's going to get traded. Wake Up here says Jimmy is screwed, and My Holy King kind of reiterates that point, saying nobody wants to give Butler a 4-year deal. The Phoenix Suns do. I'm going to tell you that right now. The Suns do, and the Suns, if they get him, will extend him. I promise you. If the Suns get him, they will trade him. But again, it all hinges on a no trade clause by a player who doesn't deserve a no trade clause. Carter says my brother's Doug Barkley is laying on me. Shout out to Barkley, man. Mike says Jimmy acted like an idiot to scare the Heat into trading him, and he ended up scaring off every other team from trading for him. Genius. Well, here's the thing. Jimmy's done this before. I mean, and the issue is the talent has always outweighed the concerns. We're getting to a point in Jimmy's career where the long-term talent might not outweigh the concerns. Jim, like, he's not a possible headache. He's been a headache. He was a headache for the Timberwolves. He was a headache at the end of the Sixers stuff, and he was only there for like half a year. Oh, sending in balloons for that. And now he's a headache for Miami, and he was kind of a headache a little bit in Chicago at the end too. So I mean, I don't know. Nathan Joy says there's zero chance the Suns trade Booker. Not this year. They're not going to trade him this year. I guarantee that. This offseason, though, watch out. Booker, Detroit. If you're a Pistons fan, you better hope that pick conveys this year to Minnesota. R. Jonesy said, I might be the only one, but I'm tired of people pretending like Luka is 100% blameless in this. They're betting against him, and whether you agree or not, he did give them reasons too. They made the NBA Finals last year. They were the best team in the West. Donald J. Trump wants to know when is the trade deadline. As you can see on the bottom ticker there, trade deadline is February 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Terrence says Phoenix is still trying to win now. Yes, they are. Nemanja wants me to do a mock trade for the Nuggets. Let's go back over to the trade machine. Again, Nemanja, I'm sorry that I haven't done more mock trades for the Nuggets. I know you've been asking. Part of why I'm so pessimistic, as you guys can remember from the Utility Sports draft pick tracker, the Nuggets don't have draft picks. They have 0 second rounders. This is the only first round pick that they can even trade right here in 2031. So when it comes to potential trades, well, Jamal Murray's recently signed. Aaron Gordon's recently signed. So you're looking at MPJ as your tradable salary, or Zeke Naji. Like, it gets pretty thin, pretty not fun pretty quickly here. And they're a first apron team, so they have restrictions on what kind of salaries they can even take in. So the question is now, what guy making $8.8 million or less do they want? And that's where the question gets really hard. Who makes less than Zeke Naji that they could realistically go after? Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, like those are some of your potential options that immediately jump to mind. Najee Marshall, maybe. Not really, though, because Dallas probably is not wanting to get involved in something like that. That doesn't make a ton of sense when they think their window's now. You have the Martin twins. That's probably one of your best options. Otherwise, you're looking at, like, I don't even know. Simone Fontecchio, maybe, if you pay the Pistons. But, like, you know, the idea here would be maybe let's just do something with Charlotte just so that we can paint a picture on a possibility. Cody Martin to the Nuggets. The Hornets eat Zeke Naji's terrible contract, and we're going to do a lottery-protected pick here. Something like this. And if it doesn't convey, it just doesn't convey. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, this isn't a good trade, and you're probably seeing why I'm pretty pessimistic here. Donald Trump wants to know if I think the Lakers will get a center. I still do think that there's a decent chance of that. I really do. So I would not rule that out by any stretch. So Dylan here says, what do you think the Lakers could net from Utah if Austin Reeves is included? So that's the thing is if I'm the Lakers, I don't want to trade Austin Reeves for a lot of the stuff Utah has. Like, if I'm trading Austin Reeves, I'm going to want Walker Kessler back at least. But then the issue is Jazz fans and the Jazz are going to say, well, if we're giving up Walker Kessler, we want more. And so this is kind of the problem here is it's just going to be hard for these two teams to work out a trade that I think makes sense for both sides. Like, you can maybe envision Sexton being here, but then, like, you know, you throw Gabe Vincent back and all of a sudden you're looking at this kind of construction and you're realizing that maybe this doesn't work super smoothly actually between these two teams, because it's like, who gives up what here now? Do the Lakers include a first? Probably. It's like, I don't know. Like, something like this is like a starting point, but if you're the Jazz who are rebuilding, why would you want 26-year-old Austin Reeves and giving up younger and maybe arguably better Walker Kessler? And then you're also giving up Colin Sexton in this. Like, this is a trade that helps the Lakers, I think, quite a bit with their center spot while also maintaining their guard play a little. You do get a downgrade, I think a pretty notable downgrade here from Reeves to Sexton from guard play, but Sexton could fit with Luka. It's not like the worst, but I think like the thing is, if you're Los Angeles, you just have to be careful here with Reeves. You just can't trade him to trade him. So Mohammed says, so even if he's not traded, his camp is willing to talk about extension with the Heat. Is that what the news is implying? I don't think so. I think he just wants to trade, period. But we'll see what happens ultimately. František says, even though Spurs still have many picks, they cannot be reckless with them. Wemby is 21. They're going to need cheap young talent when this roster gets expensive. Well, so that's the thing, though, is like, if you look at the Spurs, like, they still can kind of be reckless with them. And, like, obviously, I'm not actually suggesting that they should be reckless with them. I'm not obviously stupid. But what I'm saying is, like, let's count their picks here. 2 first-rounders this year. They have 1 first-rounder next year, first-rounder in 2027, which projects to be a very possibly good one. They have a first-rounder in 2028. They have their own first-rounder in 2029, first-rounder in 2030, and a first-rounder in 2031. Let's say, like, right now, if they trade 2 of these, right, and that's why if you trade these ones this year, specifically the Hawks and your own, you go next year and your draft pick table still in line. Like, you haven't given up anything extra. So that's something that I think is super important, honestly. Wake Up says, about to go get coffee with an HM with a GM and steal their best center for scraps. Yeah, that's what we call the Rob Pelinka special here. Howard says Amani Bates. I like Amani Bates. I think that there's room in this league for Amani Bates to be a movement shooter. We have news from Shams. Okay, we have news. Holy cow, trade. Caleb Martin has been traded to the Dallas Mavericks. Wow. Okay. Here it is. Philadelphia 76ers are trading Caleb Martin to the Dallas Mavericks. I'm going to update the wow. Okay, Caleb Martin traded. Okay, let me get this into the description quick. 76ers trade Caleb Martin to the Dallas Mavericks. Okay, so this is the news. I'm going to, of course, give my grade as soon as I have it. Wow. Let me update my tags in here as well. Crazy stuff. A lot of news. Goodness. Mavericks, Caleb Martin, and 76ers. I need to make sure that I get those in there. So a lot of crazy stuff going on. Welcome everyone to the stream. I hope you guys are enjoying today, of course. A lot of NBA news and rumors. A lot of crazy stuff going on, but I hope you guys really are enjoying. Of course, we have the new trade here. I'm going to try and update the thumbnail as well. I'm going to be watching for news from Sham Charania. Oh my God. Why the hell would we? What the? Oh my gosh. Here's the news. What? Dallas is sending Quentin Grimes and Philly's 2025 second round pick back to the Sixers for Martin. Wow. Well, okay. That's the deal. That's the deal. And it's a very good deal. It's a very good deal. That's a very good deal for the 76ers. If I'm not mistaken, the 76ers dip below the first apron with this move and arguably get better long term. That's a really good trade for Philly, I think. Wow. Okay, so that's the news here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying, of course. Wow. Very, very big news. Of course, a lot of information for Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second round pick. So definitely a big update, a lot of news here, important news. Well, hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream. Welcome everyone here now. If you are enjoying, Ryan, we'll talk about Ingram to Toronto very soon. I think there's a real possibility, but yes, Caleb Martin to Dallas, Sixers trade. I think this is an important trade and one that actually does mean quite a bit. This is another front court player, which is weird. Dallas is fading all the guards. Dallas is moving off of a bunch of guards. Caleb Martin's a good player. I'm not dissing Caleb Martin at all. I was talking about here. Caleb Martin's a good player, but I don't really understand because Quentin Grimes has also kind of fit really well in Dallas. Quentin Grimes this year is shooting better from the field, better from three, and better from the free throw line. Okay. This is okay. Quentin Grimes is 5 years younger than Martin, is shooting better from the field, 3-point line, and free throw line this season, and is averaging more points per game. My goodness. He's averaging more points per game in 8 less minutes. I mean, I just don't really get it. This is a really good trade for the Philadelphia 76ers. Thank you guys all so much for tagging me. I really do appreciate you all a ton. Just absolutely crazy. I just cannot believe what is going on. I appreciate you guys all a ton for tagging me, of course. This is the news here from Sham Charania. I'm going to be giving my trade grades here in just a minute. I just don't really understand it. Quentin Grimes has been better this season than Caleb Martin. I do like Caleb Martin as a player. I didn't hate the idea of getting Caleb Martin. I don't. but Grimes has been better this year than Caleb Martin. So I just don't understand really what the idea is here. Brian here is pointing out that Grimes is still not happy about his role minutes, but this is dumb. Like that's the thing is like the idea too is you traded Luka, so you traded away 36 minutes of guard play at least. Like you would think Grimes would, like have a slight uptick in role in minutes. PSR here saying Dallas fans, I really feel for you. Again, I will be giving my trade grades here very soon. But again, this is a home run trade for the Sixers. This is a great trade. This is a really great trade for the Philadelphia 76ers here. So this obviously has to do with Max Christie too, by the way, like trade grades. 76ers, I'm going to give an A+. Mavericks, I'm going to give a B. 76ers land a younger, cheaper player and a draft pick while also simultaneously putting themselves in a position to dip out of the first apron in a down year. 76ers might even be able to escape the tax with a KJ Martin trade. Wow. This is, I mean, Grimes has simply been better than Caleb Martin this year. But Philly risks team control long term. Mavericks B, trade a younger, better player for one who is 5+ years older. Sound familiar? Question mark. Dallas viewing this as a team control ploy. 4 years on Martin's deal makes this at the very least understandable. Welcome everyone to the stream. I'm giving the Mavericks a B. I'm kind of being nice right now and not super harsh, but Terrence Popovich, this is a hilarious comment. Nico plays tic-tac-toe while other teams play chess. This isn't all about talent. This is about the contract. So that's my immediate thoughts on this. But I love this for Philly. Home run decision for the 76ers. Weird to worry about team control as a win now team. IMO. So, I'm kind of being gracious here to Dallas. I think that this could be honestly way worse or harsher. But the Philadelphia 76ers did really well in this. That's, I think, the biggest takeaway for me is the Sixers did really, really well. They got better long-term. I just think the biggest thing here for Dallas is the team control, which is why they did this. Again, I wouldn't have done it, but Waffle House, thank you for hopping in here. He says, always lurked on YouTube, but here to grow the Twitch following. Appreciate you a ton, Waffle House. Dan S says, NBA Central says, Bucks trying for Kuzma. Nico lost another bet here, says Vidic. Jeremy says, Sixers trade grade B. Mavericks grade C- if we're being real. I think this is an A+ for Philly. Like if you take all things considered, they're getting below the first apron. Let me clarify that for sure here. I need to double check the difference here. So Quentin Grimes makes $4.2 million, and Charlotte or not Charlotte, excuse me, Philly. Caleb Martin makes 8.1. So not quite below the second apron or the first apron. 76ers are not quite yet below the first apron, but with 2 days left before the deadline, they will shrink their cap table yet. Trade exception season galore. Sixers can add more salary again in the offseason with TPEs and improved trade flexibility. So I think all in all, this is incredible GM work here from Daryl Morey. I really do. They get bird rights on a younger player in Quentin Grimes, who's really had a breakout again this season. Grimes already on his fourth team is true. Like he's been on New York, Detroit, Dallas, and now Philly. So this is. Again, I don't know how people don't understand this, but they now have bird rights on him, so they can re-sign him going forward. And they got significantly younger. What do aprons have to do with this? Money-saving efforts as a losing team this year. Looking forward to the offseason and flexibility. Honestly. So like that's the thing is like, you know, you might be saying, well, why do these aprons matter? Why does the money matter? It's all about flexibility. And that's, if you watch the channel, you know, that's one of my biggest things going forward. The Sixers improved their flexibility a ton in this deal. Not only did they get a second round pick back in this deal as well, which is, I think, one of the more surprising parts, they set themselves up really, really well. So let's go over to let's go over real quick to the trade deadline sheet. Let's go to the Mavericks and grab that second round pick, which is, again, more favorable of 76ers Nuggets. That now is nothing there. And the Sixers now have this asset to work with, which is something. So let me find the right shade here. Oh, there we go. So the Sixers add a draft pick and a better, younger player. I mean, it's just a really good trade for them, honestly. Also, I do need to tweet this too. I also don't think this is horrendous for Dallas because, let me go back over to the Twitter share screen so you guys can see that. I hope you guys really are enjoying. Welcome everyone to the stream. Of course, a lot of craziness here. But I also don't think this is horrendous for Dallas because the Max Christie acquisition was quite an overlap with Grimes. I don't think having two good 3 and D guards would have been bad, but Dallas clearly viewed Grimes as expendable now. So I think this is a home run trade for Philly. I really do. Very, very easy. Yeah, exactly, Monte. That's just exactly what I just tweeted, actually. All in all, like, this isn't a horrible decision for the Mavericks. I just think it's a really, really good one for Philly. Caleb Martin's going to fit well with Dallas, and I think he actually does have a role. He'll play probably 20 minutes a night, maybe like 18 to 22 minutes, somewhere in that range. Caleb is, he's a bigger defender, yes. I think that's a valuable thing, but Grimes was quick, could guard guards, and now I think the question is, if you're Dallas, so you're going to put Max Christie on point guards, probably, for a lot of the game. Grimes can be a point of attack defender, yes, but that's what Christie's going to be now. So We'll see what happens. Blue Milwaukee says, can you talk about Kevin Durant possibly joining the Bucks? I will soon, okay? I'm obviously here focusing on the deal that just happened. Like I said, there's usually one or two pretty significant moves on Tuesday and Wednesday. I just think like this overall thing makes a lot of sense for Philly. You get long-term control. I think this is just really good. If you're a Sixers fan, you should be really excited right now. Welcome everyone to the stream. Make sure you guys do go follow us on Twitter. Link is in the description. Make sure to go follow over there. I'm going to try and grab a picture of Caleb Martin real quick so I can update the thumbnail. Caleb Martin is now your newest Dallas Maverick. Obviously an important trade, one that I think is pretty substantial overall. Thinking about trades like this, having deals kind of come to fruition quickly like this with very little reporting ahead of time is kind of exciting, first of all, but then also, I mean, that's what we had a lot of this year. Obviously, the Fox News was pretty heavily reported, so people were expecting it, but the Luka trade came out of nowhere. This Caleb Martin trade kind of materialized extremely quickly. I think we knew Caleb Martin was a movable, expendable piece, but I think for Philly saving money both now and getting Quentin Grimes and draft capital was pretty good value. Like worst case, I thought that they would maybe trade Caleb Martin for a second round pick anyway. So all in all, I think things are working pretty good. So this is a great point here too. If they go under, they'll be able to pay Yabusele. Great point here too. That's a really good point, and I'm glad that this user here mentioned that, because that's a very good important distinction here too, and I think that maybe is what Philadelphia is looking to sign up for. The move gives Dallas an all-around wing and Martin, and for the Sixers, like I've been saying, this is exactly like Shams Charania here is essentially echoing everything I said. It gives Dallas someone who can play and fit and has team control. And for the Sixers, it provides flexibility both now at the trade deadline and the offseason. And it's very obvious like what the Sixers plan and the Mavericks idea is in terms of team control and that kind of stuff. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. If you are, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. I'm putting Caleb Martin on the thumbnail right now. Obviously, a lot of crazy stuff going on in the NBA, but I'm glad you guys are all here to support it. You guys have been an absolutely awesome collection of viewers the last couple of days, and especially today. So I appreciate you guys a ton. Obviously, we're still waiting for Jimmy Butler news. We're waiting on if Bradley Beal ever decides he would waive his no-trade clause or not, although those things are all pretty unlikely at this point in terms of especially Beal. But we'll see. Milwaukee could be a dark horse team for Butler. Memphis could still decide that even though Butler won't extend, he'll show up and play and give us a chance to compete this year without messing up our long-term cap table too much. Those are all fairly realistic possibilities. So I really hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. If you are, make sure to smash that like button. I'm going to check how many likes the stream has here in a second. Just updated the Caleb Martin news. And I'm also going to update the little banner on the bottom, the ticker with the trade as well. So let me edit this. And what you're going to see now. All right, there it is on the bottom. So we have all of the trades updated. Silver Jaguar says, don't you think we could have gotten more for Grimes than Caleb Martin, perhaps while including him in a bigger deal? Financially, it would have been a difficult thing to do. I think the biggest question to me is, why are we trading? I think we're just really indexing a lot on size. Carter Lee, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. I'm glad to see Twitch is we're picking up in viewers quite a bit on Twitch, so I'd like to see that. Matt here says, hey, what do you think about the Warriors? Any big names they could acquire? Brandon Ingram obviously being one of them. I wouldn't completely rule out Jimmy Butler, but I think that's less likely at this point in time. But we'll see what happens. So the money is going to be really tight on some of these. But the Lakers are targeting Steven Adams per Sam Amick. League sources say the Lakers have had talks with Houston about 31-year-old big man. Steven Adams, who's on an expiring deal. That would be a really good get. So, Robert, thank you for taking me over there. I appreciate you guys all a ton. Wow, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Again, I don't hate this trade completely for Dallas. Like, I understand the idea behind it. Like, I just think like the overall situation here, there's just a lot of things I would have rather had happen. But Proper Name says, have you heard rumors of a 3-team trade between Kings, Bucks, and Wizards involving Portis Jr. and Jonas? Not yet. I have not seen anything on that. But if there's news on that, make sure to tag me. Lester Neal says, I hope Beal for Butler. We'll see what happens with that for Phoenix. Temperate Seabass says, hear me out. 76ers send Kelly Oubre for more cap flexibility to the Spurs. And in return, we send Malachi or Blake. So I understand that kind of philosophy here. What I do want to do now is go over to the 76ers. So what we really need to do on this cap, on the trade machine here, first of all, we're gonna copy what this trade was before it actually gets updated on Fanspo, because it's not updated yet. I'm certain of that. That would be insane if they were that quick. With this trade with Dallas, okay, what happens here? Quentin Grimes, who makes only $4.2 million, goes to the Sixers. Now, if you look, they're $4.6 million over the apron. So this trade does not get them under the apron yet. Actually, it does. It does push them just under the apron, which is what I thought might happen. It's really close. I don't know if these numbers are all 100% correct here, because I think when we undo this, like if you look at the number, the difference between these two contracts is not 4.6 million. So I think that needs to be, I'm not certain, but what it does is it puts them in a position to not only get below the tax, like they not only get out of the apron like they potentially did here already, but if you go to a third team, and we're just going to use Washington again, because Washington is super useful here. What they have is this traded player exception, okay? They have this $12.4 million traded player exception to work with. And if the 76ers, and I'll go show you guys quick, I tweeted this a little while ago on Twitter, actually, which is funny. I'm going to go retweet that now, too, because it's pretty fitting. After the most recent Grimes Martin trade, a KJ Martin transaction, or I'm going to put salary dump, let me go check on the numbers on this real quick. So give me 1 second here. For the tax right now, before all of this, yeah, this would. Okay. Get Philly completely out of the luxury tax. Here are some traded player exceptions. KJ Martin fits into easily. Washington, who has a $12.4 million TPE. And we're gonna continue looking for these throughout the league a little bit, because there are some other ones that are very notable. Okay, the Pacers do not have a big enough one. What I'm gonna do here is I think Washington here is a TPA that's into easily. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back over to Fanspo so you guys can see. Welcome all of you, 900 people watching live. You guys are absolutely killing it in the comment section. I appreciate you all so very much. If we go back over here and we include the Washington Wizards again, and we salary dump in this deal KJ Martin to the Wizards, and ultimately decide to send some other second round pick. This one, for example, the 76ers become a over the cap non-tax team. And this is the essential thing I want to highlight right here before I command shift this. And I'm going to post this over on Twitter. right now. Let's go back over to Twitter. Hopefully you guys are all kind of understanding and seeing what I'm talking about here with all of this. The reason this matters, expanding into a Philly could stay pick neutral by incentivizing a team to eat KJ's contract this year, dip out of the tax, and save a ton of money, and maybe even keep Yabusele next year. Like this is the overall picture here for the 76ers, and this is really brilliant GM work from Daryl Morey. Honestly, great GM work by Daryl Morey in what feels like a lost season. Like Daryl Morey's doing a great job here. Honestly, like this is really, really good. He should be like, if you're a Sixers fan, you should be really happy. Honestly, very, very happy. Shout out to everyone who is following us over on Twitter, by the way. David, thank you for the follow over there, as well as Hawaiian Pokey, Blue Stampede. Thank you, Loic. Appreciate you for the follow, as well as 288 Legend. Lane, thank you for the follow. Subnet, Pixel, Charles Payette, Mitchell as well, who we thanked earlier. Thank you all so much for the follows. Appreciate you guys a ton. But the most recent trade right here is the trade of Caleb Martin. James here saying the Miami Heat were willing to trade Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins and draft picks before Butler shut down the deal per Windhorst. Let's go over to Windy now. Windhorst, ESPN. I'm not sure if he tweeted this, but again, this is the news here. The Heat's Jimmy Butler has communicated to the Warriors that he's unwilling to sign an extension with Golden State. So here, Bobby Marks just tweeted too. So if you guys don't know Bobby Marks, he does a lot of the salary cap work, and I'm sure he's going to reiterate a lot of what I just talked about, which is essentially the idea here. Financial impact in Philadelphia above the tax, $6.5 million tax savings, pretty significant. 76ers drop below the first apron. So it's exactly what I was talking about. And again, this number right here is less than KJ Martin's number on his contract. So when it comes to another trade, it's going to happen. Tempered Seabass, appreciate you for being in here. Carter Lee says, my favorite NBA role players are Chris Dunn, Leaky Black, Dwayne Bacon. That's sweet. Thanks, Carter, for being in here. Appreciate you guys. Blazers. Carter, you're not alone. You're not alone. Kobe Beans over there. Elizabeth Allen said, Stein said Philly wanted their second-round pick back. Mostly, I mean, yeah, they got it, which is good. Like, I think Philly did a great job here. Like, they're going to stay pick neutral at the very worst. And they're going to be able to keep him. Like, Quentin Grimes this is really a great job by Daryl Morey. It really is. Kings, thank you for the follow, as well as Watat, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you guys a ton over on Twitter, hitting that follow button. We have almost 1,000 people watching live, and for that reason, I'm going to go full screen here just for a second, and I'm going to send in some confetti. I want you guys to give yourself a W in the chat. Everyone say W chat. You guys are absolutely awesome. The chat today has been incredible, both on YouTube and on Twitch. I really appreciate you guys a ton. Jesus says, I love this channel, man. Jesus, I appreciate you a ton. You guys are all huge winners. I really appreciate you guys a ton. So let's get some fireworks in here for you guys too. I love those little effects I can do. You guys are the best. Jacob here says, who are lesser known reporters whose reports do move you? Jacob, that's a good question. Really no one. Now, listen, I don't say that to not respect other reporters, right? A lot of reporters do a really great job and they work really hard. But if something is actually happening, it's going to be Shams Charania, or it's going to be Bobby Marks, or it's going to be Brian Windhorst, or it's going to be, or it's going to be like Tim Bontemps. If it's not one of those guys directly reporting something, I'm hesitant. Okay. to trust it. Now, it's not that I won't listen to it. It's not that I won't talk about it or show it or discuss it. But I'm just, in terms of like overall mood of like, hey, this is happening. Those are the people that I'm going to trust. Now, at times, even I've had information. I leaked the Fred VanVleet signing about a day before it happened in free agency for the Rockets. And people said, what are your sources? And I was literally the source. People didn't believe me. And I understand that because I'm also hesitant to believe other people who either don't have huge followings or I haven't seen them do that before. So, I get it. I understand that kind of thing. So I just am hesitant. It's not that you can't trust everyone, but you just want to be hesitant to make sure you have the right information. Like that Spurs reporter the other day had wrong information on the deal being imminent. It was not imminent. It took like 72 more hours or 48 more hours or whatever. Brew Crew says, why is work getting in the way of me watching? LOL, any new news around the Bucks? Nothing yet, but there has been moves around them. Of course, the Caleb Martin trade being one of them to Dallas. We'll see. Eric Name is not a bad one, actually. This is a good one here too. Milwaukee Bucks are looking to trade Pat Connaughton for Eric Name. A quick poll on NBA executives conducted by The Athletic estimated the current price to dump Connaughton's contract is 3 or 4 second-round picks or a late first-round pick in the next few seasons. That's absurd. If a team gets that much draft capital for Connaughton's 15 months of salary, sub $10 million, that's insane. 1 second round pick should be a done deal. TBH. I don't know where this world is that everyone's saying Connaughton's contract's terrible. It becomes an expiring contract in 3 months. It's not brutal. I don't understand that. It's not a great. I'm not trying to say it's a great contract. Shout out to Jaden/Bilal fan club. Shout out as well to Jesus. Appreciate you guys a lot in the chat and also going over and following. Again, I just don't understand this really. He's just been more effective everywhere, but it's okay. Caleb Martin, I do understand it from this perspective. Again for Dallas, so I hope you guys have enjoyed the content here today. Let's check how many likes the stream has now. We are closing in. We have 476 likes on the stream right now. Yesterday we got 525 likes, so it just takes 50 likes for us to surpass that goal. So everyone smash that like button right now. We have 987 people watching. We are this close to 1,000 viewers. Let's throw in some balloons for that. I'm super, super stoked. You guys are a huge W chat. I love seeing the W's fly in. A lot of W chats and dub. You guys are absolutely awesome. I appreciate you all so, so very much. W chat, W Utility Sports, W Us, and I like the Us. That's another reason Utility Sports has the name it has. The initials US stands for us, and it's really a community vibe, and that's what I love the most about it. Diaco says, considering the Suns' interest on Yabusele and some rumors about KJ joining the Suns past few years are both for Grayson allowed by the CBA. So for Philly, I don't see them really going that route now because Grayson's contract is quite a bit bigger at $15 million. So Pedro says, never use Substacks, but I'm giving it a shot. So that's a great point here too, guys. If you haven't seen yet, I do have a Substack covering the NBA. So if you want to read about NBA content, if you want to read why the Clippers might be a dark horse team, you want to read about Aaron Wiggins and how his recent performances have really stacked up. If you want to see about Karl Anthony Towns in New York or the NBA draft and some of my draft philosophy, there's stuff all over there. There's going to be mock drafts, big boards. There's going to be NBA trade rumors. There's going to be all that kind of stuff. There's going to be free agency news. Everything you need to know will be over there. So links in the description for that. Go give me a free subscription over there. I want you guys to be fans of everything I'm doing. And of course, I'm trying to show off your free subscriptions as well. Get you guys up on the screen as much as I can in this stream. That's one of my favorite parts of streaming is showing love to you guys, because you guys show a lot of love to me as well. And I always appreciate you guys so much for that. Shout out to Michael Key for the follow, as well as Ethan for the follow here as well. Here's some more news. Utah Jazz are looking to flip PJ Tucker and potentially acquire more draft capital. Clever work here by Utah. might use an expiring contract to eat another contract in similar size but longer term. Danny Ainge just does everything right. Danny Ainge just knows what he's doing. I just don't understand why other GMs don't operate the exact same way some of these other ones do. Mark Stein's not unreliable. Someone asked me, I was naming people off the top of my head. Mark Stein's pretty good. Terrence here says every team should be calling Dallas now. The Mavericks have been making a lot of interesting trades. If the Mavericks had any more 24-year-olds or 25-year-olds, I'm sure they'd be available. So, Kweke says, do the Wizards shift any of their veterans soon? I definitely think the Wizards will be a team to watch for. They have expiring salaries. Brogdon's especially is an important one. Twig says it probably depends on how good the second rounders are. If they're top 40, probably one is enough, but late second rounders, I could see the price being 3. So I guess that's a good point too. It could be like the fake seconds where it's like top 55 protected or whatever. That's a good point. Vedant, welcome to the stream. No worries. Glad to have you in here. I'm looking here at some more news. The Portland Trailblazers are reportedly seeking an unprotected first-round pick for Robert Williams. Yeah, not happening. You're not going to get that for Robert Williams. That's insane. That's just not going to happen. Vedant, we'll talk about some potential Raptors trades here in a minute. Welcome everyone to the stream. We got W's in here for everyone. Appreciate you guys all so much. Brandon S says Davion Mitchell possibly lands in Detroit. Just a rumor from a supposed insider at this point. I don't know if I like him on Detroit, a pest, but also really small. I like Sasser more. Yeah, I don't really see a need for Davion Mitchell in Detroit. I think Davion could be intriguing in a few different areas, though, for sure, for different teams. Milwaukee could be one to watch for, too, depending on what happens. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. Now remember, this is a one big thing to watch for. If you're thinking about what other trades can materialize, GMs tell us what they're doing all the time. They always do. Like Nico Harrison's telling us he's insane by trading away Luka Doncic and now follows it up with Quentin Grimes. Daryl Morey and the Sixers are indicating they're showing their hand to every team in the league and us. And that's why part of what I love about being here and doing this is I can talk about long-term strategy. I've been live for 5 hours and 11 minutes right now. I'm not even phased. I'm dialed in. I am locked and loaded for this. But let's get some confetti in here as well for that. I am dialed because the Sixers, like I'm talking about here, after the most recent trade, Grimes for Martin, a KJ Martin trade, so the other Martin in Philadelphia, salary dump makes total sense. It's going to happen. Now it could be Kelly Oubre. I shouldn't guarantee it because Kelly Oubre's contract could also fulfill this. But moving a salary that is sizable like KJ Martin's, which is over $7 million, almost $8 million, would get Philly completely out of the luxury tax. Here is a traded player exception that Martin fits very easily into. Washington, his $12.5 million traded player exception. Expanding this into an overall picture, Philly could look to stay pick neutral. They get their own pick back in 2025. They traded 2027 pick to Washington to eat the salary. They could dip out of the tax, save a ton of money, and maybe even keep Yabusele next year, this is like one of the most important things, honestly, so far. The Sixers are basically punting on this season. They're realizing, listen, our team's not very good. They have an opportunistic trade here to get Quentin Grimes, keep him long-term with bird rights and restricted free agency rights, all that kind of stuff. They get a second-round pick in the process, too, and what is, I think, a very, very good trade, a home run trade for Philly in the Grimes-Martin trade. And then they also have the chance here to now completely save a ton of money. And I know for Sixers fans, you're not going to be super optimistic about that. You're not going to say, oh my gosh, what a smart move. You're not going to say, oh yes, we got out of the luxury tax. But if you think back a couple of years ago, the Sixers at the trade deadline traded away Jalen McDaniels, brother of Jaden McDaniels. They traded him to get out of the tax. And it opened up other flexibilities for them that offseason. So I think knowing that, having that understanding just makes a ton of sense. So everything in this situation works out really well. So I think overall here, like now you're looking at this news too. Like the Jazz are looking to flip PJ Tucker. That's exactly what they're going to do. Now they can't aggregate him with other salaries because he's recently traded. So he has to get traded by himself. But you could trade him for a $12, $13 million player. You could trade him for an $8-9 million player. If a team's looking to dump salary, PJ Tucker is an option that will definitely make some sense there for a team because he's expiring, and they could definitely try and get out of him. I don't think the one thing too with Connaughton, like he only makes $9 million, and he's got 1 year left on his deal after this season. It's expiring. Some teams should not get a first round pick for eating Pat Connaughton's contract. And if a team does, it's a home run move for that team. Like, that's insane. If Milwaukee trades a first to get off of Pat Connaughton, that's crazy. So Azero wants me to recap the trade that just happened. We'll go over it one more time. In this deal, Dallas sends Quentin Grimes and Philadelphia's 2025 second round pick back to the Sixers for Caleb Martin. My overall reaction to this trade is, again, an A+ for the Sixers. The reason, they land a younger, cheaper, arguably better player and a draft pick back, while also simultaneously putting themselves in a position to dip out of the first apron and the luxury tax. 76ers might even be able to escape the tax with the KJ Martin trade later. Grimes has simply been better than Caleb Martin this year, but Philly risks long-term team control. Home run decision for the Sixers, in my opinion. Mavericks, I give a B. Now, I'm not going to be as harsh on the Mavericks as maybe I should be, but I do understand the idea here, at least for Dallas. They trade a younger, better player, which is why this is not an A or an A- or a B+ or anything close to that, for one who is 5+ years older. Does that sound familiar? It sounds like Luka Doncic. But nonetheless, Dallas viewing this as a team control ploy, 4 years on Martin's deal, makes this at the very least understandable. Weird to worry about team control as a win-now team, though, in my opinion, but it also does connect again. If you go back to this, I also do think this isn't this. I also don't think this is horrendous for Dallas because the Max Christie acquisition in the Luka Doncic trade provided quite a bit of overlap. I think Christie, Grimes, very comparable players in terms of the style archetype. Christie's better at it than Grimes, in my opinion, which is why Christie is the player who's going to be in a bigger role for Dallas, whereas Grimes is now out. I don't think having two good 3-and-D guards would have been bad, but Dallas clearly did not care. Point blank. They're looking for size. I think this is important. Mavericks team identity. Size, and size. The more size to throw at Jokic and the Wolves and the Suns and the Lakers and the Clippers, the better. A lot of long-term risk, but the team is quite good right now. I've been harsh on the Mavericks, and I think that's very fair. I think most people would agree with me on that perspective, but it's not like the Mavericks aren't good. The Mavericks are a good team. I hope you guys are enjoying. We have over 3,400 followers over on Twitter, 1,000 people watching live right now. Really do appreciate you guys. Tom, thank you for throwing in the W's. Knox says, you get a W. The guy pacing nervously also get a dub. We all get a dub. Gotta love it. Drew Love says, hey, new subscriber to the channel. Thanks for the info. Is there any news regarding the Denver Nuggets and what they are trying to do? That's a great question. One thing I'm doing real quick is I'm taking it out of subscriber-only mode just for a little bit. But I'm going to put it back into subscriber-only mode. You guys have been killing it. If you're a new viewer here, leave a question, leave a comment. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Drew says, any new subscriber to the channel, is there any news regarding the Denver Nuggets and what they're trying to do? So the Nuggets, if we go over to our draft pick sheet, and again, I put this all together myself. It took me several hours. But when it comes to the Denver Nuggets, and you'll see what I'm talking about here, when it comes to making trades, it's pretty limited. This light blue box means they cannot trade this pick, and they have none in pretty much every other year besides this 2031 first. They have this pick to trade. So could they trade it? Could they make a move with it? Yes, they could. Wemby season, thank you for the 2. Are there legit rumors that San Antonio is in on Cam Johnson? Yes. Cam Johnson is a legitimate target for the Spurs. Now, the Spurs, the one thing I'll say about them, they're not going to overpay. They're not going to outbid themselves. They're not going to make some crazy trade. So, Wemby, first of all, thank you for the $2. So let's get some W's for Wemby in the chat. He definitely deserves it. W. Wemby. Of course, that's what it's going to sound like in San Antonio for a long time too. But Wemby season, I appreciate you. And I do think San Antonio is legitimately in on Cam Johnson with a trade centering around 2 first-round picks and Keldon Johnson. Maybe it could be 1 first-round pick and a swap. But nonetheless, something in that kind of vicinity. So, Drew, going back to Denver real quick, when it comes to what they could potentially get done, it's just hard to see an actual trade materializing because they don't have a lot of assets. But they do have some options for potential trades to make. They have some flexibility with this 2031 first if they make it available. And I think a team, if you want to know who I think they're going to make this deal with, if they use the 2031 first, I think they're going to do it with Oklahoma City. I think the Thunder will say, hey, do you want to use this Heat pick this year in a trade? Do you want to maybe try and use some of our other picks? Do you want to have a couple of second rounders from us? We just got your second rounder last night from Charlotte in a trade. Do you want to use some of these picks and we'll take that 2031 first and we'll stash it right here where we already don't have stuff? We'll take that 2031 first. We'll help you with some of our picks to get something else done to help your roster. Now, OKC did that last year with Dallas. Did they regret that when they lost to Dallas in the playoffs? Maybe. Now, is it possible OKC maybe shies away from that a little bit more this year, especially with other Western contenders like a team like Denver? Maybe OKC is looking to help someone like Milwaukee more because they're on the east side of things. So those are all things you have to consider. But that's the whole point of the draft pick tracker, to help us kind of put together that picture. Shafiq says Detroit should be calling the Kings about Sabonis availability ASAP. I don't think Sabonis is available. You look at the way that they handled the De'Aaron Fox trade. They got Zach LaVine. They improved their draft pick flexibility while also getting a talented piece back. I think it was a good trade for them. Andrew F. says Martin has also proven in the playoffs, granted under a different system, but he has taken over versus the title favorites before. This is a good point. Like, you are getting a more experienced player, but I would hope so if he's 5 years older. So, again, the long-term plans have all gone out the window in Dallas. There's no long-term plan. There is a now plan. And the now plan is, I think, incredibly dangerous given the fact that they traded a top 3 player in the world to execute the now plan. But love seeing the W's come in. Here's a comment from Chris saying Cronin's so unserious. David, yep, thanks for throwing that in there. The Miami Heat were willing to trade Jimmy Butler for Andrew Wiggins and draft picks before Butler shut down the deal per Windhorst. So BS Express says, okay, shall I miss anything this morning? There was the Quentin Grimes trade, which just happened, but from this morning, nothing too drastic. Carter Lee says, W Utility, can I get a trade request with this Warriors? Get Jaden McDaniels, please. So I don't think Jaden McDaniels will get traded. Ultimately, a trade machine there between those two would be quite difficult to put together because of the apron rules as well. So I really just don't see a trade materializing between Golden State and Minnesota this year. McDaniels would be a lot of fun in Golden State, but I just don't see that happening, Carter. But thank you nonetheless for being in the stream. Appreciate you a ton. Free West says Rockets want Robert Williams, maybe 3-team with Adams to the Lakers being worked on. That's a good point here, Free. This is what we're going to work on right now. What we are going to do is we are going to get the 3 teams on the phone: Portland, Los Angeles, and Houston. And this is a deal that I think makes a lot of sense for everyone involved. Steven Adams goes to the Lakers as a bandage center for this season, someone who can at least help them. He's an incredible rebounder, a fantastic box out machine. I swear to God, he walks into the arena and the first thing he does is box everybody out. I swear, like, he is one of the best box out kings of all time in NBA history. He's unbelievable at it. And it might sound like hyperbole. It's not. He's like top 10. He's a beast. Robert Williams goes to Houston. Of course, the Ime Udoka connection there. The salaries work extremely well with each other, as you can tell too. And then the Lakers would say just dump Gabe Vincent to Portland in this instance, okay? This is just matching salary. You can maybe argue, should it be Vanderbilt? Should it be Kleber? What's it going to be? I'm going to use a guard because I think that's what the Lakers would be more willing to give up is a guard. We're going to send this 2025 second to Portland. The Rockets are going to send 3 second-round picks to Portland as well in this deal. The rumor right now is Portland wants a first. I don't think you're getting a first-round pick in the year 2025 for Robert Williams. I really don't. But nonetheless, this is a deal. Again, the Lakers here financially, I forgot about that for a second. It's not a problem. We just have to attach Cam Reddish and send him to Portland too. Just forgot about it for a second there while I was talking. But there you go. There's the deal. Something that I think could make sense is a 3-team trade between these two. Steven Adams has probably more value in LA than he does in Portland. The Blazers need to open up, I think, more opportunity for their young guys. So taking in Steven Adams doesn't really make sense to me there, even though he's an awesome veteran, awesome mentor, I'm sure. But I just don't think he's essential in Portland. I'd rather get 4 seconds for Robert Williams. Lakers walk out with Steven Adams. I think this is a pretty good trade, honestly. I think this is a very good trade. Lakers save a little bit of money. Rockets save just the slightest bit of money. Blazers eat some money to make it all work, but it works out pretty good, I think. I think this is a pretty good trade. What do you guys think? Mike says Rob Williams trade is a potential home run swing on an 0-2 count. Probably won't pan out, but someone might go for a late first for him. I just would be really shocked. I mean, like, he's an awesome player when he's on the court, but like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Robert Williams. I'm trying to pull up his stats right now just to point something out. His games played the last 2 seasons, this year and all of last year, the entire number is 23. I just can't see you getting a first-round pick for playing 23 games in the last 2 years. I just cannot see it. I cannot see it. And the sad thing is he hasn't even played 20 minutes a game in that stretch either. And before that, his final year in Boston, he played just 35 games and only played 23 and a half minutes a night. So he's had 1 season in his NBA career where he's played 60 games. I just don't think you can get a first-round pick. So DJ Hammer says, now this is super smart considering we're only $6.5 million over the tax line, and going under will grant us access to the non-tax payer mid-level exception next offseason, $14 million to re-sign Yabu. I love it. Exactly. Muhammad here says, do you think a Kleber and second for Jonas makes sense for both sides? I don't really want Jonas in LA. I don't think he's the type of big man that fits best with Luka, but I mean, it's like a fallback option possibly. So I don't completely hate it. El Barbu says, do you see the Warriors getting Kevin Durant? I really don't. Mike says, only way Mavs win the trade is if Caleb contributed while Grimes gets overpaid or bolts. Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Andrew says, Mike, very high chance he gets overpaid or bolts, though. I wouldn't say very high chance. I think he'll sign for less than the mid-level exception, Grimes will, which you're looking at a 24-year-old player entering the beginning of his prime, theoretically, for $8 to $11 million. That's not bad. He'll get less than that. He'll get less in the mid-level is what I'm saying. And then you have restricted free agency rights, so you're going to be able to keep him. The only risk you run is if Brooklyn comes in and offers him $20 million a year, which Brooklyn won't do that. So Andrew says Caleb has also had amazing playoff performances. Yeah, he does torch Boston. That's true. EIEIO here says the healthier Robert Williams III is the more valuable he is. He's getting better. Blazers are restricting his time so he doesn't re-injure himself. Well, I get that, but that's the thing is imagine having a player where you have to be cautious about playing him because you're scared he's going to injure himself. That's the thing. This is again. We're going to go back over to Bobby Marks quick. Too, he's doing a great job covering the salary details on this. Of course, I've been mostly focused on the Sixers side of things because that's the more important side, in my opinion, on this deal. Golden State Warriors are monitoring Bobby Portis. I don't trust. This is another one I do not trust. But let's go over to Bobby Marks here. Financials in Dallas. So thank you, Bobby, for posting both of these things. Make sure you guys go show some love to Bobby Marks as well. Financials in Dallas. The trade now pushes the Mavericks back over the tax. They're above the tax by $4.2 million. They're just slightly below the first apron, which, remember, they are hard capped here. So this is important. Make sure you guys go show him some love, though. Tell him Utility Sports sent you if you want. But great work, Bobby. He's doing a great job. He does a lot of really good stuff financially. It's honestly learning from him is how I learned a lot of the stuff that I know. Not all of it, obviously. A lot of it comes from reading the CBA, and I spent a lot of time just monitoring and evaluating stuff and figuring it out on my own. But he's been a huge help to me. 1,100 viewers right now, which is absolutely insane. Appreciate you guys all so much. WCO says this isn't a realistic trade, but it would be cool for the Hawks to go out and get Joel Embiid. So Embiid cannot get traded this year because of his recently signed restriction, but in the offseason, that'd be sweet. Proletarium says, you're a grinder, man. Props on putting in the work. I've been live for 5.5 hours, guys, and at this point, you would think my brain's fried, but we're just getting started. I'm going live for another at least 2 hours today. At least we're getting to the 7.5 hour mark again today for sure. Nicholas here says, Utility Sports, do you think LeBron is staying in LA and are the Lakers getting a big? I do think LeBron stays in LA. I do think the Lakers ultimately get a big, but I think Pelinka today saying that, he's not sure if they're going to get one or not because of the trade market, that's him saying, okay, well, guess what? We're not going to put pressure on ourselves to overspend on somebody, which is smart. Action Jackson says, today is a good day to bet across all sports. I mean, we'll see. I don't really condone sports betting too much. Dustin says, hey, Sheldon, how's it going? Dustin, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you guys all in here. Jerry, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you guys. Yugi, thanks to welcome to the stream. We'll talk about the Rockets very, very soon. Big Sean, as a Spurs fan, I take Valanciunas. He would be an okay backup for San Antonio. Getting a trade to work salary-wise is a little tricky, although you could use like Blake Wesley and Malachi Branham as your starting points. Jeremy Herron, welcome to the stream. He says, Julius Randle trade thoughts. Unless he's in a Jimmy Butler deal, in a multi-team, 4-team, 5-team trade, whatever that ends up being, could be 6 or 7. Honestly, in my head, I have 7, 8-team trade compositions. The trade machine doesn't allow that. But I have 7 or 8-team trade compositions that I do think, in theory, could make some sense. Funny enough, about probably 6 years ago now, I think Tre Young's rookie season, I predicted the 4-team trade between Atlanta, Houston, Minnesota, and whoever the 4th team was, and I don't even remember. But it was the Robert Covington to Houston, Clint Capella, Rockets small ball thing where Capella goes to Atlanta. Hawks gave up. I don't even remember who the Hawks gave up. I think it was the Nuggets. Malik Beasley might have been in that deal. I predicted that deal almost to the exact piece. I think I was off by 1 or 2 players only in a 4-team trade. So I felt really good about that. It was the only trade I predicted that year. It was before I was even doing YouTube. I was just talking with my best friends and it was like, hey, I think this will make sense. Every team wants this. Rose City USA, welcome to the stream. Dark Nate says, doubt much happens, to be honest. I think a lot's still going to happen. We have a lot of news. We do have other news too over on Twitter. Now, this isn't trade news, but it is news nonetheless. So let's go over to NBA Communications. And we have our rookies of the month. Look at that. In the Western Conference, Stephon Castle, and in the Eastern Conference, Kel'el Ware have been named Eastern and Western Conference Rookies of the Month. Big W's for both of these guys, Castle and Ware. I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna say big W's. People like that. Big W's in the chat for Stephon Castle and Kel'el Ware. They've had a very good month of January, of course. As news come in. How about KJ Martin and a pick for Davion Mitchell's expiring? I don't think Philly's going to do that because it's kind of a lost season for Philly, and I think getting below the tax is more important, so they have the non-taxpayer mid-level exception. Jeremy Herron says, why would Rockets give up Adams? Rockets can get Time Lord with picks because they would probably prefer Time Lord over Adams long-term, and the Lakers are interested. Taylor says, added your channel. Thank you so much. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the overall content here. I am turning on subscribers only mode again for a minute. You just have to be subscribed for 1 minute before you can comment. So if you want to comment right now. Appreciate you guys. Callum, you're an absolute beast. As a Rockets fan, I like it. I hope you're well. Doing great, Callum. Glad to have you in here. Freeber, is the 76ers trade a precursor to anything bigger? Great question. Not necessarily bigger, but it is a precursor to something. After the most recent Quentin Grimes, Caleb Martin trade, a KJ Martin salary dump would get Philly completely out of the luxury tax. Here is a traded player exception that KJ Martin's contract fits into easily in Washington, $12.4 million. Expanding this into an overall picture, Philly would stay net pick neutral. They get picked this year. They trade a pick in 2027 to Washington to eat KJ Martin. And Philly could ultimately get out of the tax, set themselves up to keep Gershon Yabusele, and really set themselves up for success in that way. Elizabeth Allen says typical mid-January and February tiny good few games and acting like your title contender. I think this year is a lot of fun basketball. I'm really, really excited for everything. Of course, if something starts to happen on in the NBA, make sure to comment at me on Utility Sports on Twitter so that I see it. Okay, Troy Delaware says I can't see the Rockets doing that deal. Talking about the Adams, Robert Williams one, giving up the best player in the deal to add injury-prone player, and we have 3 seconds. I don't know if Steven Adams at this point, like, he's the healthier player. Is he the better player? Like, I think that's one of the big questions when it comes to the overall picture here. Okay, yep, nothing there. When it comes to the overall picture, let me go back to my profile here, and I need to scroll until I find what am I looking for? Yeah, the Ime Udoka Robert Williams thing. Here we go. In his 17 games in the playoff under Ime Udoka, he averaged 23 minutes a game, 8.6 boards, over 2 blocks a game. This is something Steven Adams just does not bring to Houston, is the same quality of rim protection, an elite true shooting percentage, and was a pretty significantly plus player in the playoffs. En route to an NBA Finals, by the way. They made the finals this year, so yeah, appreciate you guys a lot. But I do think when Robert Williams is actually healthy, he is better than Steven Adams. But he was the starting center on a championship near caliber team. So Carter says, can you create a 5-team blockbuster that fixes the Heat, Lakers, Wizards, Warriors, Suns problems? No, I can't, because I can't fix the Suns problems, really. Jimmy Butler helps, but I can't fix them all. I don't think the Suns have the ability to win an NBA Finals. I just don't think the way their team is set up is going to be able to get it done. Coach Seth, welcome to the stream. He said, what is your take on the Rockets? On if the Rockets trade a first-round pick to Chicago for Nikola Vucevic? The Rockets are one of the 3 worst three-point shooting teams in the NBA. He can come in and immediately help. So first of all, I would be very cautious about Nikola Vucevic. Trading for him, I think, is a significant risk. I know he's shooting the 3 incredibly well this year at 40%, but you want to hear how he shot it the last 3 years before? 29, 34, 31%. Okay. He's had 2 years at or around, or 3 years at or around 40% from 3 in his career, and every other year besides that essentially is like 35% or below. So, if you trade for Nikola Vucevic, there's no guarantee he continues making all the threes he's been making. He's been great this year. I'm not trying to diminish that, but there's also some real problems with trying to trade for him and assuming that he's just going to be an elite shooter the entire time. Ghosty, thank you for the follow over on Twitter, as well as Tony, Impression Baratismo, Stint, thank you for the follow. Josh, as well as Michael Key, thank you all so much for your guys' support on the channel here. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Again, I think there's a lot that we're learning here about the NBA. We're learning what the Philly plan is. We're learning what the Mavericks plan is. We're learning what everything's going on. I'm on YouTube. I'm also on Twitch. I'm on Twitter, and I'm on Substack. Those are the best places to be, and Discord. If you guys want to be a part of the community, and I really recommend this, I seriously really recommend it. Okay. What I want you guys to do right now is I want everyone to go click this Discord link and go join the Discord. If you're having fun being in here today, if you're like, oh, this is so much fun talking basketball all the time, this is a great place to be, which it completely is, you need to click this link right now, and you need to join the Discord link, okay? You are going to join an awesome Discord server where you talk about basketball, you talk about anything you want really in your life, with a whole bunch of people who are super nice, compassionate, caring, a great moderator team, just a tremendous place. So I really recommend you guys join that. Everyone go leave a like on the stream as well. But really, what I really want you guys to do is joining that Discord link for that situation here. Pacers, what are the chances Jimmy stays in Miami? Like 5%, maybe 5%. I don't think it's going to like worst case. I think Miami finds some really panic trade where they even give up something to get off of him, because he's just a huge negative for their team right now. Daquan here says you should apply for ESPN. The hope is at some point to be working in the NBA. I want to be an NBA coach is what I really want to do. If you like, here's the thing. Obviously, a lot of my coverage around the trade deadline is contractually related, like spending a lot of time talking about the cap mechanisms, all that stuff, I think I'm an even better coach than I am, a talent evaluator, which I think I'm pretty good at that too. Hopefully you guys agree. I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I appreciate you, DeQuavion, for even saying that, or Daquan. So thank you. And I also appreciate you guys a lot just for the support, but I really love coaching. I love everything about basketball, but coaching especially is my favorite. Many Moon says it's so unrealistic that it's impossible. The 5-team trade. Andrew F says, I agree. Pacers are the 4 seed. No reason to make a move for someone like Reeves. I don't think Indiana would be in play for Reeves anyway. I think they like Andrew Nembhard a ton. So I think that's a big reason why. But make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. Look at how close we are to 29,000 subscribers. We've gained almost 200 subscribers today already. And this update's live. So if you hit that subscribe button right now, you'll see that number go up. I'm going to leave this on the stream here for about 2-3 minutes only. Jerry says, how are you just getting started? That's a great question. Maybe my mind is mush, Jerry. That's a great question. Andrew F says, if the Lakers don't get a big, they're not getting out of the first round. Probably not. I agree. That would be problematic, but I do think they'll get a big. Look at that number jump. That is super sweet. Make sure you guys do go subscribe. It'll help us out a lot. $1 out of 50, $1 out of 15 cents says you're more knowledgeable than that Stephen A. clown. Listen, Stephen A. He doesn't know the CBA. He doesn't know the salaries. He doesn't really know team building, but he knows how to go viral, and that's something that he's really good at, and that's all you really need. Streamer Gaming says Lakers just need to flip Gabe Vincent, Jared Vanderbilt, and Jackson Hayes for Miles Turner. Yeah, but you need Indiana to also agree to that, and that's kind of the problem that's been preventing Miles Turner from being a Laker for the last couple of years. Mark D says Pat Connaughton landing spots. I think Washington makes a lot of sense. There's a few other ones as well. Let me pull up some of the biggest traded player exceptions NBA right now. So a few that exist. Brooklyn has one, $23 million. Atlanta has one, $25 million. Memphis has one, $12 million. But some of these teams aren't going to use them because of tax reasons. Like New Orleans has a $9.9 million one, but they're not going to use it because of the tax. So keep that in mind. And Connaughton, like the only ones that really make sense are Washington, Memphis, Dallas, Chicago, Brooklyn, Atlanta in terms of fitting his contract in. But out of those, the only one that's really realistic is Washington overall. So I think using your mind there and putting all the stuff together is pretty easy. Nick Zednick here says, let's talk about how the Bulls continue to ride the shadow of MJ and yet again lack direction and vision. Another tank. I say that as a Chicago native. So here's the thing. They actually do have a direction now. They have their picks. They're going to tank. They're going to suck on purpose. And that's good. That's really good. If you're a Bulls fan, you should be feeling way more optimism now than you did with Zach LaVine on your roster 5 days ago. And it's still not like it's going to be easy, but they're at least moving forward better. Leo Dax says, hope we could trade Dame for some young blood. Bucks are overaged, no energy on defense. Yeah, it's funny. The team that has Giannis Antetokounmpo is extremely unathletic, honestly. Hopefully we do hit 30,000 subscribers or 29,000 subscribers today. Hopefully 30,000 later in this week. Also, thank you for the follows over on Twitter, Michael, as well as Aditya. Thank you for the follows over there, guys. Really do appreciate you all a ton. Remember, big news here from the Lakers. Lakers GM Rob Pelinka said a trade for an established big man to fill the AD void would likely have to wait until the offseason because he sees the current market is dry. The way I look at that is the leverage play. I still think the Lakers are going to look and do their diligence on a center, but if there's not a deal that is completely sensible, they're not going to do it. And it gives them time. It removes pressure from the fan base to go do something. They're going to say, oh, well, Pelinka's smart. He's not going to overpay. And that's exactly what he said here, basically. Tom Graham says, realistically, who do you think out of Bruce Brown, Olynyk, Boucher, and Mitchell get traded from the Raptors? All 4 of them very possibly. For sure, Bruce Brown, I think he will be traded or bought out. He will not finish the year on the Raptors. I pretty much would guarantee that. Boucher very likely gets traded, probably for a second-round pick. Davion Mitchell might get salary dumped. Not like salary dumped. It's not like they're going to give up salary, but they'll trade him to some team that is looking for that kind of archetype, like Milwaukee, for example. And Olynyk, I could see them holding on to Olynyk. He's probably the least likely of the bunch to get traded because he has another year on his contract. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying the stream. Again, make sure to smash that like button. I'm going to check how many likes the stream has now. Let's see it. Here we are. Still at, wow, 575 likes. So we have beaten the like goal from yesterday. Now time to put a little bit of cushion on it. Let's see how many likes we can get by the end of the stream. I am excited. Brendan Sutherland here says, history says Kings do nothing to shore up bench. Wing back up big, assuming we don't. What do we do trade-wise this offseason with our new assets? Patience sometimes is a virtue, though. I mean, I'm not saying that they won't. It's just like their picks are kind of complicated in terms of which ones are valuable. Like that 2031 first, I really like it. And this is something that people don't always understand when I talk about it in videos and on streams and on Twitter especially. I really, really, really like 2031 first-round picks right now. If I was a team, I would try and stockpile these. I would want as many of them as possible. The reason teams don't, though, is because the GM doesn't feel like he has the shelf life to guarantee he's the one making the picks at 2031 when they come to fruition. So that's the big news. That's the big reason, okay? So I think that's really important that everyone keeps that in mind. Streamer Gaming says if I was the Lakers, I would trade for Miles Turner. I mean, they're going to try. They'll push for him, but I don't think they will. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Andrew says, is there any trade the Mavs can do for a playmaker? Or are they riding out? I think they're riding out with Spencer a bit. Brian Mahaney here says, all this work and only 550 likes should be double that. Let's go, people. You guys heard him. Let's get some W's for Brian in the chat, too. I want to give him some love and support for being a member here at Utility Sports and supporting me in a big way. You guys have been absolutely awesome. I'm going to run through all of the super chats here as well today. John with 2 $5 super chats. Appreciate you again. And then also came in with a $10 super chat with a community challenge saying this is amazing content. These marathons can tap you. Imagine if everyone tipped just $1. That would be huge. $5 from each of us would be an amazing encouragement. So, John, thank you so much again for that. Again, no pressure from me. I don't want to feel pressure you guys. Only donate if you feel like you actually can support me and you have the monetary ability to do that. I don't want to put any pressure on anybody. You guys hanging out with me, spending time with me all day long is obviously a huge support as well. Edward, thank you for the 2 earlier. And then also Edward and Mind a Ball both stepped up to that community challenge from John with a $1 super chat. And Troy Dilworth, thank you for the 2 earlier. Andy, thank you for the 5, as well as C. Leo. YSLAL, thank you for the 5, as well as Ben Tate. Brap, thank you for the 5. Brian Pumper, thank you for the 5. And Wemby Season, again, thank you for the 2. The super chats, again, do go such a long way in supporting the channel. I take the entire week off from work. I basically center my life around this week. So I hope you guys do enjoy that aspect of things. Nissan, thank you for the follow on Twitter. We are going to go over to the draft pick sheet. And some of you maybe haven't even seen this yet. And you might be wondering, okay, well, is this guy even worth subscribing to? Is this guy even worth leaving a like on the video for? I put this all together by myself. This is every single draft pick in the NBA. And I'm not talking just first round picks. I'm talking second round picks between now and 2031. And you're probably like, oh my gosh, this guy's a total NBA nerd. I am, which is why it's worth subscribing to me, because I know stuff that no one should ever know. I know things that, like, me being able to tell you where a second round pick is in 2031 is the dumbest, most useless information ever. I know where it is. I have it all documented here. And if you don't know what the Stepien rule is, I'll probably try and explain it here in a quick second. But this blue Utility Sports colored box, you see the utility logo up here in the top right? This Utility Sports blue indicates that this pick cannot be traded due to the Stepien rule. This is the newest acquisition of draft picks here for Philadelphia. They now have this pick to work with. Look at these teams. Some teams like Milwaukee, you can tell, okay, they don't have any draft capital. And for the 76ers, with these light blue boxes, which is why I went over here for Dylan and his question, it's not really realistic to see this team trade for Kevin Durant without draft capital to trade. So that's a big reason why. The Bulls, they just reset their draft capital. Look at that. No light blue boxes. They're in a really great spot. The Cavs have some light blue boxes, but they got a really good team. Celtics, really great team. Only a couple light blue boxes. Clippers kind of limited, right? We all expected that. Grizzlies, not limited at all. This team is open hunting right now. If they want to go out and get a big fish, they can definitely do that. So we'll see, Andrew, if Memphis goes out and does anything. I'm not saying, I don't even know exactly what you were responding to, but Bear Gorilla here says, do you think finals this year will be Boston, OKC? And if so, who do you think is getting the chip and how many games? I think, so here, this is a great question here from Bear Gorilla. I'm going to go full screen here just for a minute.
I think if you want to know what the Eastern Conference playoffs are going to look like in a potential matchup between the Celtics and Timberwolves, or the Celtics and Cavs, look back at last year's Celtics-Timberwolves matchups. Both games went to overtime, one in Boston, one in Minnesota. The two teams split the season series. We didn't get to see them in the finals, of course, but Boston, Minnesota was cinema last year, and I was there in person for one of the games, and the other one I watched very, very closely on television. And I'm telling you right now, the way that Cleveland is built, they have a chance to beat Boston. Size is one of the things that can give Boston problems because you have Evan Mobley, you have Jared Allen, very comparable in a way to what Minnesota looked like last year with Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. Now, offensively, the Cavs have reached new heights. They have better guard play in a lot of ways than what Minnesota had last year with Conley and Edwards. Garland and Mitchell is one of the best backcourt duos in the NBA, if not the best backcourt duo in the NBA at this point in time. So it's not a foregone conclusion that the Celtics make it out. The Cavs have the type of roster that could push Boston, give Boston struggles. Now, if you've also been watching the channel, you know I'm a huge believer in Boston's overall team makeup, their identity, the way that they play, the way that they work. I think it's going to be really, really close, Bear. So 7-game series probably. Whoever has home court advantage at the end. If it's Cleveland over OKC, if it's OKC over Boston, or if Boston just flat out finds a way to get it done, I wouldn't be shocked. Those are the three teams right now that I really think have the best chance. Trade deadline might shake some things up, though. You never know who goes where and what could change. I didn't think Luka would be a Laker this week. So here we are. Derek says, thanks for providing awesome coverage of the NBA trade deadline. I have been subscribed long enough to know that that Torrance knows the game. Derek, I appreciate you a ton. Thank you for being in here and supporting me. Damos says, who do you think fits better with Golden State, Zion or Ingram? I think this is a great question, actually. I think Ingram provides an upgraded version of what Sean Livingston used to be, which was like a deadly mid-range assassin killer. And I think Zion gives them the post-split functionality, cutting off of Draymond, kind of a away split action, high splits. Like, you get high ball screens between Steph and Zion. Like, that's going to put you in advantage all the time. Put Zion in the dunker spot, find success that way with Draymond being a ball screener for Steph, because, I mean, let's think about it. You're guarding Steph in the pick and roll. What are you going to do? You're going to blitz him so he doesn't shoot a bunch of threes. Like, Zion, I was kind of split when you first asked me. I've talked myself firmly into it being Zion Williamson if he was healthy all the time. Andre here says, any Clippers trade rumors or ideas? Terrence Mann and Kobe Brown for Mitchell Robinson would be something I'm trying to do as the Clippers if I was the Clippers. Joe Dirt says, I'm mad as hell that my Nuggets ain't doing nothing. Our front office sucks. I mean, you guys just don't have picks, and this is one of those things. We go down to Denver here. You're going to see why they haven't done anything. They don't have anything. 2025, no picks, okay? No picks here. They can't trade. Again, blue box, can't trade. Can't trade. Nothing. Can't trade. Oh, they have this one pick to trade. Okay, well, what salary are you going to do it with? You can't trade Aaron Gordon by rule this year. You can't trade, of course, you can't trade Jamal Murray this year either, as we got balloons flying in here now. So they're kind of a team that's pretty stuck right now. So they just don't have a lot of flexibility. And if you watch the channel, man, I think my internet dropped for a half second there, so sorry if that messed up the stream for a second. But Wyco Dre says, are the Warriors going to do something? They have been heavily rumored. We go look at the Golden State Warriors draft picks. Again, I put together this entire sheet of draft picks over the next 7 years. Warriors have their near future stuff to work with. They have their 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028 first available for trade. They could do those trades. They could do swap options. They have flexibility here on a lot of different stuff that they could do. So they could trade this 2030 first as well, with it being essentially, like they could trade picks number 1 through 20 or 1 through 20 with it. So that's something I think is super underexplored. I'll have a video on that in the near future. Chris Gerianis from Greece, Maxi and McCain with mortgage trades will bring the NBA championship to Philly in a couple of years. Great show. You are the best. Appreciate you a ton, Chris. You are awesome. Rubo says the Discord is fire. Adam wants to know about any Oklahoma City news. Nothing yet right now. Lester here is cheering for guys to go to his Suns. Gorgeous Rock says, realistically, what could the Suns get in return if Rockets or Warriors trade for Kevin Durant? The Suns would get all their picks back, 3 first-round picks. But the issue is if we go to the Rockets right now, and this is one of the holdups in why I don't think a Suns-Rockets trade materializes this year, this pick, since the Rockets owe their 2026 first-rounder, the Rockets cannot trade this 2025 first right now. The swap of what is ultimately the Suns pick. I guess the issue with that specifically is from the Stepien rule. And with that, like, this pick becomes trade eligible on draft night, basically. So, which is why I think in the offseason, trading this pick, trading this Suns pick, and trading this Suns pick here, essentially, for Devin Booker is what I think is more likely. For Golden State, again, from their draft capital, like, you're looking 2025 or 2026, 2028, and 2031st, basically, as your return, which is kind of interesting. Like here says, how about Reeves to Pistons for Duran and Ivy? I don't know who should give the picks. I can make a trade looking at this about so this is one of the problems here, and Pistons fans are going to point this out too, and Pistons fans just know I have your back. I understand the situation in Detroit right now. First of all, the Pistons are in a spot where they're not going to be trading Jalen Duran. I think that they like Jalen Duran. I think that front office trusts what he's becoming as a player in a lot of different ways. Secondly, I don't know if Duran even solves a lot of the Lakers' center issues, but what we could see maybe is some collection of draft picks. Now, again, there's difficulties here because the Pistons owe their first, and then these picks, 26, 27, and 28, 28 are not tradable right now. So you're looking at 2029 to the Lakers. You look at 2031 to the Lakers for essentially Austin Reeves into cap space. This would put the Lakers below the apron. I mean, again, this seems like a really disappointing trade, though, if you're a Lakers fan, because it's like punting on the season even further. So I don't think either side's really happy in this. I don't think Lakers fans would be happy, and I definitely don't think Pistons fans would be happy. Now, 2 first-round picks also sounds like a lot, but Reeves is a really good player. I think would be a really fun fit next to Cade Cunningham in a lot of ways, but that's why I think the Lakers just keep him. If he's a fun fit next to Cade Cunningham, he's probably a fun fit next to Luka Doncic, and I think Austin Reeves just stays in LA. I really do. I'd be shocked if Reeves gets traded this year unless something really, really crazy happens. We're going to try and get to 30,000 subscribers live. Of course, we are going to push in that direction. We are not far off from it. We are actually really, really close right now to 29,000 subscribers. So I'm going to put that back up on the screen just for a couple of minutes here. Of course, I'm running a little bit behind on the comments, but you guys are still killing it. The questions have been great. I hope you guys have felt like the analysis has been a lot of fun to see too. And again, here is a live look at how many subscribers we're sitting at right now. If you guys hit that 17 more subscribers to get to 29,000 live updates here, everyone hit that subscribe button. Look at that number climb and grow. Brian King says, oh, brother, good luck. Imagine coaching and having a great player like Luka abruptly traded. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, you guys saw Jason Kidd. He looked depressed in that presser the other day. Terrence here says Stephen A knows how to entertain. That's what he's good at. Boss Takes Charge says, any trades today? Yes, we did have one trade. We had the, as you can see on the bottom of the screen here, it's about to flash across in just a minute. We had Caleb Martin traded from Philadelphia to Dallas, and in return, the Mavericks sent Philly both Quentin Grimes and a 2025 second-round pick, which is a pretty good deal. Wake Up says, don't mention Connaughton to Detroit. I know. Pistons fans don't want that for their cap space. I know. Mike says Dame is still fast, but only north-south. Yeah, that's and defensively is especially what I was talking about athleticism-wise. That's one of the struggles. 7 more subscribers till we get to 29,000. That is absolutely insane. William Zander here, welcome to the stream, says, do you think Sacramento Kings will do more? I think that they're in line to try and push. A few players that do make some sense. Cody Martin, of course, his brother Caleb just got traded. Cody Martin could be someone who's on their radar as like an $8 million-ish player. Otherwise, you could look at like Benedict Mathurin maybe being the dream outcome for Sacramento. But I just don't think Indiana is going to be really ready or willing to do that quite yet. Brett Van Vliet says, will Nuggets get Bruce Brown back if he's bought out? No, they actually can't because he makes more than the mid-level exception number, and they're an apron team, so they cannot actually sign Bruce Brown. So that is a restriction that they face. Giuliano here says Knicks will make a strong bid for LeBron, but Cat may need to go. That will not happen, Giuliano. Olenek is also Canadian. They seem to be stockpiling them. I doubt he goes. They honestly do. The Raptors just be stockpiling the Canadians for some reason. It's kind of funny. We'll see. Maybe if they get Andrew Wiggins, we gotta wonder what's up with them. So, Liberty Kimball wants to know if I already spoke on the Clippers. I have quite a bit today, but I don't mind talking about them again. Again, their biggest thing is Terrence Mann as a contract, and they also have like Kobe Brown or some other young pieces that they could throw in there. Brian Pumper, huge W's for Brian. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Brian today. He's been absolutely awesome. Let me see a Drummond to the Lakers trade. Can I interest the Mavs in a beastly 6'8", 240-pound dribble god shot creator in Paul George? I'll take PJ. I don't think you're going to be able to get that trade done. Tom Graham, thank you as well for the 3. I really appreciate you. I'm sorry I missed it for a little while. It just didn't pop up on my end for some reason over here, but I luckily did see it. So, Tom, thank you as well for the 3. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tom as well. He's an absolute legend. Appreciate you a ton, Tom. Appreciate you as well, Brian. Again, the super chats go a long way in supporting the channel here. So you guys are absolutely awesome. PSR, who's been with us pretty much all day over on Twitch, says, I'd hate to have you in my fantasy league. No one else would ever have a chance of winning. We do have a Utility Sports Dynasty fan. 29,000 subscribers. I almost missed it. Let's get some balloons in here. Wow. And some confetti, of course. That is a huge W. And I want to make sure to show you guys some love for all of the support. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. I'm absolutely killing it with the support lately. Let's get some balloons in here as a celebration too. 29,000 subs. Everyone comment 29K subs down below. And we're pushing for 30. That's the goal this week, at least 30,000 subscribers. I know we can do it this week. We're going to get there. This week's going to be really crazy. 1,000 viewers today. We hit, I don't even remember how many yesterday, like 900 to 1,000 at stretches yesterday too, I believe. So Freight here says, what caliber of center can the Lakers acquire now before the trade deadline? They can acquire like probably a low caliber starter, or the best one that they could go after is Nick Claxton, who is a top 20-ish center, top 15-ish center when he's most applied. Terrence Popovich says, Zion is amazing. I saw him in Toronto a week ago. I saw him his rookie season in person. Unfortunately, the games last year that when I was covering the NBA as a credentialed media member, I did not unfortunately get to see him in person at that point in time. But because he just didn't play, he was out for those games. But he's a freight train and he is a beast. I'm not going to lie. Like physically, he's incredible to watch. Kobe said, how do you feel about Tim Cato's report that Nico Harrison does not want to stay the Mavs GM? I have not seen that. I don't know if that's actually a real thing or not. So, Brett Van Vliet wants to know why I like 2031 first-round picks. You want to see why? Let's go to a really good team right now. Let's go to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Let's go to Minnesota Timberwolves aren't really good. Let's go to the Cleveland Cavaliers, best team in the NBA right now. Let's look at their contracts. Darius Garland. Oh, look at that. He's under contract through what? 2028. Donovan Mitchell under contract through 2028. Jared Allen under contract through 2029. Karis LeVert, end of this year. Max Strus, 3 years from now. Evan Mobley, he's under contract the longest through 2030. Oh, guess what? None of these guys are guaranteed to be on the Cavaliers roster in 2031. And guess how many picks they have between now and then? For first rounders, not very many. And guess what? They're way over the cap. This team does not have a lot of ways to improve their roster. They don't have a lot of ways to draft young, talented players. And by the time that 2031 pick rolls around, Donovan Mitchell will be 35. Jared Allen will be 33. Evan Mobley, well, he's still extremely young, so he'll be only 30. But Darius Garland will be 32. This team might not be together. Their luxury tax bill, their apron space will all be very, very, really screwed up. If I have their 2031 picks, and if I can get their 2031 pick right now, and if I can get the 2031 pick of Dallas, and if I can get the 2031 pick from the Lakers, the likelihood that some of those teams screw up along the way, lose some of these really good players, and don't build a good team post the prime of these players, I'm sitting there with really premium draft capital, and I might have a lot of it in 1 year or 2 years that you can stockpile assets and make a lot of trades in the future. And the reason why I value the far out picks, everyone values them the least because they're the furthest away. And they say, well, I might not even be the GM here. I might get traded or fired. Or who knows what will happen in 2031. And that's the truth. And that's why if you stockpile them, at some point, some smart team will really realize that. There's teams that are working on doing that right now. If we go back over to, and I'm telling you, this is one of the smartest teams in the league. It's the reason that they've won so many championships in their history. That team is the San Antonio Spurs. They don't have the 2031 first anymore because they traded the Timberwolves one this week. But look at what they have. They have options in 2030. So while Wembanyama is really good, they're going to be able to swap their pick with the Kings. They're going to be able to swap their pick with the Mavericks or Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards won't be under contract anymore. Heck, Luka Doncic isn't on the team today, but he wouldn't have been on the team in 2030 possibly anyway. And that's the whole goal here for the Spurs. Smart teams stockpile the future picks because those picks will end up becoming something very possibly. You look at the way the Celtics-Nets trade happened, one of the worst trades of all time. This is a good point from Ben Glover here. One of the worst trades of all time was the Celtics-Nets trade, which turned into Jason Tatum, Jalen Brown. That 2017 pick, which was so far out when they traded the Garnett-Pierce package, it was like 5 years away. No one cared about it. When it happened, it ended up becoming Jason Tatum, and it ended up bringing a championship to Boston. So I think if you set yourself up for future picks like that, you're really, really smart. Christian here wants to know my thoughts on Ingram to Toronto. I think it's a real possibility for sure. Let's go over to the trade machine. But first, thank you to Bucky, Trent, Jordan Watt for the follow over on Twitter. Appreciate you a ton. And again, we're going to head over now to the overall trade machine so we can look at an Ingram to Toronto trade. Now, the realistic situation here is this ends up taking multiple teams to actually get done. This takes part in some multi-team trade. But Toronto getting involved here for, I don't know why I clicked Portland. Whoops. Getting involved for Brandon Ingram, I think just makes a lot of sense from the contract standpoint. So if you look at this right now too, the Pelicans at the time that this stream is currently occurring are a tax team. But guess what? The Pelicans have never paid the tax. That's another piece of research I did to make sure that I know what's going to happen at the trade deadline. The Pelicans, if you want to bet, do you think this team that is one of the worst teams in the league, do you think they're going to pay the tax this year? And they've never historically paid the tax? The answer is obviously not. So they're going to dump salary one way or another. If they trade Brandon Ingram, well, that answer becomes pretty clear. They take in a little bit less salary than they're sending out, okay? And that might look something like this. And you might say, well, why would they want Chris Boucher? Well, maybe they don't. Maybe they get the Lakers on the phone and we're like, oh, Chris Boucher, you can go to the Lakers. And, hey, we'll take Maxi Kleber back in New Orleans, but give us a second-round pick because we want one for this. That will go to the Pelicans for basically rewriting Chris Boucher. And the Raptors give the Pelicans not one, not two, but 3 second-round picks for what is ultimately an expiring contract in this deal. Now, again, this is probably a multi-team trade because Bruce Brown would probably get routed to a contender or somewhere else where he'd actually want to be, possibly. This could be a bigger part of the Jimmy Butler trade, right? Like these salaries, these expiring salaries, Boucher and Brown could be anywhere. They could end up in a variety of different cities because, again, they're expirings, which is extremely valuable. Having big salary that is expiring is always a good thing. Teams should always want expiring salary. It's super useful. But Toronto here gets expiring salary and a player that they want to keep long-term in Ingram, and it helps New Orleans get out of the tax, okay? Again, if we show the financial breakdown here, they'd be still over the tax at this point because of the Kleber contract, but they could, very easily get out of this. Like if we do one more thing here, add a fourth team. Again, this doesn't matter who it is. I'm just going to do Washington because it's a team that could realistically consider it. And we salary dump Daniel Tice there in this example. Now we have this, and look at that non-tax team right here. So that is that's the T, non-tax. Okay, so that's kind of the idea here, right? They get 2 players, give up only 2 players, so their roster size stays the same. They get out of the tax. Raptors get a player they want. Wizards would get some form of second-round pick, right? They'd get something tiny in this for eating Daniel Tice's minimum. And the Lakers get Chris Boucher. So this kind of trade makes a lot of sense, I think. Eric says Adam Silver was at Hornets game yesterday and had a meeting with both Hornets Wizards owner. Any guess why? Honestly, no. It might just be business as usual. Big Kappa says most flexibility off the top of my head. I'm gonna say OKC. Yeah, well, yeah, like exactly. OKC's got the flexibility. San Antonio's got the flexibility. Utah's got the flexibility. Like, let's go look at what Utah did. It's another really smart team. The Jazz are geniuses. The Jazz know better than pretty much everybody. Another great example. We go up to Utah. Oh, look at what they just got this week. They went and got the Phoenix Suns first-round pick last week, right? They went and got this for the least favorable of Timberwolves, Jazz, Cavs. And they still get to keep the two most favorable of those picks in 2029 and 2027. And they still have the Wolves pick this year, which is going to be like a top 20 pick. Like, the Jazz are geniuses. Danny Ainge is very smart. Like, people, like, think about it. Who orchestrated that Nets Celtics trade? Danny Ainge. Oh, look at it. Who orchestrated this trade? Danny Ainge. It's like, and Justin Zanuck obviously is part of it too, so I don't want to discredit him in this whole thing, but clearly it's just like, hey, they've figured out the method here. They figured out what works. It's getting future picks. It's getting unpredictable picks. Because the Suns, do they have any clue how good this is going to be? Kevin Durant's going to be 40-plus years old when this pick comes. Devin Booker will be in his mid-30s. That's how long from now this pick is. That's going to be a good pick, more than likely. And if it's not, it's still like, what, you traded, okay, the Cavs like pick 30 this year and some other smaller things for it. Like, who cares? If this pick ends up being 15, it's worth it. And it might end up being pick 1. So that's the value of all of this, obviously, is the Celtics method of the trade with the Nets around the truth and the big ticket and stuff. That's what other teams around the league that are smarter copying right now. And that's why I would be trading for all these far out future firsts. Like, the more 2031 first I could get, if I could get Milwaukee's, and if I could get Dallas's, and if I could get LA's, I would get them all. Get them all. Get all the picks in the future, because you're going to set yourself up for a dynasty. Leo G says, you see any other trades happening with the Spurs? When it comes to San Antonio, I think the biggest thing is Cam Johnson. I don't see the Spurs just making other like trades. Like, I don't see them really pushing in for a center yet. I could see them organically trying to find one via the draft maybe, or, you know, some type of veteran using mid-level exception or something in the future. Because I think now they're pretty pronounced as a winning team. Like, players will have interest in signing here because of Fox and Wemby. Like, these two players together are like, hey, that's a really good 1-2 combination. So overall, like, if you're going to make some kind of trade here, it's going to be one that has to make sense. You're going to send this Spurs first here, and we're going to just do swap rights here in this example, okay? So a little bit different than what we've been doing. But something like this, we'll throw Blake Wesley in. Financially, this makes a lot of sense. This keeps the Nets out of the tax too. It's important that they don't take in more salary, which they didn't here. And the Spurs still have a lot of tax space themselves. So you look at this overall picture, like, the Nets have tax space now. The Spurs have tax space. All that works out really clean. This is a deal that I think makes a lot of sense for both sides. Some real upside here for Brooklyn possibly too. So I appreciate you guys a ton for watching. If you are enjoying, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more content. Again, I'm super, super stoked that we hit 29,000 subscribers. You guys have just been absolutely killing it. I will show you too quick. I know I've been showing you the screen, but I'm going to show you a different part of it. You guys are going to be pretty stoked on it. So this is where we're at overall total subscribers. You guys have seen this part, but what I'm going to do is scroll in here. Let me take this off the screen real quick. This is the last 28 days. Look at where we were at on January 31st, 28,014. Look at the growth here. Over 300 subscribers in one day. Then we go up another 200 or so. And then we go up another 150. And then now today, look at the growth here again. Over 300 subscribers already today. So you guys have been absolutely killing it. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. So thank you all so much for that. Just absolute legends on the channel today. You guys have been just sweet. Dark Reaper, I do agree. I do think Orlando needs some shooting. That's why I like Kobe White for them a lot. I like Anthony Simons quite a bit as well. So we'll see. Maybe one first-round pick for either of those guys could make some sense. But, you know, otherwise you have 2 firsts this year to trade. And I wouldn't even be mad at them trading both of them. But, you know, just in theory, go back over here now with Chicago. Like, you trade this Nuggets pick for Kobe White. Again, if I was Chicago, I'd probably say no to this, but maybe you throw in a second here and second in 2028. Gives Chicago some extra draft capital to work with over the next few years to either take young players. Why does this always happen? Okay, Cole Anthony to Chicago. There we go. There's the salaries. So almost perfect dollar for dollar match within $1 million. I mean, very close contractually, of course. Kobe White's under another extra year of team control, which fits pretty well for Orlando. And then I'm sure they could get a reasonable extension done with him too. Of course, the last time we saw these two teams work together, it was a pretty big win trade for Orlando. So we'll see. But Cernak says, any news on Grizzlies using depth to upgrade before the deadline? So I don't think they're going to improve depth, Cernak, but I think would be more likely for Memphis, who has all of their draft capital, very intriguing young players, and a lot of real overall talent. If they do decide to make a move, I really do think Cam Johnson should be the guy for them. Obviously, we talked about Cam for the Spurs quite a bit, but Marcus Smart, like, you reroute him to some other team, I'm sure. Like, here, I'll give you an example of a team that I think makes maybe a little bit of sense. Not like this is a huge home run for them, but Marcus Smart to Detroit, they have cap space. What we'll do is we'll send, in this example, what we're going to do is we're going to send Simone Fontecchio to the Nets. Here, salary-wise, this will open up a lot of flexibility for them, which they could use their trade exceptions then later in this deadline if they wanted to as well. They have a few of them, including a very large Mikal Bridges one. This would open up another trade exception too of almost $15 million. So this deal is making a lot of sense for everyone involved. You give up this second round pick to Brooklyn. And then in this deal, 2025 first to Brooklyn, 2027 first, like maybe top 10 protected to Brooklyn, some kind of combination of this, and then maybe 2 more second round picks. So in all, Brooklyn walks out of this with five total draft picks. Again, I make this mistake every single time with Memphis. I just forget that they have to attach other salary, and it's just barely any. It's $700,000, so it's like nothing. Jake LaRavia to the Nets too. Okay, and there we go. For some reason, I just always forget Memphis's situation. I don't know why, even though I've spent a ton of time talking about them, but. I think it's not an upgrade on depth. It's not. I completely misread what you said. I just read it again now. So using depth to upgrade. Yeah, something like this, and they can use draft picks. Smart and LaRavia financially worked to get Cam Johnson. This is the type of trade that I think they should make and need to make. Sorry, Cernak, for completely misreading your situation, but I appreciate you guys a ton for throwing in those W's. You guys are absolutely awesome. So. Hitting 30K tomorrow at the latest for sure. Appreciate you guys all so much. You have been all excellent and awesome. You guys are so sweet and really, really cool. Let's go Jimmy KD trade tomorrow to ensure 30,000 subs. We'll see, man. If that happens, oh my goodness. But you guys have been absolutely epic today. Over 1,000 viewers for a majority of the day. You guys heard Tom Graham here. Let's get those likes up right now. Appreciate you guys. Handle says, forget 2031. I mean, I like 2031. Give them to me. As soon as the 2032 first become available, I want those too. I really will. Matty Iceman says, I'm not for swapping Adams for Time Lord. Time Lord is the number 3 center. Sure. I kind of understand that idea too, but I know you're kind of taking the risk here. Gimme Mine says, I heard Boucher's name with the Knicks. That could be another one that does make some sense in theory. If we go over to New York, we can build a 3-team trade here that I do think overall does make a good deal of sense too. So let's get the Knicks on the line and let's get Toronto on the line. And this deal would send Boucher to New York in this instance. It would send Mitchell Robinson to LA. And now this is where you're sending Hachimura to Toronto. And now the issue with this is you also have to find a way to send out other salary in this, which maybe this is where like Davion Mitchell could make a lot of sense for a team. Send him to Los Angeles. But again, now the salary is good here. One of the difficulties is sending out some salary here to make this work, especially enough because you need to send out more than $3 million. So Christian Wood to the Knicks. Something like this could be a good starting point, and then you're going to need a fourth team in this kind of construction with the way that I've chosen to go about it. Now, it's possible they could find a way to avoid it, but instead of trying to tweak it too much, I'm just going to include another team. We're going to send Cam Reddish and we'll figure it out. But this goes to Toronto. Here, this pick goes to Toronto for a player who's available, and then also the Knicks give up a 2027 second to Washington to eat Cam Reddish or something. Just something like this, right? So this deal is one that in theory could make some sense. Raptors get Hachimura 2 seconds. Lakers get Mitchell Robinson, Davion Mitchell. This significantly helps their defense. Of course, you're banking again on health. Mitchell Robinson not very healthy often, but he would be an awesome player if he is, especially with Luka. The Knicks get Boucher, Christian Wood. Boucher specifically is the player that matters in this deal. He would be a very unique fit with Karl Anthony Towns, I think, in the front court. And then Washington gets a second-round pick to eat a contract. Would not be bad at all, I don't think so. Dylan here says maybe Thunder trade for Lakers 2031 on exchange for a large number of seconds or maybe some more near first. See, this is something that I think makes a lot of sense. Like, if we want to break down this trade more, like if we added a 15, for example, like this is one that OKC would love to jump in on and say, oh, hey, LA, are you giving up this pick? If you're giving up this pick, we'll take it. We'll give up some 2025 stuff. They would do that. They would for sure do that. Jared here says way behind, but could Bucks Nuggets swap Pat for Zeke? No, they couldn't. And Jared, so this is a great question. And the reason why they can't do this specifically, the reason that this won't work is both of these teams are apron teams. So first apron, second apron, and especially the issue that kind of occurs here, Connaughton makes more than Zeke Naji, and the Bucks aren't going to want Zeke Naji's contract. So this is like, first of all, one of the problems, but then also the issue here is when I try trade on this, a couple of years ago, this trade would have worked just fine. This year it does not because of the aprons. The Nuggets cannot take in more money. And since this is an apron for apron trade, they are essentially screwed without a third team, which means that Denver would also have to dump one of these salaries. They'd have to trade Hunter Tyson somewhere, for example, to make this work. And again, if you're Milwaukee, you wouldn't want Zeke Naji. Now, I could see Denver looking at Connaughton as an okay player to add. Honestly, like his style fits pretty well with Jokic. But Connaughton's had a bad year, so I don't think like Denver's really wanting that either, unless they are getting off of Naji. And like in this case, they are. But again, I don't love it. The best in the North, please, Wizards. I need Kuzma gone. We're rebuilding and need him off the books. Always looking into the future. I mean, if you don't look to the future, you're going to be like the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns don't care about the future, and they suck now. So there's that. Sidra says, let's hope Flag going to be worth the tanking for the Jazz. I mean, yeah, well, so this is the other thing, too, is you're like, oh, my gosh, 11 wins. Literally the worst, like, time about the Jazz. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of tanking is to not win games. So, yes, they're actually tanking better this year than they did last year. So that's kind of the point. I guarantee you, if they get Cooper Flag, you're gonna take this comment back. I guarantee you. W says Danny Ainge said he didn't even know he was helping trade Luka. Yeah, he didn't. But I mean, he got second-round picks for eating expiring contract. Like, I mean, if someone calls you and says, "Hey, I'll give you draft picks for paying this dude for the rest of the year," you'd say, "Yeah, too." Like, it doesn't even matter. If Danny Ainge didn't do it, someone was going to. Someone would have helped him, whether it was Washington or whoever. It's Jay is here, says Toronto has a real serious interest in Brandon Ingram per Jake Fisher. Could an RJ and Davion for Ingram deal be done? I don't think they'll trade RJ. Although, I mean, maybe they could, but I don't know. We'll see. Proper name says, I understand, but Boncaro going through of 18 is not helping. He'll pick his form back up. Yeah, for sure. Sanic says, watch KD get traded at midnight like 2022. Yeah, that was crazy. That was insane when that happened. Mike said Boucher is as inconsistent as it gets. He goes from 6th man to 15th man and vice versa on a yearly basis. He's a one-year rental for whoever gets him. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, that's why he's worth maybe 1 second-round pick. It's not like you're paying too much to land him. Walkin Love says, should the Thunder trade for another backup big in case Chet or Ihart go down again in the playoffs? Maybe Steven Adams back to OKC. Well, the Rockets aren't just going to help Oklahoma City. I think that's the one thing. I'd be pretty shocked if we see Houston and the Thunder make a trade with each other this year. Killzone says, thoughts on Vucevic and Ball for Beal plus picks. That's actually interesting. So, again, the premise here, and people are going to say, well, no trade clause, and you're completely right. That is an important note. Beal, if he's going to want to go anywhere, I think Milwaukee's like one of the options because of Giannis and Dame. Like, that's a winning spot, and he makes sense, I think. They're kind of. Otherwise, Chicago, like, you're reuniting him with his college head coach, who he really likes. So, let's say Lonzo and Vucevic to Phoenix, Bradley Beal to the Bulls. Now, financially, we do need a little bit more money in return here going from Chicago. So you might have to include someone like Javon Carter, who has a relationship, by the way, with Mike Budenholzer, who coached him in Milwaukee. I don't think the Suns would be mad about his inclusion in this trade because it would become a tradable expiring contract next year, too. And then when it comes to draft picks, like, you could offer this 2027 first to the Bulls and this 2029 first to the Bulls. And it would help kind of reset the Bulls' overall draft pick compensation a little bit. Bulls get worse, too, which, again, is a benefit here for Chicago. While, yes, you do have to eat this Beal contract, which is not pretty. I think that, this essentially making this trade sacrifices your 2026 cap space. So there's positives in this in terms of draft compensation and moving players who you don't really care about that much long-term and also helping yourselves lose, but you also sacrifice 2026 cap space. So keep that in mind. Pulsar here says, what would a Jimmy Butler to Memphis trade look like? Jimmy to Memphis, well, one, it's just probably not going to happen, but I did say that, like, maybe that would be like the desperation, like, hey, Miami's just got to do something, they'll do it. It would be like Smart back to Miami with Brandon Clark and John Conchar being like the big salary pieces. And again, you're missing like $10 million here yet. So like Kennard, like, this is just kind of the deal. You might say, where's the draft picks? I mean, that should tell you about Jimmy Butler's value. Here you go. We'll make it worth the Heat's while here. Something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's just like, it's hard to see a real trade materializing because, so the Grizzlies are deep enough that giving up 4 players for one actually makes sense. Like, Conchar doesn't matter to the Grizzlies. Clark is, I mean, like, semi-valuable for them. It's not, he's like, you just don't want to throw him away, but for Jimmy Butler, he's worth it. Marcus Smart, I think Miami would embrace him. He would embrace Miami, that culture specifically. Kennard would be valuable as a shooter off of Bam. A ton. Bear Gorilla says, can you explain the NBA revenue sharing model? It just basically, you have a huge collective pool and each team gets a little bit of a share of that pool depending on the team spending. It's like, imagine if everyone playing a poker table went all in and instead of actually playing the hand, you guys decided to say, okay, well, we're all just going to split this. That's probably the easiest, quickest way to explain it. And it that way, like, if you don't sell as many tickets as the Lakers do, you're still going to make money, which is the positive. Whereas in Major League Baseball, that's not the truth, which is why teams like the Marlins, teams like the Tampa Bay Rays, teams like the Athletics don't pay players because they don't sell as many tickets, and it ends up having a long-term effect of where if you continue to not pay players, your fans will not care, but that's kind of the truth here. Wow Factor says, bro, Rockets keep calling for Durant, 4 first-round picks, Brooks, Amon Thompson. No. If the Suns get half of that, they would have won the trade. You can't do that. If the Suns got half of that, they would fleece the Rockets. You can't do that if you're Houston. It would be irresponsible. Mike says Thunder would love some big man insurance for the playoffs unless they think J-Dub at center will work past April. I mean, here's the thing though. This is the hard thing. Okay, we've seen teams in the past, like Philadelphia did it with Al Horford, where they thought if we get Al Horford, we have our big man insurance for when Joel Embiid's out. The issue is you need to build your team for when they're at their best, when your best players are healthy. If you make some move for insurance and you're planning on playing that guy, they need to not only be insurance, but they need to fit with your other guys. Now, Hartenstein, Holmgren are both moldable bigs. They do a variety of different things. They can play different styles, which is what makes them so valuable. But I mean, if you're OKC, you just have to bank on your team being healthy in the playoffs. Like if Holmgren or Hartenstein are out, your team's just significantly worse anyway. So like, yeah, maybe you can do what Boston did last year and get like Xavier Tillman as like this, minimum guy, like maybe Duop Reef, maybe Xavier Tillman himself if Boston makes him available. I just don't see substantial salary. We're talking about guys in the minimums. So like that's going to be the reality of it, I think. So Simon here says, what player should the Lakers try to trade for, and name a center that they should go for too. So first of all, Simon, thanks for being in here. Appreciate you guys a ton. And I wanted to go back over to the Lakers on their trade sheet and again, talk about what they really have to do. So they don't have this pick this year, which means that they cannot trade this one. They cannot trade this one because of this protection that they owe to Utah, which is probably why Danny Ainge isn't too happy he helped Luka Doncic get there. And they just traded this one for Luka, so they now cannot trade this 2030 first. They have this 2031 to work with. This is their asset, and they can do a swap option in any of these years, in 26, 28, or 2030. Swap option eligible, okay? This own first and a swap option in 2030 is probably their best package, plus Hachimura's contract, plus Gabe Vincent's contract. That gets you to Nick Claxton. That's the player I think they should go after. I think Nick Claxton is a really, really good player, and one that let me pull up my tweet specifically about him recently. If I pull this, I need to bookmark it quick so that that way I can pull it up faster. But let me go over to Twitter now. Again, I really hope you guys are enjoying the stream. You guys have been absolutely killing it all day long. So here it is. My question for the Brooklyn Nets before the season. What does Jordi Fernandez's offense ask Nick Claxton to do frequently? This was my biggest question with Jordi Fernandez coming over from Sacramento, a high zoom action offense, a high volume dribble handoff team. Obviously with Sabonis, that made a ton of sense for their roster too. With Fox at the time, and obviously they added DeRozan, but before that Monk and all that, and Huerter at the time too. Like it was a brilliant offensive scheme for that style of roster. And my question for this team was, what are they going to do with Claxton? Because Claxton isn't a Domantas Sabonis kind of player. He's not your skilled offensive center who's going to handle on the perimeter, easily trigger into actions, make passes off the elbow, play off the top of the key as a facilitator, push and transition all the time. He's not Domantas Sabonis at all. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. He's way better than Domantas Sabonis defensively. He's more switchy. He's a better rim protector. He's a little bit more mobile. He's really toolsy in a lot of ways, and it provides a lot of flexibility defensively, but you don't have the same offensive versatility. That hasn't mattered to Jordi Fernandez. He came in and said, we're doing my system and we're running it, and this is why it was my question, because I thought this is what was going to happen. Here's the answer. Claxton's volume as a pick and roll man and a cutter have both decreased from where they were last season. However, the Nets team volume on playing out of handoffs, which is again what I was talking about with zoom action and playing off the top of the key, playing off the elbows, getting involved with Cam Thomas, getting involved with Cam Johnson, those kinds of things. That number has significantly increased from a little bit under 10 possessions per game last year to over 13 per game this year. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot. You're like, oh, okay, that's like 4 possessions almost. Like, that's not a big deal. It is, because not only is it the 4 possessions that ended with them playing off of a handoff, it's the amount of time that Claxton spends standing in those spaces, standing in that spot of the floor, something he's not naturally used to doing. Claxton individually has struggled because of this. He has a career worst year in efficiency, despite having previous years where he was one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient player in the NBA from a scoring standpoint in this new scheme. But we've seen the change in ball movement elevate guys like Schroeder, Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Cam Thomas. All these guys ended up succeeding. Schroeder, obviously, and Finney-Smith have been traded. Cam Johnson might get traded. Cam Thomas could get traded maybe. The overall point here is that Brooklyn's not playing a system or a style that fits Nick Claxton really well. You trade him to LA, oh my goodness. That's the exact perfect scheme for Fernandez. For Claxton with JJ Redick. And that's where, like, this is where the NBA coverage from mainstream media is not very good. They don't talk about these things. They don't talk about why he's a great fit. They don't talk about what has stylistically changed around Nick Claxton as to why he's maybe struggling a bit more this season in Brooklyn than he has in years past. You put him with Luka Doncic, who's arguably the best lob passer in basketball. This guy's going to eat. And this is the player that I think makes the most sense to trade for. If you're Los Angeles, you should go get him right now. And we'll see if they ever do. But is Doncic, look at these little Grok's suggestions. Is Doncic happy? How does trade affect playoffs? That's funny. Is Doncic happy? Pretty crazy though. But very, very, very good stuff here. Overall, today's been a great day. I've had almost 1,000 people watching pretty much the entire time here over the last couple of hours. So King JB here says, you see the Celtics trading for anyone, they're usually active and make moves, maybe trade Pritchard, someone for Walker Kessler, some other player. I don't see them trading Pritchard. I think Jaden Springer is the contract that they look to move, and they could either use their 2025 or 2027 first to incentivize some kind of trade. Otherwise, they have a few seconds they could do as well. I think, so San Fran, I think Major League Baseball, I don't know if they have revenue sharing, to be honest. They might have some form of it, but a few years ago, the Mets lost money. The Mets were a negative. They were the only team in the league to go negative from a profit standpoint. So I don't know for sure. Again, I don't cover Major League Baseball, but I think it was just different situation. That's why they don't have a salary cap. So the salary cap in the NBA is a direct response from BRI, which is basketball related income. MILC Beats here says the Heat will put Jimmy in timeout for the rest of the season with no pay. I mean, yeah, but then they're going to have a huge issue on their hands with the players union if they do that. So they got to be kind of careful with that too, because you're going to get players who don't want to play for you going forward, even though it's Miami. So maybe they'll be fine. Yvonne, welcome to the following community over on Twitter. Andre, thank you as well. As Bucky, who we talked about earlier. You guys are all absolutely killing it. Let's see how many followers we're at. Almost 3,450 followers over on Twitter. Again, I hope you guys are really enjoying the content here overall. Graham here says, keep up the great coverage and discourse. Sheldon, appreciate you a ton, Graham. And proper name to his point here, Sabonis is a defensive liability. I think his positioning defensively is pretty good. Like you can tell how smart of a basketball player he is. But he is, of course, compared to other elite defensive bigs, just not providing the same level of rim verticality, the athletic traits that some of the best in the business have. So there's just some natural downsides, which is why he wasn't a top 10 pick even in his draft. Those were some of the big questions around him. That was before I was like officially covering the draft or anything, but I've always been watching, but wasn't covering the draft, which now I do, and I think I do an okay job. I do have one pretty bad miss on here. This is my big board. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this from me either, but this is the way I do my big boards. And the ceiling here is indicated by the very top of the bar. The floor is indicated by the bottom. I hate traditional big boards. I don't even like the tier list, because the tier list is like, okay, you still have to number them. Like, yeah, mine have numbers, but it kind of shows like where I think the players are likely going to be. Like, and look at this. Find someone pre-draft who is higher on AJ Mitchell than me. I think this is like one of my biggest W's from the pre-draft situation here. AJ Mitchell just being an absolute beast for OKC. Shireman hasn't gotten to play yet a ton for Boston, and honestly, like Boston might be a little bit of a challenge because Shireman was such a great ball screen user. But I think Shireman in the future is going to be awesome for the Celtics as well. So I'm very happy with overall how everything has kind of looked and played out here. Stephon Castle at 7, Klingon at 6. So I couldn't remember where I finished with Reece Shea, but I had him at 5, which I'm pretty happy about too. I don't think that's bad with how the rookie seasons have gone. And of course, there's so much room for them to grow yet too going forward. So I really hope you guys, I really hope you guys have been enjoying the content live for 6.5 hours plus now at this point. Yes, the Mavericks did trade with the 76ers. Let's go back to my overall viewpoint on that. Here were my grades. I gave the 76ers an A+, and I gave the Mavericks a B. I thought the Mavericks could have done better here, but that's the situation. J.R. Karan says mainstream media only cares about the Lakers, praising LeBron James and constantly trying to push players to go to to LA. ESPN, very biased network. I hope you guys feel like I'm not biased. I even like the Mavericks are my favorite team here, and I'm pretty much saying they lost this trade. And I hope, like this is the one thing too, is I've been trying to balance that this year, because in years past, if you go back to some of the old live streams, you I didn't talk about the Lakers a ton because the Lakers weren't making a lot of moves or making noise. This year I've had to talk about the Lakers more because they are very much in the center of what's going on now with the Luka trade. So I hope you guys don't feel like it's been too much LA. Obviously tried to cover every single team, and I feel like we've done a pretty good job of that. Like, I'm looking at the teams right now. Let's see who we've talked about trades about. So I think two teams we haven't talked about that much, honestly, are the Cavs and Celtics, and I think that's pretty fair. They just don't have much reason to make some big trades. We've talked about the Knicks. We've talked about the Bucks quite a bit. We haven't talked about Indiana a ton, but I think that's probably even a good thing for the Pacers and Pacers fans specifically. Like, Miles Turner shouldn't be included in a lot of deals. Orlando. We've talked about Detroit, Atlanta, Chicago. We've talked about Philly quite a bit. We've talked about Toronto a lot, Brooklyn a lot, Charlotte quite a bit, the Wizards quite a bit. So hopefully you guys feel like I'm covering everyone as good as I can. I haven't talked about the Thunder a ton, but you guys kind of know my position on them. They're gonna be in, like, working as a third team in deals, I think. Houston, we've talked about. Memphis, Denver a little bit. Denver not much, but again, that's a trade flexibility thing. Like, they just don't have a lot of flexibility, so it's kind of hard to picture what they'll do. Talked about the Lakers a lot. Talked about the Clippers quite a bit. Haven't talked a ton about the Wolves, but again, second apron team. Like, it's kind of hard. The Julius Randle discussion, we've had that a few times. We talked about Phoenix a lot. We've talked about Dallas a lot. We've talked about Sacramento, Golden State quite a bit. We talked about the Spurs a lot. Obviously, made the Fox trade, which is partially why. We've talked about the Blazers. I feel like we've covered all 30 teams pretty well. And the ones that we haven't talked about a ton, which are the Cavs, Celtics, and probably Nuggets, like, I think I have good reasons as to why. So, ISO says I can't even read that big board. You're just gonna have to go check it out on Twitter. Okay, it's pretty simple, like, I think so. I hope you guys do enjoy it. But looking at it, like, if we go over here to like Adem Bona, someone who I actually had a first round grade on, Sixers fans are gonna love that. Look at that, and look at that, Raptors fans. I had Jamal Shed. Look at that. You guys are probably loving all this. Yves Missi, I should have had higher. Look at his ceiling, though. I did look at him as a guy who could get near to a high-quality starter level. Yves Missi's been good this year. Tidjon Salon, I should have had this bar lower. I regret that. But basically, it's just, player name, where they're from, the number rank that I have them on my board technically, a picture of them, the high outcome and the low outcome of their career. And I think, Bonus fitting into this, he's going to be a top 8 role player. It looks like that's where a bulk of the bar is. You look at Zach Edey, like, bulk of the bar is a starter. I just saw him. He's going to be a starting level big man. That's exactly what he is. Khalil Ware, look at that. Out of this collection of bigs, I had him with the highest ceiling as potentially a high quality starter, which looks pretty promising early in his career. Matas Buzelis, I had with near all-star potential, right? And then earlier in the draft, like, I looked at Devin Carter as a guy who's probably like a starter to fringe starter caliber player. So the board, I think, is pretty clear. You look in between the lines, like, if you fall down here, like, let's go down all the way to the bottom here. Someone like Reese Beekman, for example, I didn't see him as someone who's going to stick in the league very well. This is my biggest miss right here. I'll be completely honest with you. Jalen Wells. He's been better, but he also landed in Memphis, which has been a great situation for him, and I can't predict that. So it's been really great. He's been able to, on a good team that puts him in a spot to be successful all the time. So it's been a huge win for him. So Matty Iceman, well, it's because of the who's handling the ball in Utah. The ball's not moving very great. Graham Christie says your big board was great, very useful for my Dynasty Fantasy League. I went for Cody, Kolek, AJ, Baylor, Cam Spencer with the limited picks I had. AJ proving the best one so far. Yeah, I think like the AJ Mitchell's awesome, man. I love AJ Mitchell, but I think like Cody is always going to be like a long-term projection. Like the first couple of years are not going to get the value out of him, but I think, you're hoping like his brother, you're hoping first of all he's a late bloomer, that he starts to put a lot of things together when he's 22, 23 years old. But I think that the tools are all still there. Let's go. Bona alert. JR says, I think Dallas GM and the NBA higher-ups had to be behind getting Luka to LA. I don't think so. I just think the Mavs made a miscalculation. 800 people watching live. Bucky wants to know my thoughts on Donovan Clingan. Let's go back over to where my big board was. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, by the way. I know we're kind of bouncing around, but I had him as like kind of firmly a high-quality starter. he was kind of like a Rudy Gobert, but with better hands, maybe less rim protection, overall talent, because he's maybe not quite as big and long as Gobert Paz. But the whole Klingon thing, like I feel like Klingon's gonna be really good. Klingon has better playmaking feel. Klingon's a better offensive player than Gobert. He's not gonna be as good of a screen setter, but he'll be a really, really good one still. Why is Ron's floor so low? This is a great question, Von Wig. So first of all, I don't even think it's that low. If you look at where it ends, I still have him as a guy who's a top 8 role player, which means this guy can play in the playoffs. So I don't think that's too bad. But when we pull up his numbers this year, if you want to know, he's shooting 26% from 3. So if you want to know why he might just be a fringe playoff guy, like, oh my gosh, can we really play this guy a lot in the playoffs? Like, it's because he can't shoot. You know what I mean? So ISO here says Tijon just needs a year or two in the G League to establish a role in the team. He tries to play spot up and ball handler and it doesn't work. I think, well, this is the issue. So I'm actually going to go on a little bit of a rant here. And we're talking about Tijon Salon, which you can see I was quite a bit lower. Most other people had him lottery and all that. And honestly, it's funny because if you look at the bar here between Bona and Tijon Salon, and you look at the comparable one between Yves Misi and him, like, I just like Bona more than him. I don't even know why I put him at 20. She should have been at 21. Just looking at how these two like bars compare to each other, because Bona's floor is higher and his ceiling is higher in my opinion. Which I don't know why I put Salon at 20. Honestly, that's maybe just an oversight, but I think the biggest thing with Salon, and this is I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. The G League is terrible in a lot of ways for development. It's playtime. But think about it. They're going to send him to the Greensboro Swarm. What's he going to do there? Do you think he's going to play spot up in the G League? No, they're going to put the ball in his hands. They're going to say, oh, well, we need him to score and handle the ball and develop. No, if you want a guy to develop into a role, if you want him to be an awesome lob catcher, if you want him to be a cutter off the corner, if you want him to be a multi-positional defender, you need to have them do those things against worse competition over and over and over and over and over again to the point where he can't screw it up in the NBA. And guess what? He gets to the G League, ball's going to be in his hands. That's not what you should want him to be doing. You should want him to be playing the role you want him to play in the NBA, in the G League, so that he can master the role and utilize the skills that he learns in that role, succeeding in that role against worse players. That's what you should be doing. And the G League never does this. It doesn't make any sense to me. And it's my biggest issue. Like, you watch Leonard Miller. I love Leonard Miller. I think Leonard Miller could be so good in the NBA. I really do. I liken him between a Lamar Odom and a Bobby Portis. That's an awesome player in the NBA. He's a mix of those two guys. He's not either of them exactly, but he's a combination of them in different ways. Leonard Miller goes to the G League and he puts up double-doubles and near triple-doubles because he has the ball in his hands all the time. But guess what? Do you think he's ever going to have the ball in his hands playing with Anthony Edwards? No. The Minnesota Timberwolves are mishandling his development. The Greensboro Swarm / Charlotte Hornets are mishandling the development of Tijon Salon. So it's terrible. It makes me so angry, actually, every time I watch when I watch G League games, which admittedly, I'm going to tell you right now, I haven't watched as many this season as I should. I've watched Dink Paid a bit for Mexico City, but I haven't watched as many G League games as I really should. But especially compared to past years. The issue here with Tijon, to me, is like they're going to not develop him right because they're going to use him in the G League and let him play with the ball. And like exactly to your point, ISO, that's not the role he should play in the NBA. If you're looking for my big board, it's right here on Twitter, and it's my pinned tweet. I have the most recent one, my 2024 one, pinned. So I started this kind of board in 2023 with the Victor Wembanyama draft. Let me see if I can find that one quick too. Appreciate you guys a ton. You guys are absolutely awesome. So this one was my first ever one. Let me go over to my bookmarks here. So again, I didn't know exactly how I wanted to do this. I didn't lay it out very well. But look at where I was at with Wembanyama. Look at the gap. and look at the height. I had him really close to the greatest of all time in my evaluation, and I basically had no chance that he wasn't going to be a Hall of Famer. This is like the only reason that there was this sliver here is because of injury. Like if he got hurt, then obviously he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer. But he's immediately All NBA is essentially what I was saying. Immediately, that's like the worst thing he could be was an All NBA player, which he'll be All NBA this year. So, and then, I mean, like, this is where I was at with Scoot. I was one of the few people, I was like one of the very few people who had Amen Thompson over Brandon Miller. I know Biased Houston will, if you guys are Rockets fans, you'll know who I'm talking about over on Twitter. I know he had Amen over Brandon Miller as well. I was one of the few people that did that. I had Cam Whitmore 7th on my board, so Rockets fans, you're going to love this. But, you know, I'm quite a fan of Amen Thompson. I was higher on Amen Thompson than most. I was one of the few people who really saw all NBA potential in Amen Thompson. And honestly, like people, you know, last year especially, I was getting trolled for the Scoot Henderson stuff. Scoot Henderson's been playing really good lately. I think a lot of the people who were hating on him should be a little panicked that they were too quick to judge a young point guard, like I said multiple times over the last year. So that's where my 2023 big board was. But on mobile, it's pretty easy. You can just look up big board and you'll be able to find it too on my Twitter. But again, the most recent one is always pinned. Adam Perry says, I think you're going to really be off about Ron. I think he's starting over Al-Sar, scoring 20 points per game in 3 years. He has a nose for scoring. Well, he does, but again, that's part of why he's a flawed player in my eyes, Adam. If we go over to Ron Holland, first of all, I do see upper echelon outcomes where he's really good. Like, I gave him higher ceiling, in my opinion, than Reese Shea, who was the first pick, a slightly higher ceiling than Stephon Castle, even a slightly higher ceiling than Donovan Clingan, who I loved, and a comparable ceiling to Reed Shepard, who was number 2 on my board. Okay, like, so you're looking at the lower end outcome as me being very pessimistic. I look at him as a starter, like, which is exactly where you're saying. Like, the issue is, can he pass the basketball? No, he is an absolutely abysmal passer. He cannot pass the ball right now. That was something that went into my evaluation. I understand where you're coming from, and I hear you. I see the positive outcomes. I do, but. Opinion on Steph Castle. I like Steph Castle's good. Steph Castle, he has like a lot of like little micro tools. Like he's got a lot of like he's really functionally strong. He's got, I think my favorite thing about watching him, he's got tremendous contact balance as a guard. He can play in the paint. He gets to 2 feet. He's got a good jump stop. He pivots well. His footwork is just really solid and good. He's got a very believable pump fake. And he can get guys off balance by either jumping at him or doing a variety of different things. So I have a lot of fun. He's just really well-rounded. Like the finishing, that'll get better. Like every guard struggles to finish coming into the NBA because it's their first time playing against 7-footers every night. But all the stuff projects him to being like a very good player, which is why I had his ceiling kind of as a maybe fringe all-star, which would be like, hey, this is maybe a one-time all-star. Remember, most people in this draft class, like people talking about this draft class, most of them said there's no all-stars in here, or maybe one all-star. I have guys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players with near all-star potential. Now, again, do any of them actually make it? Maybe not, but it's like where they're fringe all-stars. I have 8 fringe all-stars, which is insane. That's actually a really strong draft class. And if you go back to my position a few years ago, like last year, I said this draft class is not that weak. People just don't know what they're looking at quite yet. And I think some of the early performances, early indicators, like Shepard scoring 50 points basically in a G League game, Reese Shea scoring 30 points with no turnovers. Like there's been some real positive indicators. Now they're all struggling a bit. They're all rookies. It's not like the issue is there wasn't a Wembanyama, so no one was. If this class, like imagine if Wembanyama was in this draft and then all these other guys were in here, we'd be talking about this draft as a really good one because it'd be like, oh, there's so many good role players, good pieces for teams that win, and then also an all-timer in Wemby. The issue is there just wasn't an all-timer. So then people are like, oh, this draft sucks, which isn't true. Simon here says, what do you think about Caleb Martin to the Dallas Mavericks? I gave that trade an A+ for the Sixers and a B for the Mavericks. I liked it a lot for Philly. Very smart. Killzone, thoughts on Ryan Dunn and Oso? First of all, I am kicking myself. I went back and forth. On Ryan Dunn. I loved him. And then I also was really scared of him. The playoffs, I think, will be a real telling factor, but the confidence he's played with this year, I really do think Phoenix is the best place he could have landed. I had floated that as an option a lot. I talked about him as a potential pick at number 22. The Suns ultimately trade down to 28 with Denver, but and still got him, which was genius, by the way, for Phoenix. Dunn was awesome. And then for Iguodala, I had him at 38, which is like a top 8 role player, kind of like, like this is the range where you're looking at guys who are either going to be your maybe backup big or your tertiary big, which is kind of what Iguodala's been this year. So, I think the one question for me about Iguodala is how much rim pressure he can really exert. Like, he's got a good push shot and floater and all that, but that's one of my biggest concerns, honestly. So, with him, but I like both of them. I really regret this, to be honest. Like, you guys have no idea. There's tweets out on Twitter too. If you look up like Ryan Dunn on my Twitter, you'll see like parts of me thought this guy might be worth a lottery pick. And I went back and forth. Ultimately, I landed on a decision that wasn't the right decision. So my two biggest misses so far are Dunn and Jalen Wells, which I'm okay. Like, I'm never going to have a perfect mock draft or a perfect big board. I'm just never going to, and that's okay. But Brandon, I think it comes down to playmaking. Like, do you ever trust him to have the ball in his hands a ton and make the right pass? That's really, like, you're talking about star players. Like, Jason Tatum's evolution to becoming a superstar has been, hey, he knows how to score and then also make plays off of that when he gets doubled. I'm going to fade that bet on Ron Holland. He's really frenetic. He does not read the floor at all, which is okay. He's young. He can learn. He's going to get better than he is now at it. I just don't think he will be enough to be a real true star. I think All-Star is kind of a bit of a stretch for him, but it's possible. Anthony Atwell says that's a massive range of outcomes for Matas. I think he will reach his ceiling. How are you feeling now? So remember, the hard thing too is, like, so I'm projecting this before I even know where these players are going to land. This comes out before the NBA draft. So I have no idea who's going to end up with any of these players. Like, I have an idea. I get my mock drafts. Like, I get like 7 or 8 picks right in each first round mock draft by the end of the cycle. But like, I do think, like, again, the bulk of the bar here is in the starting caliber, which is, again, I think the value of this is, like, you're looking at what do I really think for him. Again, the question really long term is how well does he shoot the ball? And I think, like, the upper echelon here really kind of hinged on his playmaking and handling. At Sunrise Christian in high school, he was doing a ton of that. And then for the G League Ignite program, he hasn't done a ton of that. And we've also seen, it's not fair to really label this on the entire G League Ignite program, but we've seen players who come in from the G League Ignite program and don't develop very well, or don't take meaningful strides forward as a young player. So again, that's not fair, but it's one of my concerns too, is if he'll live up to that. It is a wide range of outcomes. It really is. But again, like, the very upper echelon is where I think he is. And, like, you get an overall picture from this like thing based on where he ranks. So, like, you look at where Mitchell was, like, my bet on Mitchell's a starter. My bet on Jared McCain's a starter. And then Matas is in between these two guys, which is probably means he's just starting caliber. So, like, even though the upper echelon, like, this is what I could see possibly happening, then ultimately the bulk of the bar is where I see him ending, which is a starter, which I think is probably where a lot of people see right now, at least at the minimum too. So it's Bezo says, do you think Pelicans move on from Zion, BI or CJ this year? If so, what are some ideas for the rebuild? Let's talk about that, as well as thank you. Simeon Carter says, what's the background music you use? LOL, go NBA. Appreciate you, Simeon, for your support. It's called Lo-Fi. It's my streaming service setting that I use. So appreciate you a ton, Simeon. Thank you for your support. Obviously, with the super chats, they go huge in supporting me. And then back over to Bezo. Thank you again for the 5. Let's get W's in the chat for Bezo and W for Simeon. Appreciate you guys a ton. Let's get those W's flying in there now. And Bezo, do you think Pelicans move on from Zion, BI, or CJ this year? Let's go over to some potential trades that I think could make some sense for them. We talked about the Toronto Raptors. That would be a part of a bigger deal where Ingram goes there. And when it comes to New Orleans making other trades, if we're looking for a Zion Williamson landing spot, I think Golden State continues to be the one that makes the most sense to me. The salaries here line up in a way that I think work pretty smoothly. Now, it's not perfectly smooth, but it's something that I think in combination with the third team, which Utah has continuously been the third team in a lot of these deals. In real life, they facilitated the Luka trade. They facilitated, even unknowingly, they facilitated the trade for with the Clippers to move PJ Tucker. So if you're looking at some kind of trade here, that makes a good deal of sense. Again, it kind of centers around like Kevon Looney's contract could go to the Pelicans here. Or actually, what we're going to do is we're going to take Looney out of this, and we're going to put Jonathan Kuminga here to the Pelicans. And what we're going to also do is send Lindy Waters to Utah. The Warriors here give up a first-round pick to New Orleans and a second-round pick here to the Jazz to take Lindy Waters. And the overall deal, again, this is not going to work because of the cap space, which is just continues to be a slight problem. Looking at the money, it's very, very fixable very quickly, though. So this is where, like, if it wasn't Kuminga, like, you could do something instead. So let's actually look that way, too, because this would work financially, too, if we do Gary Payton II. And then we also go in, and instead of just one first-round pick, we could do this one as well to the Pelicans, and then we do this 2030. So right now this isn't going to say it, but I'm going to fix it here. This kind of trade, and what I'm going to do is inspect this and edit it. Hold on one second here while I fix it. Round 1, pick 1 through 20 only. So there we go. So the deal would look something like this, right? Where it's a 3-team trade. Pelicans walk out with Andrew Wiggins, Gary Payton II, 3 first-round picks. This 2030 first would only convey if it's picks 1 through 20. The Warriors would get Zion, and the Jazz would get Lindy Waters and a second-round pick to facilitate the trade. So otherwise, you could go a Kuminga route. This is the easiest way to do it, in my opinion, if New Orleans wants draft picks. But you could argue Kuminga has to be involved in some way, shape, or form. The best in the North. Appreciate you being in here. W's for best in the North. For Alex Sarr, he finished number 1 on my board. I love Alex Sarr as a prospect. Defensively, I'm very, very intrigued with what he will become. I think, when it comes to flexibility, which is the most important thing, for a big man, if you have a flexible big man who can defend in multiple schemes, you have so much functionality, and he fits in so many different places. And then also, okay, we have news. Bob Carrington, I had 19th. Holy cow. Not like news, but news from a source that I do kind of trust. Grant Afseth, who I met last year. I do know him a little bit. We don't like chat back and forth a ton, but or anything like that. But I do know him. He covers the Mavericks. He's based in Dallas. He travels with the Mavericks. Multiple league sources have told me there is increasing belief that Kevin Durant lands with the Golden State Warriors. Plenty has to happen, but the Warriors' pursuit of this trade has been aggressive. KD to Golden State would be insane. So we're going to talk through some of those options right now. We're going to look at that here very, very quickly. Absolutely insane. I think this guy is relatively reliable. It's not like... So here's the thing. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this. KD to Golden State would be nuts. Hold on. I'm going to update the thumbnail here quick. Kevin Durant back to Golden State would be absolutely insane. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Again, I'm just trying to update the thumbnail here quick. I do all of my own graphics and everything. So I hope you guys are enjoying. Obviously, I was not anticipating a Durant to the Warriors potential move. So I did not have a thumbnail of that ready, which is what I'm working on now. So we're going to continue playing around with that. Obviously, crazy stuff going on now when it comes to the NBA trade deadline. You never really know what's going to happen. And Durant returning to Golden State was not on my bingo card. But according to Grant Afseth here, who covers the Dallas Mavericks very closely, he has been indicated at least that there's increasing belief Durant lands with the Golden State Warriors. Of course, a lot has to happen, but this kind of goes back to when there's smoke, there's fire, and there's been a lot of smoke around the Phoenix Suns. And I mean, we'll see ultimately what happens, but this would be something that is extremely drastic and would very much shift the NBA in a way that would be pretty crazy overall. So I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Again, smash that like button if you are. I'm just trying to set up this thumbnail here. It's giving me a little bit of difficulty, but we are going to thrive nonetheless. We're going to get through it. Thanks everyone for watching. We're going to stay live here, so don't worry. We're not wrapping things up. I'm just updating the thummy. Comment who your favorite team is right now. I'm going to be going through those comments in just a minute after I get this thumbnail finalized. I'm putting the final touches on it now, so you guys can know how quick I can make some of these thumbnails. Some of them require a lot of work. Luckily, there was no jersey swap involved this time for Durant on the Warriors. That's just a real thing. So, nonetheless, we are going to update that thumbnail now. Hopefully, you guys, again, are enjoying. I really hope you are. I hope you felt like this has been a fun community, a great place for you to be. And the thumbnail is updated. Could Kevin Durant be on the move? Only time will tell, but wow, would that be crazy. Kevin Durant back to the Golden State Warriors. How crazy would that be? Wow, 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 wow. Durant, obviously, he's been a premier player. We'll see what happens, but oh my goodness. Kevin Durant would be insane to see him end up back in Golden State. Of course, that is the big news to watch for. Thank you again, Best in the North. You guys are absolutely awesome. Bryce here says, enjoying this. How do we enjoy fantasy, or how do we enter the fantasy league? You'll have to find details on some of that stuff in the Discord. Okay, maybe we'll set up a huge Discord league again going forward. League Bound says, hey, how do you feel about this trade idea? Jordan Poole to the Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic in 2025 first. I'm a Wizards fan, huge fan of the channel. So financially, that doesn't quite work. There would have to be other pieces in that. And the Hawks don't have their 2025 first. They have the Lakers and Kings right now. Thanks, League Bound, though, for being a huge fan of the channel. So when it comes to a trade here, I'm just not sure if the Wizards are going to get a first for Poole, given his contract, even though he's been, I think, a pretty solid player. Not a great one, but a pretty solid one. Rip Winkle wants to know if Cam Johnson to the Grizz is happening. I think they should be considered the favorite. Chris says, do you think D-Book in Houston keeping Şengün and Amen is enough to win a title? Yes, I definitely think so. Especially given the other pieces there. Like, you're probably going to have one of Jabari or Tari. You're going to have Reed Shepherd maybe still. Like, all that. Cam Bailey wants to know what I liked about AJ Mitchell. Dribble, pass, shoot. Guy's good at basketball. Can do a little bit of everything. And that's exactly what he's done in the NBA. I have a video called Dribble, Pass, Shoot up on the channel, and it breaks down exactly that. Does Shams have something new? Nothing yet. Okay. We need to see. My mental state needs it. KD to Golden State again would be insane. If you guys haven't, make sure to go on Twitter and obviously give us a follow. Could Clippers be one of the teams to land Kuminga? Probably not, Robert. Crazy stuff right now. Obviously, the big news here, the big rumor would be KD to Golden State would be insane and would be nuts. The Shy says, what teams need Vooch? Golden State would be the team to watch for, but they might have something bigger going on. MV Mike, please don't spam. Thank you. If you want to talk about the Pistons, we will do that very, very soon, but we need to get through this Booker stuff. We'll see what happens. I mean, this would be crazy. Likelihood of Book asking out if KD is traded at this deadline. Well, it depends on what the package is. And this is, you guys are going to see this here now. let's go play with potential packages and see why this is going to be a big, scary, dramatic situation that I wonder if Jonathan Kuminga is involved in. You would have to think Golden State would be willing to trade him for Kevin Durant. Again, though, this is why I think the Suns will probably win a Kevin Durant trade, is because teams realize it's Kevin Durant and they'll give up almost anything for him. Durant getting traded, you're going to include Wiggins' salary, you're going to include Looney's, you're going to include Kuminga, and look at that, you're still quite a bit shy. Now, the other issue, you're going to need a third team. This team's hard capped at the first apron. Well, you won't need a third team, but you kind of need a third team, okay? And the reason for that is the money just doesn't really work very cleanly. $7.9 million difference. I mean, if you include Healed, which is what we're going to do here, this deal works. This deal works. Look at the picks. Warriors 2025 first. 2026 swap option. 2027 first. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Scotto says goodbye to any depth for the Warriors if that happens. So the big thing is you keep Kyle Anderson here. And people might say, oh, okay, why Kyle Anderson? The reason Kyle Anderson is the one that makes the most sense to keep is because he's a multi-positional defender and he can play make. And I think around the core of Steph and Durant, again, playmaking, defensive capabilities, like you think about the role Andre Iguodala played on some of those teams. Like he's not Iguodala, Kyle Anderson's not Iguodala, but you're hoping he plays that kind of pseudo role a little bit, or the role that in some ways like Nemanja Bjelica played a little bit. Now Bjelica was a good shooter, so that's a little bit different, but you're thinking about that kind of role as being like a connective piece offensively, and then defensively. Like the one thing, Slomo is a way better defender than Bjelica was, so that's all important to keep in mind too. Moody gets gypped too. I mean, maybe like, he could be a guy that's included in that. The issue handles, and the reason why I didn't include him, and we can go look at this now because this is a good point. Like the Suns probably want Moody. It's really hard to trade him because he's poison pilled. So what happens is here you're going to see 5.8 million. When I include this though, you're not going to see 5.8 million over here, and because of the poison pill provision, his number. Look at the incoming salary, the difference. So the outgoing is only 56 here. The incoming 61, and the reason for that is because of that poison pill provision. It changes what Moody's cost is in this trade. So you would need a third team for sure if Moody's involved, basically, which makes it very, very difficult and tough. And with the apron rules, especially, I mean, we've never seen a poison pill provision player get traded to an apron team. So that would be brand new, something that's never happened. So if Moody does get traded on his poison pill contract, there's going to be difficulties that come along with it, which is why something like this might just be the easier pathway. So we'll see, but we'll see if the Bucks are actually involved or not. Bobby Portis could be a player that makes some sense, obviously. We'll see. All Groovy says, yep, time for the Suns to rebuild again. The issue is they don't have their picks. So Paulo C. Media says, as a lifelong Suns fan, if the Suns don't get Jimmy by tomorrow, I sure hope they pull the trigger on a KD trade. The issue again, though, is if you're not getting your picks back from Houston at the end of this, things are going to be ugly. El Barbu says, who wins the 7-game series, Warriors with KD or Lakers with Luka? I think there's too many ifs right now. We don't know who the Lakers center will be. We don't know if Kevin Durant will even be a Warrior. And we don't know what the package will be. It could be something like this, which could be a lot. So we'll see if that actually comes to fruition or not. But I don't know. I'm a little concerned. But the Lakers are small, and the Warriors, we don't know what the depth would look like at all. We don't have any clue yet. So I think that's what we'd want to see. NFL NBA Production says, any more blockbuster trades happening before the deadline? Well, we've got pretty significant rumors here and pretty significant noise about the possibility of a Kevin Durant trade back to Golden State, according to Grant Afseth. here. Multiple league sources have told me there's an increasing belief that Kevin Durant lands with the Golden State Warriors. Plenty has to happen, but the Warriors' pursuit of this trade has been aggressive. Just figured I'd mention this as something to watch as the deadline looms. We'll see if this actually happens or not. Of course, a lot of questions still, but Joe Rockets fan says, I'd be so happy for him, cannot win anything for the rest of his career, and we reap the benefits of owning their draft picks. I mean, this is a huge win for Houston, potentially, depending on what the package is. This would be a great homecoming in a way. They'd still need help, though, because the depth would be terrible. Durant to Golden State doesn't guarantee a win immediately at all. So, man, KD to Golden State would be nuts, though. That would be the kind of trade that really shakes everything up. Welcome everyone, either back to the stream if you're tuning back in for the second time or third time or whatever. Hey, love to see that, Mace. Keep it up. Keep up the great work, my guy. Paulo here says, but Booker is Suns lifer. He's already the franchise leading scorer. That means something. Star players can only dream of doing the same for their franchises. Yep, completely agree. Mason, that's super awesome, by the way, man. I'm super excited for you. So, my buddy Mason here is going to be a pilot, and he's going to be flying planes by himself here soon. So that is super cool, and I'm super stoked for him. Let's get some W's for Mason in the chat. Everyone throw in a W Mace. That's the nickname I call him, W Mace. So let's throw some W's in there for him for moving forward with his life a little bit, working hard on the stuff he's doing. Really appreciate him stopping in. Ethan says, any more chatter on the Bucks today? There were rumors about Kuzma, some further rumors that Kuzma would be an option. Mike, thanks for the follow over on Twitter, as well as Yo Mama. Thank you for the follow, Patrick, as well as Andy. Frizzy, thank you for the follow, Cooper. Mr. Edwards, thank you, as well as Verlis and Gavin, and back to Yvonne, who we hit up earlier. So thank you guys all so much for the follow. And remember, now the big news here is potentially a trade of Kevin Durant. We've heard reports all week long so far about the Golden State Warriors being the team to watch for, being the team that's looking to make a noise, make a move, looking to acquire some all-star caliber player. Gabe, thank you as well. Sorry I missed your super chat earlier. I don't know how I missed it. It might have been right when the Durant news happened. Let's get some W's for Gabe in the chat too. Thank you for the 2, Gabe. He says, who are Orlando's biggest trade targets? Off the top of my head, I'm going to go to full screen here real quick. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking Colin Sexton. I'm thinking Anthony Simons. I'm thinking Kobe White. Those 3 guards specifically are the ones that stand out to me as the best targets. So, Gabe, thank you again so much. I really do appreciate you. Hope to see those those W's fly in for Gabe, as well as we got some W's flying in for Mason too. And Sidy, thank you for throwing in the W's. Mason says LFG. Maybe that's going to be the new thing. We got to throw in some LFGs as well in the future here, guys. But W Mace, love seeing that. Thank you guys for being such a great community. That's one of the best things here. W Mason, L Darko. Look at Mason with the appreciate y'all. You guys are absolutely awesome. Terrence here says, I feel like KD has been so quiet since moving to the Suns. KD used to dominate discussions when he was in Brooklyn and obviously with the Warriors. It's because he hasn't been winning. Kevin Durant hasn't won a playoff series for a while. Thinking back to his first year in Phoenix, he won 1 playoff series. He hasn't made a conference finals outside of his time with Golden State, or since his time with Golden State. So, Many Moons says, Sheldon, such a real one. Appreciate you, Many Moons. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys all so much. Joseph says, Hornets have Josh Green, Bossi Micic, and Cody Martin to trade. Yes, they do. I think Charlotte's going to be active. Watch for them to be a Lonzo Ball landing spot. Otherwise, they'll be active in a few other ways as well. I'm not sure what Josh Green's market's going to look like, so I think involving him in in a Lonzo trade makes so much sense. Chung here says, go Blazers, leaving the stream on my phone while I commute. Appreciate you, Chung. Thank you again for the super chat yesterday, by the way. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Let's give a quick shout out to some of the top donors, especially the top 2. Yesterday, J.R. Glenn came in with not 1, not 2, but 3 huge super chats. And then Michael Orlando as well with the second highest super chat, $25. I just don't think anyone's going to be able to top J.R. Glenn, though. I'm not going to lie. He went absolutely brazy yesterday, absolutely crazy. So he's a huge supporter of the channel, of course. Josh Prince says, any more blockbuster trades tomorrow afternoon or Thursday morning? Yeah, I definitely think we're going to get something. Jimmy, Middleton, there's Durant, there's the Lakers question about the center spot. There's too many things that make sense right now as possibilities. There's Ingram, there's Zion, McCollum, there's Detroit's cap space. You think about Dallas has been extremely active. There's a lot of stuff. So just keep your eyes out for that. There's so much stuff. So Mason wants to know if KD's actually going to get traded. I don't want to guarantee it. I think the Suns, it's interesting that they're listening, and now that there's so many things that are coming to fruition. Honestly, I just don't understand it for Phoenix if it's Durant out and Butler in, unless it's a huge value win in the deal. So unless they're getting Butler for basically free, I just wouldn't understand it. And the financial side of things is going to be really tough here too. So here's a trade from some viewer. Suns would walk out with Wiggins, Washington, Kuminga. Mavericks get Gary Payton II and Buddy Hield. So I don't think Dallas does this. First off, Dylan, just because I don't think they trade PJ for this package, unless they were getting pretty significant draft compensation, which they're not. Golden State would walk out with Durant. Pistons would get Moody. I would love for the Pistons to jump in and get Moody. That would be an interesting thing. And like we had talked about earlier with Handles, when he had asked about Moody and the poison. This is the kind of way where you can get around a poison pill, is by including some team that either has cap space or a trade exception or something that works out pretty well. So, Dylan, thanks for sharing it. I'm not sure if I don't think that'll actually be the deal because of Dallas's involvement. I don't think the Mavs will make that kind of trade. But I understood the idea, at least looking at guards. That makes some sense. So you guys have been absolutely awesome. Appreciate you guys all a ton. I'm going to go over here quick and update that. 29,000 plus subscribers on YouTube now. Look at that. Looks fresh in the bio there. 29,000 plus. You guys are killing it. Joseph here says, would be cool to see the Curry brothers play together before they retire. I agree with that. That would be absolutely awesome. That would be really sweet if that actually happened. Twig says Kobe White is the best defender of that group, and the Magic are allergic to bad defenders. Expect him to be the one moved. See, that's kind of the issue too with that is at some point Orlando's going to have to realize they need more offense. So Raul number 27 says, what if it's a 3-team trade? They send off Moody and Draymond to a third team and Durant to the Warriors. They sign Ben Simmons if he gets bought out. So the apron hold on one sec. We had a fire alarm test today at that time, so I am so sorry if everyone heard that just now. Oh my goodness. Turtle Master said, Hornets trade with who? Probably Chicago is my best bet. That's what I think would happen, where Chicago would get some second-round picks from Charlotte. Paneri, welcome to the stream. Reese, you're okay. My cat is scared after the fire alarm little incident there. I'm sorry if everyone heard it. I was not expecting it. So, Reese, you're okay, bud. I got you. My cat is a little freaked out and scared, but he is doing okay now, hopefully. T-Dot says, congrats on 29K, Sheldon. Big love. Appreciate you, T-Dots. Twig says, could you explain why a team would sign a player to a poison? So it's a rookie extension, and it's a trade rule. What it does is it prevents teams from giving rookies extensions and then trading them immediately. So that's why a poison pill contract. It's not. They didn't sign him to anything special other than a rookie extension. I should have been more clear with that earlier. So that's a good question, Twig. Charlie here says the Suns turned down a package from the Kings that included Fox and picks. Did they really? I'm not sure where you saw that. Tag me if that's something you heard. But wow. Bryce, thank you for the follow, as well as Braindead Fanboy. Arthur, thank you for the follow. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, guys. It's honestly the worst day. The place I'm living was like, yeah, we're doing fire alarm tests, and I'm like, really? You have to do them today? Don't do that. So I'm going to be very, very cautious here. I recommend turning down the volume a little bit, just for the next couple of minutes. So it's not my fire. They're testing the fire alarm. So that's a funny comment though. Andrew says it already is the craziest deadline. Alex Silva says you're cooking that much that the alarm went off. You're hilarious, Alex. I do feel really bad, guys. I honestly had forgotten it was going to happen today. They sent out the message last week, and I was like, really? Does that really have to happen? I completely forgot it was going to be today, so that's really annoying. I'm very sorry. I hope you guys are okay. I do really feel bad. Pathora says, I think the complex owner watches your stream was waiting for you to get calm. Honestly, it seemed like they were. So I just recommend turning down the volume here for a little bit. I don't know how many times they're going to do that. Hopefully not very much. And luckily for you guys, you're not me, so you don't. Hopefully there's not many more of those. Okay, I'm going to sit here and hover with my hand over the mute button. It's Command D, so we're gonna test that. We're gonna continue testing that. Okay, that's going to be the thing here. I accidentally added a bookmark to Twitter. Okay. Okay, I'm sitting here with Command D, so we're gonna stay ready for that. Okay. The timing is crazy. It really is. NV Mike says, is it okay if I stream your stream? I don't know what that really means. If you're, I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so I don't know why you would stream it somewhere. Like, I don't really know what that means. Patrick says, how do you see the fit with Luka and Reeves? And do you think they make Reeves available? I think it'll be fine, honestly. Like, Reeves shoots 37% from three the last couple of years. Luka is obviously a good shooter. I think Luka's really adjusted his game over the last couple of years, playing with Kyrie. And I think, like, the question is Luka and LeBron. I don't know how that's going to fit. I think defensively it's going to be kind of rough this first year, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of a fire lit under LeBron because he's going to feel like, hey, I don't have to really do as much on offense. Maybe I can actually guard and expend my energy that way. Eric here says both Curry's, all three Ball brothers, and Hornets get Cooper Flag. Can it happen? Everything to Charlotte. That's what we're doing. New trade deadline goal. Brennan says, at least we know Sheldon will get out in case of a fire sale. Sorry, that's the Chicago Bulls front office. Oh, my gosh. Brian says, falling out laughing, you're more concerned than us. Rock on, bro. You got this. I appreciate you guys. I do feel really bad. I really do. Like, it's honestly insane. Yeah, fire alarm drinking game. We'll just pretend that Starbucks is not Starbucks. Man, they just wait. The moment I took my finger off the command button to mute is when it went off again. I was like, are you kidding me? I had to panic quick and find the command button. This is insane. Mavs owner is the one behind the fire alarm. It's just Nico Harrison sitting there with like a Blair horn right behind me. Say every time I think a bad thing about the Mavericks or Nico Harrison now, that's just going to go off. I'm surprised they're just not trying to do this when I try and sleep tonight. Like, this is going to be one of those memes, like 10 years, like next year or 2 years from now. We're going to get like some, like, you guys are going to remind me of this, how terrible it was. Sal Kelly says, you good, bro? You have no control of the fire alarm. Yeah, thank you guys all so much for your understanding. Honestly, you guys' understanding is incredible. I really appreciate you. Let's get some W chats going in the chat section right now, because you guys are a huge W. It's going to be massive. No, it's going to be. Appreciate you guys all so much. W chat. I'm out for every alarm. Nico has to make another horrible trade. All right, that's good news. At least wake up. I appreciate you guys all so much. You guys are all so awesome. Alex Silva saying, at least you know they work. I should go take out the batteries, and that way, you know, if we do actually have a fire, we'd have a real problem. It's all Nico's fault. Don't worry. It's all Nico's fault. Let's get over on Twitter. Blame Nico.
You guys know what that's about. That's all about the fire alarms. Everyone go leave a like on that tweet. Blame Nico. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. Jeremy Heron says, "Is that the trade alarm?" That's a new trade alarm. Someone clip it next time, and we'll play it on stream when it's a trade. Graham Christie says, "Need that dumber gif. What to hear the most annoying sound in the world? Insert fire alarm." It's honestly, you have no idea. I don't know how loud it's coming through in the mic. Probably loud, but it's insanely loud in here. Like my ears are actually like really hurting after like 4 of those. So, many moons. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. A ton. Fire sales. It's going to be a crazy trade deadline here. Pelicans Nola says, "That's Gail Benson, David Griffin, Willie Green, and Zion all cooking." Hopefully this stops soon. I'm already so drunk. I'm considering calling up the Long Island G League team for Killian Hayes. I'm surprised Dallas hasn't added him to their all defense unit. Appreciate you guys all so much. You guys have been absolutely awesome all week long, not just today, of course, but all week long. Look at that, 7 likes already on the Blame Nico tweet. It's all Nico's fault. Nico is, turns out, my apartment manager as well, it sounds like. So I appreciate you guys all so much. Was not expecting this today. I am Brian. I definitely am. Teams are having a fire sale. Alex Silva says, if KD goes... If KD goes to the Warriors, it would honestly be the best deadline ever. It might happen, so we'll see if that actually comes to fruition or not. Let's see what this report here is now. Dennis Schroeder is now available for trades, according to Mark Spears. Mark Spears reporting on Golden State is what he's best at, so I'll somewhat trust it, but we'll see. Again, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Spears is saying that Schroeder is available, so we might have to go grab that battery, Sugar. I'm thinking about it. If it does it like 3 more times, I might get up, so we'll see. Pithora says, yippee. Wake Up says a trade has to happen during these. Dude, if it happens during these fire alarm, like when a bunch of people come in, thank God it doesn't happen during the Durant trade. Yeah, Spears is Captain Obvious a little bit. Scott Jones says, is there any chance of the Pistons making a move for John Collins? Maybe a small one. I don't know. I think Detroit with Ingram or with like a guard is more likely, given Ivy's injury this season. What's up with the KD talk? There's reports and rumors that he's available. So if we go look at that deal specifically, here's the report again, just so everyone is up to date on it. Grant F says multiple league sources have told me there's increasing belief that Kevin Durant lands with the Golden State Warriors. Plenty has to happen, but the Warriors' pursuit of this trade has been aggressive. Just figured I would mention this as something to watch. So this isn't like my thoughts on this is like he's like, hey, look out for this, but it's also not like a definitive, oh, this is going to happen. So, take that with a grain of salt, if you will. Let's go over to Brian Windhorst. Nothing yet on him. Although I think a follow and notifications would be good for right now to keep that on the back burner. I don't know if Bobby Marks has tweeted anything lately. Not really. Okay. And then we're going to go over to Shams as well. Nothing new or significant from Shams either yet. So we're keeping our eyes on all the trade stuff. I think I found a good flow this year with looking at chat, looking at the Twitter, making sure everything's working. You guys are doing great. Yeah, I'm not saying it anymore, Brendan. We're just done. Nick and Dan says some pretty reliable Spurs sources said the Spurs have an offer ready for Cam Johnson. Nick, can you tag me in that, Nick? I will put that up on the screen right now. So go ahead, tag me over there on Twitter for some of that stuff. Yes, Lonzo to the Hornets is possible. What we're going to do here, I'm going to go over to Trade Machine quick. We're going to talk about Lonzo to the Hornets quick, and then we'll come back to the Spurs news here in just a second. So Bulls and Hornets. It would be Josh Green in this deal, as well as Vasi Micic. And in return, Lonzo goes to the Hornets. Hornets would also give up this 2025 second-round pick via New Orleans, and maybe one other second, right? Maybe 2 second-round picks, but at least one in this deal. You can maybe say 1 second for taking Josh Green's contract as well, maybe.
So 1 or 2 seconds. This Pelicans one's a pretty good second rounder, so I don't think it's terrible. And Lonzo goes to Charlotte to play with his brother LaMelo. So that would, of course, be a lot of fun. Hopefully that answered your question, Luis. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. You guys have been absolutely stellar all week long so far. Joseph says Mavericks to refund tickets for the rest of the season home games. Could you imagine? David says if Suns in sell mode, could they trade Booker to New Orleans for Zion, Herb, and top 3 protected pick this year and future first in 2029? Probably not. I just don't see New Orleans making that kind of trade. Subnet says, who would you trade Reeves for if you're the Lakers? I would probably be really hesitant to trade Reeves unless I'm getting a true, for sure, all-star caliber player back. That's what I would include Reeves for. But let's go back over to this news. Here we go. Thank you, Nick, for sharing. So this is Ty Yeager, who has about 8,000 followers as a Spurs reporter. And this one right here, about 2,000. Spurs have inquired about Cam Johnson and Herb Jones. They're looking for a 3-and-D wing, it looks like. Ty Yeager here says, can confirm the Spurs are very much still active on the phones. The Spurs do have an open roster spot available. So here's the thing. Nick, thank you, first of all. Shout out to Nick. He's one of the moderators on the channel. You can tell by this little wrench icon right there. He also helps out in the Discord. Links in the description for that. He's an awesome member of the utility sports community and one of the leaders of the community as well. So, Nick, first of all, appreciate you a ton. Let's get some W's for Nick in the chat. He's a huge, awesome component of utility sports. So I'm really, really appreciative of him. And Luis, glad that you subscribed up. I'm glad I'm helping you. Robert here says, could the T-Wolves be involved sending Randall to the Suns? Well, I'm not really sure if that's going to come to fruition or not. Graham says, better get that Butler trade happening. Sheldon's Jimmy switched you to dial up until it happens. We'll see. Building's on fire, but nothing slows you down. Exactly. If the building was on fire right now, I'd probably string through it, honestly. But Warriors have not made a trade yet, Fambo, but there are reports about a Golden State Kevin Durant reunion. Love seeing these W's come in for Nick. Appreciate you guys all a ton. I live in Massachusetts. There's rumors the Celtics are trying to trade for a backup power forward / center. Could definitely see that being an option. Mr. Loverman says, love how y'all are missing Harrison's going to replace Silver in the near term. Just had to rest the system to get that spot. Luka cheap, everything cheap. Reset the system. I see you. So you're thinking Nico Harrison's going to be trying to be the commissioner of the NBA. I'm pretty pessimistic on that possibility. But I get what you're saying. I understand the idea, but I don't agree. But when it comes back to, I want to get back to this comment here with Nick on the screen and looking at these Cam Johnson, Herb Jones options. First of all, this roster spot doesn't really mean a lot. Like it does because they can take in an extra player via salary. But it also doesn't mean a ton in terms of like what actually could happen. So thanks, Eric, for the follow. Thanks, Free Climbing. And thank you, Penu, again for the follows. What we're going to do is go over to the trade machine. And we're going to play around some more with some possibilities here, specifically with San Antonio and looking for wings. Specifically, this time we're going to focus on Herb Jones. And the reason why I want to focus on Herb this time, even though we've talked at length a lot about Cam Johnson, Herb Jones is a little bit younger, just 26 compared to 28. He is someone who I think contractually makes a ton of sense too. If you look at this contract here, which is not pulling up, but it's really cheap, less than $15 million each year. So really, really, really cheap. So Herb Jones, first of all, just makes a ton of sense. They could do something with Chris Paul's contract as a possibility, right? That could be like the contract in the deal. Which, I've talked at length about the there's something going on with Fanspo right now. The modify contract button is not working. So hopefully they're aware of that because I like using that to show you guys the contracts. I of course know most of them. Now, I don't know every contract perfectly, but I know a lot of them pretty well to at least have the generic idea of what's happening. But Chris Paul to New Orleans, which would be kind of fun seeing him return to New Orleans. Herb Jones to San Antonio. This would also get New Orleans out of the tax, which is something that they aren't right now. This $2.5 million would get them out of the tax completely, actually. So that would be very important to know. And then also when it comes to first, they have these 2 firsts this year. And you can maybe do like the swap rights in 26 from Atlanta. This kind of deal, again, like, actually that's correct. That Stepien rule doesn't work. You could do this right here, 2027 via Atlanta, or you could do like these swap rights in 2028, which I think would be okay too. Something like this, swap rights with Boston in 2028. Something like this, where you would make this a swap. I should go in there and correct that too. Just because I want it to be completely accurate. So this is swap Nola's choice. There we go. There we go. Now New Orleans gets the right to swap that pick in 2028. Something like this, I think, does make a good deal of sense overall. Let me know what you guys think. Joseph here says LaMelo was snubbed as an all-star. I thought he could have been an all-star too. I thought Tre Young was snubbed too a lot. So Critter here saying breaking. Nothing breaking yet from what I have seen. So don't put in fake reports, please, so that we can keep everything. Especially this chat is good. Good. Well, so streamer, this is a. I understand. I kind of figured this would be the response, but you're trading basically no long-term player. You're keeping your entire young core. You're trading 2 firsts this year, which the hope is with these picks, you hope you get someone as good as Herb. In that role probably, which, that's a pretty big gamble. I don't know if anyone's going to be as good as Herb at those spots. And then also this is a swap right. So it's like 2.5 firsts almost. And in 2028, the Spurs might just be better than the Pelicans. They probably will be. So this might not even be anything. This might just be 2 firsts. So yeah, Chris Paul back in New Orleans would be very cool. And I don't even think the Spurs would love to include him, but it's like a pretty significant upgrade. Like Herb Jones makes $12 million every year, basically. So I think this is a really good trade for San Antonio. I really do. It's 2 firsts and a swap. So, and this is true too for David here, what he's saying. Like the Pelicans aren't just going to trade Herb Jones to trade him. They're going to just be okay with keeping him. Bear Gorilla says 7.5 hours. Give this man an award. I appreciate you guys all so much. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Nick says also remember how Sheldon's voice sounds like, guys, it'll be cooked in a couple of days. Yeah, it's not going to sound like this anymore. On Thursday at 3 p.m. when we hit the trade deadline, I'm going to sound like Tom Thibodeau, barking at everybody. My voice is going to be absolutely cooked by then, but I appreciate you guys a lot. So here's the thing with Herb Jones. He was all defense first team last year. If you're looking at putting an elite defender around the best defender in the NBA and Victor Wembanyama, this is the guy you want to get. He's only 26 years old. Now he's having a down year percentage-wise from 3 this season. But I think a lot of that's a byproduct of kind of the dysfunction in New Orleans injury-wise. So Dennis is a Kings fan, says, like the beam. Welcome to the stream, Dennis. Glad to have you in here. Daniel says, what teams do you think big man Vooch is going to go to? The Warriors would be obviously one of the landing spots. Otherwise, the market, I don't know what the market really is going to be if it's not Golden State. So I think that's one of the big things. Here's a report. This one, I'm going to go over to Twitter quick. This is not a report that I firmly trust. But thank you for showing me. I really don't know this guy at all, and I covered the Timberwolves as a team for a year. I don't trust the source, but it feels like one of those safe bet type reports. So that's just kind of the thought. And it's not anything against that guy, by the way. There's a very good chance he's right. This is something that I agree with. I think Julius Randle will be on the Timberwolves after Thursday's deadline. But I don't know. It just seems like a safe bet report. You know how many I could do of that? I could report oh, this is going to happen. It's yeah, a lot of that is kind of predictable. Scooby says, glad you're on Twitch. I am over here a lot. I appreciate you guys all stopping in, especially Zinzin says, do you think the Rockets can get KD if they package it correctly? I do think they can. I don't think they should. And there is a difference between those two things, obviously. If I was Houston, I would not trade for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's a heck of a player. Think back to Wojnarowski's tweet this past summer saying that the Rockets were interested. And my immediate response to that is why? And a lot of people had pushback for me. Look at the standings. Rockets are a really darn good team. That's why. If you do something for Durant, like, you have to get there salary-wise. And this is where the potential pitfalls are. You don't have all these super sensible salaries to get there. So really crazy. But I don't think the Rockets should. But you'd have to give up a lot. Carter Lee says, I'm glad you're on Twitch. Appreciate you, Carter. Appreciate you, Zin. As well as I appreciate you a ton, Scooby Snacks, as well. You guys are all super awesome, and I'm glad to have some Twitch viewers. First year ever that I've been live on Twitch, and I'm very excited about it. So Jay Anderson says Pistons are back. Yes, they are, Jay. They have been awesome this season. Jay has been a longtime supporter on the channel, so Jay, appreciate you a ton. Dennis says, I say Vassell or Keldon. If you're talking about the Kings, I don't know. Gier says 10 points on 43%, 30% doesn't feel like worth 2 lottery picks in CP3, even though he's an awesome defender. Oh, he's not just an awesome defender. He's the best perimeter defender in the NBA. And he's 26. And like the other thing is, it's not just those things. He's also an elite contract. Like $13 million a year for the next 3 years is elite value. That's like really, really good. That's like, you think about why was it so hard to trade Zach LaVine? Why was it so hard to trade why was it so hard to trade Zach LaVine? Why is it so hard to trade Bradley Beal right now? It's not because they're not good players. It's because their contracts are huge. Let's go back over to Twitter real quick. But I understand your point. Like the percentages this year don't do it justice, but you'd have to think playing with Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox, he'd play better and be more effective and efficient than he has been with players X, Y, and Z in a really down year for New Orleans. Miles Turner is questionable Tuesday with an ankle injury. I'm sure that the responses are going to be questionably the Laker. All right. I knew that. That's why I clicked into it, because I knew it would be funny. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Carter Lee says, I remember Glenn. He went crazy with these super chats yesterday. You guys are all also awesome. Oh, thank you, Sal Kelly. I don't know how I missed this either with the 5, but said, you good, bro. You have no control of the fire alarm. Let's get some W's for Sal in the chat as well. Sal, appreciate you a ton. You guys are absolutely awesome. Sal, thank you so much for the 5. Obviously, I was a little shooken up from the fire alarms myself. Yeah, I just think, like, for Rockets fans, passing on Kevin Durant is just the most sensible way to go about it. Ginormous contracts are hard to trade. Good Hair here says Spurs aren't giving up. That Hawks pick is going to be top 10. Spurs' own pick will probably also be in the lottery. So, well, we don't know if that Hawks pick is going to be in the top 10. Right now, with where it would be currently, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it would also be 7, 8, 9, 10. It would be 11 right now. It would be pick 11 right now. And that's if they don't make the playoffs, which they could through the play-in in the East. So we really don't know. Love seeing those W's for Sal come in here. Saw J. Ken says there's no way the Kings are done. I think you guys have already made a good move, though. Brian, the one thing about Herb, I know he's not shooting well this year, but for his career, he's a 36% three-point shooter. And last year shot 42% from 3 in 76 games. The sample size this year was really small. He's only played 20 games, and the Pelicans have been awful overall. But my joint says new subscriber, but been watching for years. Fire. Appreciate you, my joints. Thank you all so much for your support. Pelicans Nola says W. Joseph recap says PJ and his wife had a baby this morning, I believe. Good for them. ICDM says I don't see KD making a Golden State Warriors a final threat. I don't either, to be honest with you. Carter Lee wants to know if I see anything for the Thunder. Let's go back over to our trusty draft pick tracker. Okay. let's go over to our trusty draft pick tracker, because that is the best place to be. And again, my biggest perspective on OKC, while everyone else thinks about the Cam Johnsons, all that stuff, which is it's possible. They have the assets, right? We all know they have the assets. But what I've learned is last couple of years, if you were with me on the trade deadline live streams in 2022 and 2023, you know I was sitting there thinking, oh, who is Oklahoma City going to get? Who's OKC going to go target? And every single time it was always like nothing. They didn't do anything substantial for their own roster. They did stuff substantial for their draft pick collection. And I've learned through that the bigger picture here for OKC specifically isn't improving their own roster. It's improving the flexibility that they have for their roster moving forward. And that is a big difference and a really important difference, and one that makes a ton of sense for how young this team is, how good this team is, and how expensive this team's going to get when Chet Holmgren has an extension, when new all-star Jalen Williams has an extension. They're going to need to find ways to improve their roster, get new players, get young pieces that could be good. And the best way to do that is trading this Rockets-Clippers pick, trading this Heat pick right now, and pushing those things back, because right now they don't have the roster space. Like, they don't have the need for the 17th overall pick in the draft right now. They don't need that. What they need is future assets. So if you told me, hey, they traded this Heat pick down the road for a 2031 pick, most fans of other teams would say, why would we do that? That makes no sense. Oklahoma City, first of all, the OKC Thunder fans are smart. They trust what Sam Presti is doing. And then secondly, the Thunder are in a spot where they understand that their team is already set. They're not looking for a fourth star. They're not looking for, at some point they might make that kind of upgrade and they'll look for some type of player that can fit on a long-term contract. They already kind of found it with Caruso in a way. A cheap cost control contract. They have him extended now, and he's awesome. He's a good player for them. Now, he hasn't shot the ball well this season, but I think they trust the regression to the mean. They trust the overall product he's been in his NBA career. They're going to value 2031, 2030 first-round picks. They've already went out and got another 2030 second-rounder. They're sitting on 4 second-round picks in 2030. This is how smart this team is. So keep that in mind moving forward, please. Enchai here says, anything that my Knicks can do? I think New York specifically is a team that makes a lot of sense as a Mitchell Robinson trade team. If they are looking to kind of reset their roster in a way, off the bench, of course, Robinson, he's getting cleared to come back and practice now. He's cleared for contact, I believe. They could just keep him, though. And the Knicks could either do something around Robinson's $14 million contract, or they could flat out keep him and just look at him as a huge addition at the deadline by coming back and playing. So I think either way, the Knicks should be happy whatever happens. Jay Ken says it was a good move, but my God, we need size and athleticism. I still think, do you know who I think the perfect player for Sacramento is? And this is my continued thought. If you've watched previous streams, and I don't think you'll get this player, to be completely clear. I don't think you'll really get this player. And listen, he's not even having a good season, if we're being completely honest. But that player plays for Orlando. And if you watched last year, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Jonathan Isaac. Now, the issue is $25 million is really, really hard for the Kings to get to. Now, this contract is not that big. It's not $25 million every year. It's just this season's $25 million. So, the contract, again, this is the issue. But if you think, could you fade DeRozan? This won't happen. Don't worry. But I'm just saying. Jimmy McGill says, I'm so disappointed my Kings got robbed and now we don't have a real way to improve this team's roster. I mean, not right now, but yeah, PJ, yeah. That wasn't PJ. That's not who we were talking about. That was who was that on Twitter? That was Miles Turner. That was out. That's who we were talking about. Shooting here says, laugh at me with this one. Orlando gets Simons. Minnesota gets Jeremy Grant, Shaden Sharp. I'll stop. Oh, geez, Anthony Edwards. I I'm going to laugh at you on this one. Anthony Edwards is not getting traded. Zinzin says, can the Cavs do anything? They don't have draft picks. It's going to be hard for them to improve. If you look down at the ticker right now, let me find the one I'm looking for. The biggest thing here is the Cavs are a tax team by $1.8 million. They could maybe dip below the tax. Zach, I think the one thing about the Caruso situation here, right now, $21 million looks like a lot. In 2-3 years, it won't, because the CBA is going to continue jumping. So every $10 million it goes up, $21 million looks a lot smaller every single time. So I really don't think it's going to be a problem. Mr. Firenaut says, can we get Zion or Claxton to the Lakers? Truly awesome show. Love to see Zion and Luka for the next 10 years. So Zion would be awesome in a lot of ways. He'd be really fun. But I think from a defensive standpoint, I don't really see them going that way. I think the more likely outcome is, again, Brooklyn. And this has been one of my favorite mocks the entire duration here of the stream. It sends Rui and it sends Gabe Vincent to Brooklyn, as well as a 2031 first round pick. And you can do a 2025 second or some combination of this. Basically 2 picks or 1 pick and a pick swap or something along this route for Nick Claxton. And the Nets then go into the offseason with 2 extra expirings in Hachimura and Vincent next year, who they could easily trade away somewhere else and open up more flexibility, honestly, long term. Cryptic here says, yo, what's up? If you're the GM of the Indiana Pacers, would you make a consolidation trade at the trade deadline or wait until the offseason, since Indy is rolling right now and might make some noise? This is a great question, Cryptic, and I'm glad. I want to talk more about Indiana specifically too, so I'm very glad you asked about this, because the Pacers, not only are they playing well right now, but their draft pick situation tells me that they should wait. They have contracts. Nembhard's contract gets bigger next year. Obi Toppin's got a good contract. You've got, obviously, McConnell's extension. You've got Mathurin going into the last year of his rookie contract, which could be very fascinating to see how that plays out. Might be very Jonathan Kuminga-like, just letting you know. That could end up playing out a very similar way how this Kuminga thing's playing out right now in Golden State. So when it comes to a potential deal here for the Pacers, why do I think waiting makes sense? Excuse me, I can't speak anymore. Holy cow, 8 hours live and I'm losing my mind. They have their own 2025 first, but they can't trade it because they owe this one to the Raptors. Since they owe this one to the Raptors, they also cannot trade these 2 first. If they wait until draft night when this one conveys, so they don't make a trade this offseason, they don't make a trade next year during the trade deadline, they go into the draft, they have this pick, this pick, this pick, this pick, and this pick all to trade. I don't think the next move for Indy needs to be 1 pick and a player for a slightly better player. I don't think the next trade needs to be for a Cam Johnson, although if it was, I would probably not hate it because Cam Johnson's good. I think the next trade should be the long-term superstar next to Tyrese Halliburton, and I'm going to float a name right now. I just said he's not going to be a player that would be in play for this team for Portland, but Anthony Edwards. That kind of player is the guy that Indiana should be waiting for. Indiana's got a player that other superstars are going to want to play with. They have probably one of the more likable players in the league in Tyrese Halliburton. Other players like him, other players know if I go play with Halliburton, he's going to get me the ball, I'm going to score a lot of points. And he's going to make the game way easier for me, and he's going to make the game easier for all of our teammates. So when we have less talent around us, they play better because they have a great passing point guard. This is what's going to happen. Indiana is a team that should be the premier landing spot for a variety of upcoming superstars. And if there's anyone who wavers in the next 7 years of a superstar player, Indiana is going to be the team that's ready to go get them and pair them to the Tyrese Halliburton timeline. And if they're just patient, they can be good now with Siakam and company and Halliburton. And if they're patient, they can find the guy post Siakam. They can find the player who fits with Halliburton after Siakam is past his prime or nearing the end of his prime. So that's my perspective. I think waiting and being patient and then looking to strike later is the way to go. Graham, thank you all. Thank you so much for spending time in here. I appreciate you a ton. So Graham, thanks for stopping in. Go have some fun working on that. Team chemistry work. Love that. We're trying to get our chemistry up over here too at Utility Sports, working on some of this crazy stuff going on. Realist says, I subscribe just to be able to say trade LeBron, trade LeBron, trade LeBron. That's funny. I have the chat and subscriber only mode right now so that you guys can kind of understand what it's going to look like on the day of the trade deadline. I'm expecting a lot of people that day. You guys have been killing it today. We hit 1,000. We stayed over 1,000 for quite a while. Viewers, you guys have been sweet all day long. Hoop Savant says, if you think you got robbed by giving up Fox and getting LaVine and picks, you're massively overrating Fox. I think the Kings did really well, honestly. And not like perfect. I think there might have been better options, but I think really good. I gave him an A-. So Jay Anderson said, THJ and Fontecchio will be off my team by Thursday. It will be a great day for me. Fontecchio probably for sure. We'll see what happens. If it's a huge contract, then Hardaway Jr. will go. So let's say like if it's Ingram or McCollum or something like that. But if it's like a $20 million player like Marcus Smart, it might not be Tim Hardaway Jr. It might be just Fontecchio, but keep that in mind. SP says 5-team deal that works in the trade machine. Warriors get Durant, Suns get Brown, Peyton, Kuminga, Pajemski, Fontecchio. Raptors get Vanderbilt, Wiggins, Ausar Thompson, Koloko. Lakers get Pirtle. Pistons get Reeves, Moody, add picks. I don't think the Lakers do this because of the Reeves component. And I don't even know if Detroit does it either because of honestly, this might be just like a hard no from a lot of the teams besides Toronto, which means it's kind of balanced because every team's kind of giving up something they don't want to give up. So, word is Indiana looking to shed money under a consolidation trade, no extensions or for Mathurin or Turner. I mean, they might just be able to keep those guys long term though. Either way, like we'll see. I'm not going to rule anything out for Indy yet. I think Indy being smart and patient is what they need to do. Luka mentioned liking Claxton in the podcast he did with JJ, said he was a great defender. Yeah, he is. And he would be Claxton a few years ago when he had competitive players around him instead of this situation right now in Brooklyn was one of the four best defenders in the world for a little bit. So Josh Brenner says Rockets need another backup big, missing Şengün and Jabari at the moment. Definitely no big move needed though. I think the Rockets will do something little with their expiring contracts. Nothing huge, in my opinion. Dennis Youngblood says the NBA trade deadline is closing in 2 days, 1 hour. Actually, a little bit less than that now. We're 1 day and 22 and a half hours. The deadline is on Thursday, 3 p.m. Eastern time. Yep. Sergio says LaVine works on the Kings, better three-point shooter than Fox, explosive first step, elite finisher at the rim. Can't wait to see how he fits tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. I'm very excited for that too. So how long am I going to be live for? I'm actually going to wrap up here soon. Brian here says, do you think in this coming draft that there is a big drop-off from projected 5 to 10 and from 10 to 15? Right now, I think there's, for tiers, it's 1 and 2. 1 is a huge tier by itself. Flegg is by far the best player in the draft. Dylan Harper is by far the second best player in the draft. And then from there, it's kind of a collection of tools after that. So I really hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I'm going to be concluding the stream here pretty soon. But I really hope you guys enjoyed a ton. Jimmy says, Sheldon, go to sleep. What I'm going to do here is get ready to watch the Mavericks tonight. The Mavericks play Philly in Philly, which is fun. And they play at 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight, and it's Max Christie's debut. So I'm going to watch that. I'm going to record a video on that. That should hopefully come out tonight. Carter Lavelle, I'm sorry. Again, a lot of stuff flying by. Chase says, you're my favorite nerd. Appreciate you. Percentage chance KD goes to the Warriors, I'm going to say 35%. So you can tell I'm a little nervous about it. I don't know if it's actually going to happen or not. But if it does, oh my goodness. Though I don't think the Spurs are quite done yet. They'll probably make some moves. Here we go, Carter. Anything for the Wizards roster? When it comes to the Wizards, again, it's going to be using that trade exception first, and maybe Kuzma to Milwaukee, and then Brogdon somewhere in a multi-team trade as an expiring. Baco says anything for Golden State. Again, the biggest news, and this is the huge news of the trade deadline so far. This is outside of Luka, obviously. We go back over here real quick. The biggest news, and one that is absolutely insane. If it happens, this is the news for Golden State right now. Multiple league sources have told me there's an increasing belief that Durant lands with the Warriors. Plenty has to happen, but the Warriors' pursuit of this trade has been aggressive. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Thank you guys all so much for watching the stream. We'll see if Pels make a move tonight or on Thursday, of course. I do think New Orleans will make a trade between now and then because of the because of the luxury tax. They'll make one trade at least. I guarantee you. I promise. I promise. Here we have a comment saying, come to a basketball game in Europe, you'll see crazy fans with full passion. That's true. I already watch a lot of international games when I'm evaluating prospects and stuff. So we'll see what happens. Venkata, we'll get to some Clippers Terrence Mann trades tomorrow. Let's get some W's in here. Thank you, Nick, for the W's for me. And I want to get some W's in the chat here for you guys, too. Nick also throwing in some me pipe. Remember, my fiance hooked me up with a Starbucks drink for today. So appreciate you guys. I want to see those W's fly in. W chat here from Carter. W from Chase as well. Carter, every time I see your little logo here, I love it. It kind of reminds me of my my Substack logo, which is going to be in the top right here in just a second. There you are. There's my Substack logo. So make sure you guys go subscribe to that. Links are in the description for everything you need. Twitter, if you're looking for ways to support me on the channel going forward, either subscribe to the channel, leave a like on today's stream, let me know how I'm doing, if I'm doing a good job or not. And then also go follow on Twitter and also subscribe to the Substack for free. That's the best ways to do it. I appreciate you guys all a lot. I'm going to cycle through some of these comments quick. W Discord. Yeah, make sure to join that Discord. Links in the description for that too. W's all around. I appreciate you guys so much. Venkata, yes, we're going to start tomorrow's stream with some Clippers stuff, okay? That's and some Terrence Mann trades, okay? Venkata, I appreciate you a ton being in here. Thank you all so much. And 8 hours, 3 minutes of live streaming. It's been absolutely crazy. My brain is fried. I don't even know how I'm forming sentences anymore. I've got to watch the Mavericks tonight and actually make a video on Max Christie, his debut, on how everything went there. So we'll see. But I hope you guys did enjoy. Really appreciate you all so much. Love you and your support for the channel. You guys just make utility sports such a great thing. So appreciate you guys a ton. No fire alarm stream tomorrow, I guarantee you. Promise. That's another promise. That and the Pelicans making a trade. I can guarantee it. I'll guarantee it. Bucky says, love your content. Thank you, Bucky. Appreciate you. Mr. Lover says, quote me, Nico to take silver spot. I mean, we'll see. It'll be a great call if it does happen. Still fiance. I mean, we're closing the deal. We're scheduling everything. Don't worry. I'm taking care of it. We're working that way. Trace Jackson Davis for Zion. And Kuminga for Ingram. I mean, that financially does not work, but we'll get there. Thanks, everyone. Really do appreciate you guys. Again, you guys are absolutely awesome. Make sure to subscribe to Utility Sports for more content. And also, right now, before we wrap it up, comment your favorite team so that there's a little bit of a little ring of comments coming in afterward, too. Thanks, guys. We'll catch you in the very next Utility.